Alien Cargo by Theodore Sturgeon. Copyright 1984 by Theodore Sturgeon. Narrated by Tom Luce.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. 14 early stories by the award-winning science fiction writer. Includes It, a foreboding tale about a swamp monster, Microcosmic God, about a man who creates a world of microscopic creatures to do his bidding, and Poker Face, featuring a visitor from the future who gets more than he bargains for in the present. 1984. From the book jacket. A mob of invisible stowaways making mischief on a World War I freighter. A telepathic man communicating with his unconscious child. A team of astronauts on a mission to a planet that drives men mad. These are the stuff of Sturgeon's stories. Written between 1939 and 1955, the short stories chosen for Alien Cargo represent Sturgeon's finest early work. Tales of rich versatility and originality that have stood the test of time. They inspired a fledgling and unpublished Ray Bradbury, who later wrote, "I split every Sturgeon tale down the middle and fetched out its innards to see what made it function." These stories include It, a tale of consummate horror that Sturgeon says wrote itself, unfolded without any single effort on my part, from the first sentence. Poker Face, which features a visitor from a future time who gets more than he bargains for in the present. Bright Segment, a tale of an isolated, inarticulate handyman, the woman who suddenly enters his life, and what he must do to keep her. Shadow, Shadow on the Wall, which delves into a boy's imagination, his shadow pictures, and the things beyond the walls of our homes, and the walls of our minds. The Traveling Crag, wherein a writer, with a little help from his friends of this world and elsewhere, changes his writing and the world. From far-flung galaxies to the innermost recesses of the human heart, here is Sturgeon at his wittiest, most fascinating best. Alien Cargo is an enthralling and important collection for Theodore Sturgeon fans and all readers of science fiction. About the author. The man Robert Silverberg called a writer of irresistible power, Theodore Sturgeon is one of the most renowned and respected science fiction writers in the world today, as he has been for over 40 years. He has had published over 200 short stories and novels. He has won the highest honors in the field, including the Hugo, Nebula, and International Fantasy Awards. His short story collections include The Stars Are the Sticks and The Golden Helix. His novels, Venus Plus X, and The Dreaming Jewels, all Blue Jay books. Theodore Sturgeon lives in Springfield, Oregon. Dedication. To Lady Jane, who has at last taught me this unthinkable arrogance. I deserve her. Table of Contents. It, Side 1, Tone 2. Cargo, Side 1, Tone 3. Poker Face, Side 2, Tone 1. Microcosmic God, Side 3, Tone 1. 2% Inspiration, Side 4, Tone 1. Brat, Side 4, Tone 2. Medusa, Side 5, Tone 1. The Martian and the Moron, Side 5, Tone 2. Shadow, Shadow on the Wall, Side 6, Tone 1. The Traveling Crag, Side 7, Tone 1. The Touch of Your Hand, Side 8, Tone 1. Twink, Side 9, Tone 1. Bright segment, Side 10, Tone 1. Won't You Walk, Side 11, Tone 1. Introduction. The volume you hold in your hands is what it is, a package of self-evidences, to your liking or not, memorable or not. I do hope you like them. To me they are, perforce, a great deal more than that. I wish devoutly that I could share with you the spaces between them, filled with what each has meant to me, and for that matter, also the spaces between the lines. Someone, maybe me, wrote about music that the spaces between the notes made the music as much as the notes themselves. This is certainly true for me, because I was there. You can only surmise, intuit, guess what is in the spaces between the words and the lines and the stories. The spaces here are filled with the memories they have invoked as I arranged the stories in the order you see, a chronological order which, when set out in a table of contents, looks so neat and consistent. It was neither, as I lived in these spaces, and I am astonished at their wealth and detail, amazed that I could have lived through some of them, yearned to revisit the scenes and feelings and attitudes which I held as I wrote them. I do truly wish I could share it all with you, the loves and losses, the delights and dangers, and above all, the learnings. The learnings. Living a life is a very educational experience, one very much worth doing. In the spaces between the black marks on these pages are wars, oceans, sunsets, miseries, laughter, loss, and loneliness, fury and puzzlement, rewards denied, rewards, so many, rich and unexpected. How can you know the space between words that was 7 months long? How can you know how hard it is to be breezy and light sometimes? How joyful it is to hear your own words singing back to you some song you never knew you knew? But you know, the same is true of you when we meet, should we meet, and the spaces between your words and your breaths and the beats of your heart are as full as the spaces in this book, as full of memories and learnings as anything here, anything I can ever do. Which is why I have come to the understanding that when we meet, I am face to face with hints and silent miracles, learning which you have and I have not. I look at my words and see clearly the metaphor. On each page there is far more blank space than markings. So we each are to each other. All we can do, all we must do, all over the world, is to come to a realization that we must accept and honor that which seems at first like blankness. It is, in you, a far richer treasure than any of our words and gestures. I extend herewith these markings. I would like you to enjoy them. Theodore Sturgeon, Oregon, 1984. It. In 1975, I accepted an invitation to the San Diego Comic Convention, all expenses. I thought it kind of them, but was mystified, for though I had written instructional comics just before this country entered WW2, and a couple of issues of something called Iron Monroe, derived from a John Campbell series back in the 30s, I had no track record in the comics, nor was a fan or collector. I went. I met some wonderful people whom I still regard as family, and at the banquet, where Ray Bradbury was giving out awards and uttering verbal bouquets about the recipients, in one case, gracefully calling another writer teacher, and telling how for 2 years before he sold a story, he used to anatomize every one of this writer's stories until he jealously hated him, I suddenly realized, with a sweet and shocking clutch of the gut, that he was talking about me. And when I rose to go up front and accept it, it was the convention's highest, the golden ink pot, the same award they gave Siegel and Schuster for Superman. And for the first time in my life, I faced an audience and couldn't think of anything to say beyond two words. One was thank, and the other was you. Subsequently, I learned for the very first time that my story, It, is seminal, that it is the great-granddaddy of the Swamp Thing, the Hulk, the Man-Thing, and I don't know how many other celebrated graphics. There's no romance within this story, but a lot surrounds it. I wrote it, of all times and places, in 1939, on my first honeymoon, when, barely out of my teens, and very immature, I had no business having honeymoons. And it was at this same convention that in 1976, I met my present wife, the incomparable Reverend Lady Jane. It walked in the woods. It was never born. It existed. Under the pine needles the fires burn, deep and smokeless in the mold. In heat and in darkness and decay there is growth. There is life, and there is growth. It grew, but it was not alive. It walked unbreathing through the woods, and thought, and saw, and was hideous and strong. And it was not born, and it did not live. It grew, and moved about without living. It crawled out of the darkness and hot, damp mold into the cool of a morning. It was huge. It was lumped and crusted with its own hateful substances, and pieces of it dropped off as it went its way, dropped off and lay writhing, and stilled, and sank putrescent into the forest loam. It had no mercy, no laughter, no beauty. It had strength and great intelligence, and perhaps it could not be destroyed. It crawled out of its mound in the wood, and lay pulsing in the sunlight for a long moment. Patches of it shone wetly in the golden glow. Parts of it were nubbled and flaked. And whose dead bones had given it the form of a man? It scrabbled painfully with its half-formed hands, beating the ground and the bole of a tree. It rolled and lifted itself up on its crumbling elbows, and it tore up a great handful of herbs and shredded them against its chest. And it paused, and gazed at the gray-green juices with intelligent calm. It wavered to its feet, and seized a young sapling and destroyed it, folding the slender trunk back on itself again and again, watching attentively the useless, fibered splinters. And it snatched up a fear-frozen field creature, crushing it slowly, letting blood and pulpy flesh and fur ooze from between its fingers, run down and rot on the forearms. It began searching. Kimbo drifted through the tall grasses like a puff of dust, his bushy tail curled tightly over his back, and his long jaws agape. He ran with an easy lope, loving his freedom and the power of his flanks and furry shoulders. His tongue lolled listlessly over his lips. His lips were black and serrated, and each tiny pointed liplet swayed with his doggy gallop. Kimbo was all dog, all healthy animal. He leaped high over a boulder, and landed with a startled yelp as a long-eared coney shot from its hiding place under the rock. Kimbo hurtled after it, grunting with each great thrust of his legs. The rabbit bounced just ahead of him, keeping its distance, its ears flattened on its curving back, and its little legs nibbling away at distance hungrily. It stopped, and Kimbo pounced, and the rabbit shot away at a tangent and popped into a hollow log. Kimbo yelped again, and rushed snuffling at the log, and, knowing his failure, curveted but once around the stump, and ran on into the forest. The thing that watched from the wood raised its crusted arms and waited for Kimbo. Kimbo sensed it there, standing dead still by the path. To him it was a bulk which smelled of carrion not fit to roll in, and he snuffled distastefully and ran to pass it. The thing let him come abreast, and dropped a heavy twisted fist on him. Kimbo saw it coming, and curled up tight as he ran, and the hand clipped stunningly on his rump, sending him rolling and yipping down the slope. Kimbo straddled to his feet, shook his head, shook his body with a deep growl, came back to the silent thing with green murder in his eyes. He walked stiffly, straight-legged, his tail as low as his lowered head, and a ruff of fury round his neck. The thing raised its arms again, waited. Kimbo slowed, then flipped himself through the air at the monster's throat. His jaws closed on it. His teeth clicked together through a mass of filth, and he fell choking and snarling at its feet. The thing leaned down and struck twice, and after the dog's back was broken, it sat beside him and began to tear him apart. "Be back in an hour or so," said Alton Drew, picking up his rifle from the corner behind the wood box. His brother laughed. "Old Kimbo 'bout runs your life, Alton," he said. "Ah, I know the old devil," said Alton. "When I whistle for him for half an hour, and he don't show up, he's in a jam, or he's treed something wuth shooting at. The old son of a gun calls me by not answering." Corey Drew shoved a full glass of milk over to his 9-year-old daughter and smiled. "You think as much of that hound dog of yours as I do of Babe here." Babe slid off her chair and ran to her uncle. "Gonna catch me the bad fella, Uncle Alton?" she shrilled. The bad fella was Corey's invention. The one who lurked in corners, ready to pounce on little girls who chased the chickens, and played around mowing machines, and hurled green apples with a powerful young arm at the sides of the hogs to hear the synchronized thud and grunt. Little girls who swore with an Austrian accent, like an ex-hired man they had had, who dug caves in haystacks till they tipped over, and kept pet crawfish in tomorrow's milk cans, and rode work-horses to a lather in the night pasture. "Get back here and keep away from Uncle Alton's gun," said Corey. "If you see the bad fella, Alton, chase him back here. He has a date with Babe here for that stunt of hers last night." The preceding evening, Babe had kind-heartedly poured pepper on the cow's salt block. "Don't worry, kiddo," grinned her uncle. "I'll bring you the bad fella's hide if he don't get me first." Alton Drew walked up the path toward the wood, thinking about Babe. She was a phenomenon, a pampered farm child. Ah, well, she had to be. They'd both loved Clissa Drew, and she'd married Corey, and they had to love Clissa's child. Funny thing, love. Alton was a man's man, and thought things out that way, and his reaction to love was a strong and frightened one. He knew what love was, because he felt it still for his brother's wife, and would feel it as long as he lived for Babe. It led him through his life, and yet he embarrassed himself by thinking of it. Loving a dog was an easy thing, because you and the old devil could love one another completely without talking about it. The smell of gun smoke and wet fur in the rain were perfume enough for Alton Drew. A grunt of satisfaction and the scream of something hunted and hit were poetry enough. They weren't like love for a human, that choked his throat, so he could not say words he could not have thought of anyway. So Alton loved his dog Kimbo, and his Winchester, for all to see, and let his love for his brother's women, Clissa and Babe, eat at him quietly and unmentioned. His quick eyes saw the fresh indentations in the soft earth behind the boulder, which showed where Kimbo had turned and leaped with a single surge, chasing the rabbit. Ignoring the tracks, he looked for the nearest place where a rabbit might hide, and strolled over to the stump. Kimbo had been there, he saw, and had been there too late. "You're an old fool," muttered Alton. "You can't catch a coney by chasing it. You want to cross him up some way." He gave a peculiar, trilling whistle, sure that Kimbo was digging frantically under some nearby stump for a rabbit that was 3 counties away by now. No answer. A little puzzled, Alton went back to the path. "He never done this before," he said softly. He cocked his .32-40 and cradled it. At the county fair, someone had once said of Alton Drew that he could shoot at a handful of corn and peas thrown in the air and hit only the corn. Once he split a bullet on the blade of a knife and put 2 candles out. He had no need to fear anything that could be shot at. That's what he believed. The thing in the woods looked curiously down at what it had done to Kimbo, and tried to moan the way Kimbo had before he died. It stood a minute, storing away facts in its foul, unemotional mind. Blood was warm. The sunlight was warm. Things that moved and bore fur had a muscle to force the thick liquid through tiny tubes in their bodies. The liquid coagulated after a time. The liquid on rooted green things was thinner, and the loss of a limb did not mean loss of life. It was very interesting, but the thing, the mold with a mind, was not pleased. Neither was it displeased. Its accidental urge was a thirst for knowledge, and it was only interested. It was growing late, and the sun reddened and rested a while on the hilly horizon, teaching the clouds to be inverted flames. The thing threw up its head suddenly, noticing the dusk. Night was ever a strange thing, even for those of us who have known it in life. It would have been frightening for the monster, had it been capable of fright, but it could only be curious. It could only reason from what it had observed. What was happening? It was getting harder to see. Why? It threw its shapeless head from side to side. It was true. Things were dim and growing dimmer. Things were changing shape, taking on a new and darker color. What did the creatures it had crushed and torn apart see? How did they see? The larger one, the one that had attacked, had used 2 organs in its head. That must have been it, because after the thing had torn off 2 of the dog's legs, it had struck at the hairy muzzle, and the dog, seeing the blow coming, had dropped folds of skin over the organs, closed its eyes. Ergo, the dog saw with its eyes. But then, after the dog was dead, and its body still, repeated blows had had no effect on the eyes. They remained open and staring. The logical conclusion was, then, that a being that had ceased to live, and breathe, and move about, lost the use of its eyes. It must be that to lose sight was, conversely, to die. Dead things did not walk about. They lay down and did not move. Therefore, the thing in the wood concluded that it must be dead, and so it lay down by the path, not far away from Kimbo's scattered body, lay down, and believed itself dead. Alton Drew came up through the dusk to the wood. He was frankly worried. He whistled again, and then called, and there was still no response, and he said again, "The old flea bus never done this before," and shook his heavy head. It was past milking time, and Corey would need him. "Kimbo!" he roared. The cry echoed through the shadows, and Alton flipped on the safety catch of his rifle and put the butt on the ground beside the path. Leaning on it, he took off his cap and scratched the back of his head, wondering. The rifle butt sank into what he thought was soft earth. He staggered and stepped into the chest of the thing that lay beside the path. His foot went up to the ankle in its yielding rottenness, and he swore and jumped back. "Phew!" Something sure dead as hell there. Ugh! He swabbed at his boot with a handful of leaves, while the monster lay in the growing blackness, with the edges of the deep footprint in its chest sliding into it, filling it up. It lay there regarding him dimly out of its muddy eyes, thinking it was dead because of the darkness, watching the articulation of Alton Drew's joints, wondering at this new, uncautious creature. Alton cleaned the butt of his gun with more leaves, and went on up the path, whistling anxiously for Kimbo. Clissa Drew stood in the door of the milk shed, very lovely in red-checked gingham and a blue apron. Her hair was clean, yellow, parted in the middle, and stretched tautly back to a heavy braided knot. "Corey! Alton!" she called a little sharply. "Well?" Corey responded gruffly from the barn, where he was stripping off the Ayrshire. The dwindling streams of milk plopped pleasantly into the froth of a full pail. "I've called and called," said Clissa. "Supper's cold, and Babe won't eat until you come." "Why, where's Alton?" Corey grunted, heaved the stool out of the way, threw over the stanchion lock, and slapped the Ayrshire on the rump. The cow backed and filled like a towboat, clattered down the line, and out into the barnyard. "Ain't back yet." "Not back?" Clissa came in and stood beside him as he sat by the next cow, put his forehead against the warm flank. "But Corey, he said he'd—" Yeah, I know. He said he'd be back for the milkin'. I heard him. Well, he ain't." "And you have to—" "Oh, Corey, I'll help you finish up. Alton would be back if he could. Maybe he's—" "Maybe he's treed a blue jay," snapped her husband. "Him and that damn dog." He gestured hugely with one hand, while the other went on milking. "I got 26 head of cows to milk. I got pigs to feed and chickens to put to bed. I got to toss hay for the mare and turn the team out. I got harness to mend and a wire down in the night pasture. I got wood to split and carry." He milked for a moment in silence, chewing on his lip. Clissa stood twisting her hands together, trying to think of something to stem the tide. It wasn't the first time Alton's hunting had interfered with the chores. "So I got to go ahead with it. I can't interfere with Alton's spoorin'. Every damn time that hound of his smells out a squirrel, I go without my supper. I'm getting sick and—" "Oh, I'll help you," said Clissa. She was thinking of the spring when Kimbo had held 400 pounds of raging black bear at bay, until Alton could put a bullet in its brain. The time Babe had found a bear cub, and started to carry it home, and had fallen into a freshet, cutting her head. You can't hate a dog that has saved your child for you, she thought. "You'll do nothing of the kind," Corey growled. "Get back to the house. You'll find work enough there. I'll be along when I can." "Damn it, Clissa, don't cry. I didn't mean to—" "Oh, shucks." He got up and put his arms around her. "I'm wrought up," he said. "Go on now. I'd no call to speak that way to you. I'm sorry. Go back to Babe. I'll put a stop to this for good tonight. I've had enough. There's work here for 4 farmers, and all we've got is me and that huntsman. Go on now, Clissa." "All right," she said into his shoulder. "But, Corey, hear him out first when he comes back. He might be unable to come back. He might be unable to come back this time. Maybe he... "Ain't nothing can hurt my brother that a bullet will hit. He can take care of himself. He's got no excuse good enough this time. Go on now. Make the kid eat." Clissa went back to the house, her young face furrowed. If Corey quarreled with Alton now and drove him away, what with the drought and the creamery about to close and all, they just couldn't manage. Hiring a man was out of the question. Corey'd have to work himself to death, and he just wouldn't be able to make it. No one man could. She sighed and went into the house. It was 7 o'clock, and the milking not done yet. Oh, why did Alton have to? Babe was in bed at 9 when Clissa heard Corey in the shed, slinging the wire cutters into a corner. Alton back yet? They both said at once as Corey stepped into the kitchen. And as she shook her head, he clumped over to the stove, and lifting a lid, spat into the coals. "Come to bed," he said. She laid down her stitching and looked at his broad back. He was 28, and he walked and acted like a man 10 years older, and looked like a man 5 years younger. "I'll be up in a while," Clissa said. Corey glanced at the corner behind the woodbox, where Alton's rifle usually stood, then made an unspellable, disgusted sound, and sat down to take off his heavy, muddy shoes. "It's after 9, Clissa volunteered timidly. Corey said nothing, reaching for house slippers. "Corey, you're not going to—" "Not going to what?" "Oh, nothing. I just thought that maybe Alton—" "Alton!" Corey flared. "The dog goes hunting field mice. Alton goes hunting the dog. Now you want me to go hunting Alton? That's what you want?" He was never this late before." "I won't do it. Go out looking for him at 9 o'clock in the night? I'll be damned! He has no call to use us so, Clissa." Clissa said nothing. She went to the stove, peered into the wash boiler set aside at the back of the range. When she turned around, Corey had his shoes and coat on again. "I knew you'd go," she said. Her voice smiled, though she did not. "I'll be back dern soon," said Corey. "I don't reckon he's strayed far. It is late. I ain't feared for him, but—" He broke his 12-gauge shotgun, looked through the barrels, slipped 2 shells in the breech, and a box of them into his pocket. "Don't wait up," he said over his shoulder as he went out. "I won't," Clissa replied to the closed door, and went back to her stitching by the lamp. The path up the slope to the wood was very dark when Corey went up it, peering and calling. The air was chill and quiet, and a fetid odor of mold hung in it. Corey blew the taste of it out through impatient nostrils, drew it in again with the next breath, and swore. "Nonsense," he muttered. "Hound dog. Huntin' at 10 in the night, too. Alton!" he bellowed. "Alton Drew!" Echoes answered him, and he entered the wood. The huddled thing he passed in the dark heard him and felt the vibrations of his footsteps, and did not move because it thought it was dead. Corey strode on, looking around and ahead, and not down, since his feet knew the path. "Alton! That you, Corey?" Corey Drew froze. That corner of the wood was thickly set and as dark as a burial vault. The voice he heard was choked, quiet, penetrating. "Alton?" "I found Kimbo, Corey." "Where the hell have you been?" shouted Corey furiously. He disliked this pitch darkness. He was afraid at the tense hopelessness of Alton's voice, and he mistrusted his ability to stay angry at his brother. "I called him, Corey. I whistled at him, and the old devil didn't answer." "I can say the same for you, you louse. Why weren't you to milking? Where are you? You caught in a trap?" "The hound never missed answering me before, you know," said the tight, monotonous voice from the darkness. "Alton, what the devil's the matter with you? What do I care if your mutt didn't answer? Where?" "I guess because he ain't never died before," said Alton, refusing to be interrupted. "You what?" Corey clicked his lips together twice and then said, "Alton, you turned crazy? What's that you say?" "Kimbo's dead." "Kim... Oh. Corey was seeing that picture again in his mind. Babe sprawled unconscious in the freshet, and Kimbo raging and snapping against a monster bear, holding her back until Alton could get there. "What happened, Alton?" he asked more quietly. "I aim to find out. Someone tore him up." "Tore him up?" "There ain't a bit of him left tacked together, Corey. Every damn joint in his body tore apart. Guts out of him." "Good God! Bear, you reckon?" "No bear, nor nothin' on 4 legs. He's all here. None of him's been et. Whoever done it just killed him and tore him up." "Good God," Corey said again. "Who could have—" There was a long silence, then, "Come along home," he said almost gently. "There's no call for you to set up by him all night." "I'll set. I aim to be here at sunup. And I'm going to start tracking, and I'm going to keep tracking till I find the one done this job on Kimbo." "You're drunk or crazy, Alton." "I ain't drunk. You can think what you like about the rest of it. I'm sticking here. We got a farm back yonder, remember? I ain't going to milk 26 head of cows again in the morning like I did just now, Alton." "Somebody's got to. I can't be there. I guess you'll just have to, Corey." "You dirty scum!" Corey screamed. "You'll come back with me now, or I'll know why." Alton's voice was still tight, half sleepy. "Don't you come no nearer, Bud." Corey kept moving toward Alton's voice. "I said," the voice was very quiet now, "stop where you are." Corey kept coming. A sharp click told of the release of the 32-40's safety. Corey stopped. "You got your gun on me, Alton?" Corey whispered. "That's right, Bud. You ain't a-tromping up these tracks for me. I need 'em at sunup." A full minute passed, and the only sound in the blackness was that of Corey's pained breathing. Finally, "I got my gun too, Alton. Come home." "You can't see to shoot me. We're even on that." "We ain't. I know just where you stand, Corey. I've been here 4 hours. My gun scatters. My gun kills." Without another word, Corey Drew turned on his heel and stamped back to the farm. Black and liquidescent, it lay in the blackness, not alive, not understanding death, believing itself dead. Things that were alive saw and moved about. Things that were not alive could do neither. It rested its muddy gaze on the line of trees at the crest of the rise, and deep within it, thoughts trickled wetly. It lay huddled, dividing its newfound facts, dissecting them as it had dissected live things when there was light, comparing, concluding, pigeonholing. The trees at the top of the slope could just be seen, as their trunks were a fraction of a shade lighter than the dark sky behind them. At length, they too disappeared, and for a moment sky and trees were a monotone. The thing knew it was dead now, and like many a being before it, it wondered how long it must stay like this. And then the sky beyond the trees grew a little lighter. That was a manifestly impossible occurrence, thought the thing, but it could see it, and it must be so. Did dead things live again? That was curious. What about dismembered dead things? It would wait and see. The sun came hand over hand up a beam of light. A bird somewhere made a high, yawning peep, and as an owl killed a shrew, a skunk pounced on another, so that the night shift deaths and those of the day could go on without cessation. 2 flowers nodded archly to each other, comparing their pretty clothes. A dragonfly nymph decided it was tired of looking serious and cracked its back open to crawl out and dry gauzily. The first golden ray sheared down between the trees, through the grasses, passed over the mass in the shadowed bushes. I am alive again, thought the thing that could not possibly live. I am alive, for I see clearly. It stood up on its thick legs, up into the golden glow. In a little while, the wet flakes that had grown during the night dried in the sun, and when it took its first steps, they cracked off, and a small shower of them fell away. It walked up the slope to find Kimbo, to see if he, too, were alive again. Babe let the sun come into her room by opening her eyes. Uncle Alton was gone. That was the first thing that ran through her head. Dad had come home last night and had shouted at Mother for an hour. Alton was plumb crazy. He'd turned a gun on his own brother. If Alton ever came 10 feet into Corey's land, Corey would fill him so full of holes he'd look like a tumbleweed. Alton was lazy, shiftless, selfish, and one or two other things of questionable taste, but undoubted vividness. Babe knew her father. Uncle Alton would never be safe in this county. She bounced out of bed in the enviable way of the very young, and ran to the window. Corey was trudging down to the night pasture, with 2 bridles over his arm, to get the team. There were kitchen noises from downstairs. Babe ducked her head in the washbowl, and shook off the water like a terrier before she toweled. Trailing clean shirt and dungarees, she went to the head of the stairs, slid into the shirt, and began her morning ritual with the trousers. 1 step down was a step through the right leg. 1 more, and she was into the left. Then, bouncing step by step on both feet, buttoning 1 button per step, she reached the bottom fully dressed and ran into the kitchen. "Didn't Uncle Alton come back at all, Mom?" "Morning, Babe." "No, dear." Clissa was too quiet, smiling too much, Babe thought shrewdly. Wasn't happy. "Where'd he go, Mom?" "We don't know, Babe. Sit down and eat your breakfast." "What's misbegotten, Mom?" Babe asked suddenly. Her mother nearly dropped the dish she was drying. "Babe, you must never say that again." "Oh. Well, why is Uncle Alton, then?" "Why is he what?" Babe's mouth muscled around an outsized spoonful of oatmeal. Babe? "All right, Mum," said Babe with her mouth full. "Well, why?" "I told Corey not to shout last night," Clissa said half to herself. "Well, whatever it means, he isn't," said Babe with finality. "Did he go hunting again?" "He went to look for Kimbo, darling." "Kimbo? Oh, Mummy, is Kimbo gone too? Didn't he come back either?" "No, dear." "Oh, please, Babe, stop asking questions." "All right." "Where do you think they went?" "Into the North Woods. Be quiet." Babe gulped away at her breakfast. An idea struck her, and as she thought of it, she ate slower and slower, and cast more and more glances at her mother from under the lashes of her tilted eyes. It would be awful if Daddy did anything to Uncle Alton. Someone ought to warn him. Babe was halfway to the woods when Alton's 3240 sent echoes giggling up and down the valley. Corey was in the South 30, riding a cultivator and cussing at the team of grays when he heard the gun. "Ho!" he called to the horses, and sat a moment to listen to the sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, he counted. Saw someone, blasted away at him. Had a chance to take aim and give him another, careful. My God! He threw up the cultivator points and steered the team into the shade of 3 oaks. He hobbled the gelding with swift tosses of a spare strap and headed for the woods. "Alton, a killer," he murmured, and doubled back to the house for his gun. Clissa was standing just outside the door. "Get shells," he snapped, and flung into the house. Clissa followed him. He was strapping his hunting knife on before she could get a box off the shelf. "Corey." "Hear that gun, did you? Alton's off his nut. He don't waste lead. He shot at someone just then, and he wasn't fixin' to shoot partridges when I saw him last. He was out to get a man. Gimme my gun." "Corey, Babe—" "You keep her here." "Oh, God, this is a hell of a mess. I can't stand much more." Corey ran out the door. Clissa caught his arm. "Corey, I'm trying to tell you. Babe isn't here. I've called and she isn't here." Corey's heavy, young old face tautened. "Babe. Where did you last see her?" "Breakfast." Clissa was crying now. "She say where she was going?" "No. She asked a lot of questions about Alton and where he'd gone." "Did you say?" Clissa's eyes widened, and she nodded, biting the back of her hand. "You shouldn't have done that, Clissa," he gritted, and ran toward the woods, Clissa looking after him. And at that moment, she could have killed herself. Corey ran with his head up, straining with his legs and lungs and eyes at the long path. He puffed up the slope to the woods, agonized for breath after the 45 minutes heavy going. He couldn't even notice the damp smell of mold in the air. He caught a movement in a thicket to his right, and dropped. Struggling to keep his breath, he crept forward until he could see clearly. There was something in there all right, something black, keeping still. Corey relaxed his legs and torso completely to make it easier for his heart to pump some strength back into them, and slowly raised the 12-gauge until it bore on the thing hidden in the thicket. "Come out," Corey said when he could speak. Nothing happened. "Come out or by God I'll shoot," rasped Corey. There was a long moment of silence, and his finger tightened on the trigger. "You asked for it," he said, and as he fired, the thing leaped sideways into the open, screaming. It was a thin little man, dressed in sepulchral black, and bearing the rosiest baby face Corey had ever seen. The face was twisted with fright and pain. The man scrambled to his feet and hopped up and down, saying over and over, "Oh, my hand! Don't shoot again! Oh, my hand! Don't shoot again!" He stopped after a bit, when Corey had climbed to his feet, and he regarded the farmer out of sad, china-blue eyes. "You shot me," he said reproachfully, holding up a little bloody hand. "Oh, my goodness!" Corey said, "Now who the hell are you?" The man immediately became hysterical, mouthing such a flood of broken sentences that Corey stepped back a pace and half raised his gun in self-defense. It seemed to consist mostly of, "I lost my papers," and "I didn't do it," and "It was horrible, horrible, horrible," and "The dead man," and "Oh, don't shoot again." Corey tried twice to ask him a question, and then he stepped over and knocked the man down. He lay on the ground writhing and moaning and blubbering and putting his bloody hand to his mouth where Corey had hit him. "Now what's going on around here?" The man rolled over and sat up. "I didn't do it," he sobbed. "I didn't. I was walking along, and I heard the gun, and I heard some swearing, and an awful scream, and I went over there and peeped, and I saw the dead man, and I ran away, and you came, and I hid, and you shot me, and—" "Shut up!" The man did, as if a switch had been thrown. "Now," said Corey, pointing along the path, "you say there's a dead man up there?" The man nodded, and began crying in earnest. Corey helped him up. "Follow this path back to my farmhouse," he said. "Tell my wife to fix up your hand. Don't tell her anything else. And wait there until I come. Hear?" "Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Sniff." "Go on now." Corey gave him a gentle shove in the right direction, and went alone, in cold fear, up the path to the spot where he had found Alton the night before. He found him there now, too, and Kimbo. Kimbo and Alton had spent several years together in the deepest friendship. They had hunted and fought and slept together, and the lives they owed each other were finished now. They were dead together. It was terrible that they died the same way. Corey Drew was a strong man, but he gasped and fainted dead away when he saw what the thing of the mold had done to his brother and his brother's dog. The little man in black hurried down the path, whimpering and holding his injured hand, as if he rather wished he could limp with it. After a while, the whimper faded away, and the hurried stride changed to a walk as the gibbering terror of the last hour receded. He drew 2 deep breaths, said, "My goodness," and felt almost normal. He bound a linen handkerchief around his wrist, but the hand kept bleeding. He tried the elbow, and that made it hurt. So he stuffed the handkerchief back in his pocket, and simply waved the hand stupidly in the air until the blood clotted. He did not see the great moist horror that clumped along behind him, although his nostrils crinkled with its foulness. The monster had 3 holes close together on its chest, and 1 hole in the middle of its slimy forehead. It had 3 close-set pits in its back, and 1 on the back of its head. These marks were where Alton Drew's bullets had struck and passed through. Half of the monster's shapeless face was sloughed away, and there was a deep indentation on its shoulder. This was what Alton Drew's gun butt had done after he clubbed it and struck at the thing that would not lie down after he put his 4 bullets through it. When these things happened, the monster was not hurt or angry. It only wondered why Alton Drew acted that way. Now it followed the little man without hurrying at all, matching his stride step by step and dropping little particles of muck behind it. The little man went on out of the wood and stood with his back against a big tree at the forest's edge, and he thought. Enough had happened to him here. What good would it do to stay and face a horrible murder inquest, just to continue this silly, vague search? There was supposed to be the ruin of an old hunting lodge deep in this wood somewhere, and perhaps it would hold the evidence he wanted. But it was a vague report, vague enough to be forgotten without regret. It would be the height of foolishness to stay for all the Hicktown red tape that would follow that ghastly affair back in the wood. Ergo, it would be ridiculous to follow that farmer's advice, to go to his house and wait for him. He would go back to town. The monster was leaning against the other side of the big tree. The little man snuffled disgustedly at a sudden overpowering odor of rot. He reached for his handkerchief, fumbled, and dropped it. As he bent to pick it up, the monster's arm woofed heavily in the air where his head had been, a blow that would certainly have removed that baby-face protuberance. The man stood up, and would have put the handkerchief to his nose had it not been so bloody. The creature behind the tree lifted its arm again, just as the little man tossed the handkerchief away and stepped out into the field, heading across country to the distant highway that would take him back to town. The monster pounced on the handkerchief, picked it up, studied it, tore it across several times, and inspected the tattered edges. Then it gazed vacantly at the disappearing figure of the little man, and finding him no longer interesting, turned back into the woods. Babe broke into a trot at the sound of the shots. It was important to warn Uncle Alton about what her father had said, but it was more interesting to find out what he had bagged. Oh, he'd bagged it all right. Uncle Alton never fired without killing. This was about the first time she had ever heard him blast away like that. Must be a bear, she thought excitedly, tripping over a root, sprawling, rolling to her feet again, without noticing the tumble. She'd love to have another bearskin in her room. Where would she put it? Maybe they could line it, and she could have it for a blanket. Uncle Alton could sit on it and read to her in the evening. Oh, no. No. Not with this trouble between him and Dad. Oh, if she could only do something. She tried to run faster, worried and anticipating, but she was out of breath and went more slowly instead. At the top of the rise by the edge of the woods, she stopped and looked back. Far down into the valley lay the South 30. She scanned it carefully, looking for her father. The new furrows and the old were sharply defined, and her keen eyes saw immediately that Corey had left the line with the cultivator and had angled the team over to the shade trees without finishing his row. That wasn't like him. She could see the team now, and Corey's pale blue denim was nowhere in sight. She giggled lightly to herself as she thought of the way she would fool her father. And the little sound of laughter drowned out for her the sound of Alton's hoarse, dying scream. She reached and crossed the path, and slid through the brush beside it. The shots came from up around here somewhere. She stopped and listened several times, and then suddenly heard something coming toward her, fast. She ducked under cover, terrified, and a little baby-faced man in black, his blue eyes wide with horror, crashed blindly past her, the leather case he carried catching on the branches. It spun a moment, and then fell right in front of her. The man never missed it. Babe lay there for a long moment, and then picked up the case and faded into the woods. Things were happening too fast for her. She wanted Uncle Alton, but she dared not call. She stopped again and strained her ears. Back toward the edge of the wood, she heard her father's voice, and another's, probably the man who had dropped the briefcase. She dared not go over there. Filled with enjoyable terror, she thought hard, then snapped her fingers in triumph. She and Alton had played Injun many times up here. They had a whole repertoire of secret signals. She had practiced bird calls until she knew them better than the birds themselves. What would it be? Ah, blue jay. She threw back her head, and by some youthful alchemy produced a nerve-shattering screech that would have done justice to any jay that ever flew. She repeated it, and then twice more. The response was immediate. The call of a blue jay, 4 times, spaced 2 and 2. Babe nodded to herself happily. That was the signal that they were to meet immediately at the place. The place was a hideout that he had discovered and shared with her, and not another soul knew of it. An angle of rock beside a stream not far away. It wasn't exactly a cave, but almost. Enough so to be entrancing. Babe trotted happily away toward the brook. She had just known that Uncle Alton would remember the call of the blue jay and what it meant. In the tree that arched over Alton's scattered body perched a large jaybird, preening itself and shining in the sun. Quite unconscious of the presence of death, hardly noticing Babe's realistic cry, it screamed again 4 times, 2 and 2. It took Corey more than a moment to recover himself from what he had seen. He turned away from it and leaned weakly against a pine, panting. Alton. That was Alton lying there in parts. God! God, God, God! Gradually his strength returned, and he forced himself to turn again. Stepping carefully, he bent and picked up the .32-40. Its barrel was bright and clean, but the butt and stock were smeared with some kind of stinking rottenness. Where had he seen the stuff before? Somewhere. No matter. He cleaned it off absently, throwing the befouled bandana away afterward. Through his mind ran Alton's words. Was that only last night? I'm going to start tracking, and I'm going to keep tracking till I find the one done this job on Kimbo. Corey searched shrinkingly until he found Alton's box of shells. The box was wet and sticky. That made it better somehow. A bullet, wet with Alton's blood, was the right thing to use. He went away a short distance, circled around till he found heavy footprints, then came back. I'm a-trackin' for you, Bud, he whispered thickly, and began. Through the brush, he followed its wavering spoor, amazed at the amount of filthy mold about, gradually associating it with the thing that had killed his brother. There was nothing in the world for him any more but hate and doggedness. Cursing himself for not getting Alton home last night, he followed the tracks to the edge of the woods. They led him to a big tree there, and there he saw something else. The footprints of the little city man. Nearby lay some tattered scraps of linen, and— what was that? Another set of prints. Small ones. Small, stub-toed ones. Babe! No answer. The wind sighed. Somewhere a blue jay called. Babe stopped and turned when she heard her father's voice, faint with distance, piercing. Listen at him holler, she crooned delightedly. Gee, he sounds mad. She sent a jaybird's call disrespectfully back to him and hurried to the place. It consisted of a mammoth boulder beside the brook. Some upheaval in the glacial age had cleft it, cutting out a huge V-shaped chunk. The widest part of the cleft was at the water's edge, and the narrowest was hidden by bushes. It made a little ceilingless room, rough and uneven, and full of potholes and cavelets inside, and yet with quite a level floor. The open end was at the water's edge. Babe parted the bushes and peered down the cleft. "Uncle Alton," she called softly. There was no answer. Oh, well, he'd be along. She scrambled in and slid down to the floor. She loved it here. It was shaded and cool, and a chattering stream filled it with shifting golden lights and laughing gurgles. She called again, on principle, and then perched on an outcropping to wait. It was only then she realized that she still carried the little man's briefcase. She turned it over a couple of times, and then opened it. It was divided in the middle by a leather wall. On one side were a few papers in a large yellow envelope, and on the other some sandwiches, a candy bar, and an apple. With a youngster's complacent acceptance of manna from heaven, Babe fell to. She saved one sandwich for Alton, mainly because she didn't like its highly spiced bologna. The rest made quite a feast. She was a little worried when Alton hadn't arrived, even after she had consumed the apple core. She got up and tried to skim some flat pebbles across the roiling brook, and she stood on her hands, and she tried to think of a story to tell herself, and she tried just waiting. Finally, in desperation, she turned again to the briefcase, took out the papers, curled up by the rocky wall, and began to read them. It was something to do, anyway. There was an old newspaper clipping that told about strange wills that people had left. An old lady had once left a lot of money to whoever would make the trip from the Earth to the Moon and back. Another had financed a home for cats whose masters and mistresses had died. A man left thousands of dollars to the first person who could solve a certain mathematical problem and prove his solution. But one item was blue-penciled. It was, one of the strangest of wills still in force is that of Thaddeus M. Kirk, who died in 1920. It appears that he built an elaborate mausoleum with burial vaults for all the remains of his family. He collected and removed caskets from all over the country to fill the designated niches. Kirk was the last of his line. There were no relatives when he died. His will stated that the mausoleum was to be kept in repair permanently, and that a certain sum was to be set aside as a reward for whoever could produce the body of his grandfather, Roger Kirk, whose niche is still empty. Anyone finding this body is eligible to receive a substantial fortune. Babe yawned vaguely over this, but kept on reading because there was nothing else to do. Next was a thick sheet of business correspondence, bearing the letterhead of a firm of lawyers. The body of it ran, "In regard to your query regarding the will of Thaddeus Kirk, we are authorized to state that his grandfather was a man about 5 feet 5 inches, whose left arm had been broken, and who had a triangular silver plate set into his skull. There is no information as to the whereabouts of his death. He disappeared, and was declared legally dead after the lapse of 14 years. The amount of the reward, as stated in the will, plus accrued interest, now amounts to a fraction over $62,000. This will be paid to anyone who produces the remains, providing that said remains answer descriptions kept in our private files." There was more, but Babe was bored. She went on to the little black notebook. There was nothing in it but penciled and highly abbreviated records of visits to libraries, quotations from books with titles like History of Angelina and Tyler Counties, and Kirk Family History. Babe threw that aside, too. Where could Uncle Alton be? She began to sing tunelessly, "Tum-a-lum-a-lum, tum-ta-ta-ta," pretending to dance a minuet with flowing skirts, like a girl she had seen in the movies. A rustle of the bushes at the entrance to the place stopped her. She peeped upward, saw them being thrust aside. Quickly she ran to a tiny cul-de-sac in the rock wall, just big enough for her to hide in. She giggled at the thought of how surprised Uncle Alton would be when she jumped out at him. She heard the newcomer come shuffling down the steep slope of the crevice, and land heavily on the floor. There was something about the sound. What was it? It occurred to her that though it was a hard job for a big man like Uncle Alton to get through the little opening in the bushes, she could hear no heavy breathing. She heard no breathing at all. Babe peeped out into the main cave, and squealed in utmost horror. Standing there was, not Uncle Alton, but a massive caricature of a man, a huge thing like an irregular mud doll, clumsily made. It quivered, and parts of it glistened, and parts of it were dried and crumbly. Half of the lower left part of its face was gone, giving it a lopsided look. It had no perceptible mouth or nose, and its eyes were crooked, one higher than the other, both a dingy brown with no whites at all. It stood quite still, looking at her, its only movement a steady, unalive quivering. It wondered about the queer little noise Babe had made. Babe crept far back against a little pocket of stone, her brain running round and round in tiny circles of agony. She opened her mouth to cry out, and could not. Her eyes bulged, and her face flamed with a strangling effort, and the 2 golden ropes of her braided hair twitched and twitched as she hunted hopelessly for a way out. If only she were out in the open, or in the wedge-shaped half-cave where the thing was, or home in bed. The thing clumped toward her, expressionless, moving with a slow inevitability that was the sheer crux of horror. Babe lay wide-eyed and frozen, mounting pressure of terror stilling her lungs, making her heart shake the whole world. The monster came to the mouth of the little pocket, tried to walk to her, and was stopped by the sides. It was such a narrow little fissure, and it was all Babe could do to get in. The thing from the wood stood straining against the rock at its shoulders, pressing harder and harder to get to Babe. She sat up slowly, so near to the thing that its odor was almost thick enough to see, and a wild hope burst through her voiceless fear. It couldn't get in! It couldn't get in because it was too big! The substance of its feet spread slowly under the tremendous strain, and at its shoulder appeared a slight crack. It widened as the monster unfeelingly crushed itself against the rock, and suddenly a large piece of the shoulder came away, and the being twisted slushily 3 feet farther in. It lay quietly, with its muddy eyes fixed on her, and then brought one thick arm up over its head and reached. Babe scrambled in the inch farther she had believed impossible, and the filthy, clubbed hand stroked down her back, leaving a trail of muck on the blue denim of the shirt she wore. The monster surged suddenly, and lying full length now, gained that last precious inch. A black hand seized one of her braids, and for Babe, the lights went out. When she came to, she was dangling by her hair from that same crusted paw. The thing held her high, so that her face and its featureless head were not more than a foot apart. It gazed at her with a mild curiosity in its eyes, and it swung her slowly back and forth. The agony of her pulled hair did what fear could not do, gave her a voice. She screamed. She opened her mouth and puffed up her powerful young lungs, and she sounded off. She held her throat in the position of the first scream, and her chest labored and pumped more air through the frozen throat. Shrill and monotonous and infinitely piercing, her screams. The thing did not mind. It held her as she was, and watched. When it had learned all it could from this phenomenon, it dropped her jarringly, and looked around the half-cave, ignoring the stunned and huddled Babe. It reached over and picked up the leather briefcase, and tore it twice across, as if it were tissue. It saw the sandwich Babe had left, picked it up, crushed it, dropped it. Babe opened her eyes, saw that she was free, and just as the thing turned back to her, she dove between its legs and out into the shallow pool in front of the rock, paddled across, and hit the other bank screaming. A vicious little light of fury burned in her. She picked up a grapefruit-sized stone, and hurled it with all her frenzied might. It flew low and fast, and struck squashily on the monster's ankle. The thing was just taking a step toward the water. The stone caught it off balance, and its unpracticed equilibrium could not save it. It tottered for a long, silent moment at the edge, and then splashed into the stream. Without a second look, Babe ran shrieking away. Corey Drew was following the little gobs of mold that somehow indicated the path of the murderer, and he was nearby when he first heard her scream. He broke into a run, dropping his shotgun and holding the .32-40 ready to fire. He ran with such deadly panic in his heart that he ran right past the huge cleft rock and was 100 yards past it before she burst out through the pool and ran up the bank. He had to run hard and fast to catch her, because anything behind her was that faceless horror in the cave, and she was living for the one idea of getting away from there. He caught her in his arms and swung her to him, and she screamed on and on and on. Babe didn't see Corey at all, even when he held her and quieted her. The monster lay in the water. It neither liked nor disliked this new element. It rested on the bottom, its massive head a foot beneath the surface, and it curiously considered the facts that it had garnered. There was the little humming noise of Babe's voice that sent the monster questing into the cave. There was the black material of the briefcase that resisted so much more than green things when he tore it. There was the little two-legged one who sang and brought him near, and who screamed when he came. There was this new cold moving thing he had fallen into. It was washing his body away. That had never happened before. That was interesting. The monster decided to stay and observe this new thing. It felt no urge to save itself. It could only be curious. The brook came laughing down out of its spring, ran down from its source, beckoning to the sunbeams, and embracing freshets and helpful brooklets. It shouted and played with streaming little roots, and nudged the minnows and pollywogs about its tiny backwaters. It was a happy brook. When it came to the pool by the cloven rock, it found the monster there, and plucked at it. It soaked the foul substances, and smoothed and melted the molds, and the waters below the thing eddied darkly with its diluted matter. It was a thorough brook. It washed all it touched, persistently. Where it found filth, it removed filth. And if there were layer on layer of foulness, then layer by foul layer it was removed. It was a good brook. It did not mind the poison of the monster, but took it up and thinned it, and spread it in little rings round rocks downstream, and let it drift to the rootlets of water plants, that they might grow greener and lovelier. And the monster melted. I am smaller, the thing thought. That is interesting. I could not move now, and now this part of me which thinks is going too. It will stop in just a moment, and drift away with the rest of the body. It will stop thinking, and I will stop being. And that, too, is a very interesting thing. So the monster melted and dirtied the water, and the water was clean again, washing and washing the skeleton that the monster had left. It was not very big, and there was a badly healed knot on the left arm. The sunlight flickered on the triangular silver plate set into the pale skull, and the skeleton was very clean now. The brook laughed about it for an age. They found the skeleton, 6 grim-lipped men who came to find a killer. No one had believed Babe when she told her story days later. It had to be days later, because Babe had screamed for 7 hours without stopping, and had lain like a dead child for a day. No one believed her at all, because her story was all about the bad fella, and they knew that the bad fella was simply a thing that her father had made up to frighten her with. But it was through her that the skeleton was found, and so the men at the bank sent a check to the Drews for more money than they had ever dreamed about. It was old Roger Kirk, sure enough, that skeleton, though it was found 5 miles from where he had died, and sank into the forest floor, where the hot molds builded around his skeleton, and emerged a monster. So the Drews had a new barn, and fine new livestock, and they hired 4 men. But they didn't have Alton, and they didn't have Kimbo. And Babe screams at night, and has grown very thin. Cargo. Either alien, or very definitely not alien. Just different. Depends on how you use the word. Also written in 39 or early 40. England was at war, and I wrote out of my experience in the Merchant Marine. Also, it was a fun story. Later on, I stopped writing fun stories for a very long time. I got pretty grim, I did. I heard somebody say she was haunted. She wasn't haunted. There's another name for what ailed her, and I'll tell you about it if you like. I was aboard her when it started, and before. I knew every sheared rivet on her. I knew her when she was honest, a drab and prosaic member of our Merchant Marine. I saw what happened to her. She was one of those broad-shouldered old hulks, built by the dozen during War I. Her sisters lay rotting and rusting and waiting for a national emergency to prove their unseaworthiness. Okay. They make good shrapnel. Her name was Dawnlight. She was 7,000 tons, a black oil tanker, limped like a 3-legged dog, and was as beautiful as a wart. She could do 9 knots downhill with a fair wind and an impossible current. When she was loaded, she steered well until the loss of weight from burned fuel in the afterbunkers threw her down by the head, and then she proceeded as will any tanker with a loss back aft. When she was light, She drew 17 feet aft and nothing forward, so that when the wind blew abeam, she spun on her tail like a canoe. Yes, I knew her of old. She used to carry casing head. That's airplane gas that makes explosive vapors at around 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So one day, a fireman found casing head seeping through the seams of number 9 tank into the fire room and evaporating there. He fainted dead away, and the crew took to the boats during the night. The old man woke up at noon the next day screaming for his coffee, put 2 and 2 together, and with the help of 2 engineers and a messman, worked her into a cove in a small island off Cuba. It so happened that a very wealthy gentleman thereabouts turned up with a nice offer, with the result that the old man and his 3 finks made for Havana in a lifeboat with their pockets full of large bills, and the ship's log, which contained an entry describing her explosion and sinking. After that, she carried crude oil for the wealthy gentleman to war zones. Great sport. What made it such great sport was that not only did the Dawnlight have no business being afloat, but she had no business being in her particular business. Her nationality was determined by the contents of the flag locker, and her current log looked like a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. They'd run up one flag or another, and pick a log to suit. But she paid well, and she fed well, and if you could keep away from the ocean floor and the concentration camps, you'd find her good shipping. If you must commit suicide, you might as well get rich doing it. I caught her in a certain dry dock that makes a good thing out of doing quick work and asking few questions. Her skipper was a leathery old squarehead whose viscera must have been a little brown jug. Salt cracked off his joints when he moved. He was all man back aft, and all devil on the bridge, and he owned our souls. Not that that was much of a possession. The crew matched the ship, and they were the crummiest, crustiest, hard-bitten bunch of has-been human beings ever to bless the land by going to sea. Had to be that way. Any tanker is a 500-foot stick of dynamite, even if she isn't an outlaw. If she's loaded, she'll burn forever and a week, and if she's light, she'll go sky high and never come down. All she needs is a spark from somewhere. That can happen easily enough any time, but imagine dodging subs and pocket battleships on both sides of the Marshall fence. Swift, deadly backstabbers, carrying many and many a spark for our cargoes. We had nothing for protection but luck and the old man. We stuck to him. The Dawnlight was the only ship I'd have taken, feeling the way I was. Once in a while, the world gangs up on a guy, and he wants an out. The Dawnlight was mine. She'd pulled me through a couple of dark spots in the past. Once, when a certain dope fell and cracked his silly skull in a brawl over a girl, and I had to disappear for a while. And once, when I married the girl, and she took to blackmailing me for a living. Aside from all this, though, the Dawnlight was the only ship I could get aboard. I carried an ordinary seaman's certificate, endorsed for wiper. The Department of Commerce was very lenient with me, and let me keep those ratings after I ran a naval auxiliary tanker on the rocks. Passed out drunk on watch. Anyhow, the old man gave me the 8 to 12 watch as third mate, papers or no papers. It was that kind of a ship. He was that kind of a skipper. He had the idea that I was that kind of a sailor. We left the dry dock. It's up north somewhere, that'll do, and headed east and south. We were in ballast, carrying only 200 big cases of farm machinery in the 2 dry cargo holds. Farm machinery with steel-jacketed noses and percussion caps. Nice, chunky crates of tractors with rifled barrels. We followed the coastline pretty much, but stayed far off, out of the southbound steamer lanes. This wasn't long after the beginning of the war, when all hands ashore and afloat were excited about neutrality zones, so we wanted to keep our noses clean. However, we weren't too worried. We weren't the only gray-painted, unidentified hulk at sea by any means, and anyway, we had the skipper. We dropped down to about 33 degrees and headed due east. It was early fall, the hurricane season, but the weather was fine and mellow. We kept the morning sun a point off the starboard bow, and in the evening, we tore up the base of the shadow we threw ahead. The black gang talked of an unheard of 63 revolutions per minute from the engine, when she hadn't done better than 57 in the last 12 years. Every time I shot the sun or a star on my watch, the ship stood still and waited for me to get it, and I navigated as if I had a radio beam in my pocket. It didn't seem like the old Dawn Light anymore, with her rotten gear and her chewing gum caulking. It was a pleasure to work her. Even Cajun Joe's sea bread stopped giving me heartburn. Yes, it was too good to be true. So in the long run, it didn't turn out to be true. After we reached longitude 30 degrees, everything about that ship went haywire. Nothing was really wrong, only... Well, there was the matter of the sextants, for instance. 4 of them. Mine, and the first's, and the second's. But worst of all, the old man's ancient binocular-type monster. They all went just a little bit off. Enough to throw us 8 or 10 degrees off course. You see, after we passed 30, we changed course a shade north to head us up toward Gibraltar. And no sooner had we done that than clouds popped up from nowhere, and the weather got really thick. Nights we sailed in a black soup, and days we sailed in a white one, and the compass was the only thing that would even admit where we might be. Things got screwy. The revolution counter said we were making a wobbly 7.2 knots. The patent log claimed an even 6. But it wasn't until the 3rd day of fog, about 5 bells on my morning watch, that we really found out that we were being led astray. About the sextants, I mean. There was a hole in the clouds, high on the starboard beam. I saw it coming up, figured it would show the sun, and whistled up the old man and the mate. I was right. It was a small hole, and as the 3 of us lined up on the wing of the bridge with our sextants, the second came bumbling sleepily up with his. Old Johnny Weiss was at the wheel, steadying the lubber line onto the compass card, the only way an old shellback trained in sail can steer a ship. "Watch the clock, Johnny," I said, and got the image of that cloud hole on my mirror. "Hi," he said, which was the nearest any of us came to "Aye, aye, sir," on that scow. We froze there, the 4 of us, each sextant steady as a rock, waiting for the gleam. It came, and the old man said, "Hup," and we fixed our arcs. We got the time from Johnny. The old clock in the wheelhouse was chronometer enough for us, and we broke out our tables. Our 4 sights came out close enough. Position, 31 degrees, 17 minutes north, 33 degrees, 9 minutes, 40 seconds west, which landed us about 400 miles due east of the Madeiras. We found that if we split the difference between the distance run given by the deck and engine logs, we'd reach that position by dead reckoning. It looked good. Too good. The Dawn Light was balky steering, what with her outmoded hydraulic telemotor and her screw-type steering engine. She'd never performed that way. As soon as I was alone in the chart house, I went over my figures. Everything was jake, but the primary mirror on my sextant was askew, slipped down a bit in its frame. Why, a thing like that could prove us 150 miles off course. It had never happened before. It was a new sextant, and I took care of it. Now how in... I slipped down to the old man's office and went in. He and the mate were bent over the desk. They straightened as I came in. "Captain, what reading did you get on your sun gun?" he asked me before I could finish my speech. I told him. He scratched his head and looked at the mate. The mate said, "Yeah, me too." He was a Boston Irishman named Toole, 4'11" in his shoes. He was wanted for 4 very elaborate murders. He collected 17th century miniatures. "I got the same thing, only my sextant's on the bum. That couldn't be right. Look, the eyepiece on the scope is off-center. Look now here." The old man took down his behemoth and showed me a gradation plate sliding around loosely over its pulled rivets. "Just by accident, I got the same." "My gosh! That's what I came down to tell you, Skipper. Look at this." I showed him the loose mirror on my instrument. Just then Harry, the second mate, edged into the room. He always edged through doors on the mistaken assumption that he was thinner fore and aft than he was across the beam. It was hard to tell. Harry saw everything and said nothing, and if he was as innocent as he hugely looked, he would not have been aboard the Dawnlight. He said, "Cap, my reading on that sight was off. My sextant has gone gebroken. Don't tell me this too." "Why, yeah. 4 sextants go exactly the same amount off at the same time for 4 different reasons," said Toole, examining a bent arc track on Harry's sun gun. The captain sighed. No one said anything for a minute, and we hardly noticed it when the captain's deck lamp winked off. The engine room speaking tube shrieked, and I answered it because I was nearest. I heard, "Skipper?" "Third mate." "Tell the old man that number 2 generator just threw its armature. Cracked the casing all to hell." "What's the matter with number 1? "Damn if I know. Fused solid 2 hours ago, and no spares for anything, and no cable to wind a new armature." "Okay." I turned and told the skipper. He almost laughed. "I was just going to say that we'd have to take a radio bearing on Gibraltar and Faisal. Hey, didn't you tell me, Harry, that there was no acid for the batteries on the radio?" "I did." "Hey." The skipper drummed for a moment on his desk, looking at me without seeing me. Then he saw me. "What the dirty hell are you doing down here when you're on watch? Get up there!" I got. There were times when you couldn't play around with the old boy. Up on deck, the weather looked the same. The sea was slick, and the air was warm, and I had to fumble around to locate the bridge ladder. Johnny was steering steadily, easily, a couple of spokes each way every couple of minutes. He was the only man aboard that had the feel of that crazy ship, with her warped keel, and her scored and twisted propeller. He looked up at me as I stepped into the wheelhouse, and grunted. "What's up, Johnny?" "Reckon you know where we are, huh?" "I reckon." No sense in getting the crew talking. Sailors gossip like a bridge club, and for the same reason. Grouped people with the same basic interests. I've seen 3/4 of a crew packed up and ready to leave because some wiseacre started the rumor that a ship was going to be sold for scrap at the next port. Johnny grunted, and I went into the chart room to monkey with that slipped glass in my sextant. The way the weather looked, I'd never have a chance to use it again. But then you can't tell about an African coastwise fog. What had made Johnny so quizzical? The more I tried to think of something else, the more that bothered me. About 10 minutes later, working on the theory that the last word said before a long pause is the one that sticks, I went back into the wheelhouse and asked, "Why do you want to know?" "Oh, nothing." He spat, and the tobacco juice rang a knell on the cuspidor. "Just thinking." "Come on, give." "Well, seems to me we've been steering east but nor'east about 2 days, right?" "So?" "Yous guys was so busy peeking through your sextants at the big light that you didn't see it was in the wrong place." "The sun? In the wrong place?" "Yep." Steerin' east but nor'east this time of year, hereabouts. Seems to me the sun'd show about broad on the bow at 10:30 in the mornin'. Well? So it shows up high and dead abeam. Don't seem right, somehow. He was right. I went and sat down on the pilot's stool. Radio dead, sextant's haywire. All we have is the compass, and gold old Bowditch's dead reckoning tables. And now, the compass? Johnny, are you sure you were on course when we took that sight? His silence was eloquent. Old Johnny Weiss could steer anything with a rudder, unless it had a steering oar, and then he was better than most. If we had a radio, we could check the compass. We had no radio. If we could get a sun sight, we wouldn't need the radio. We couldn't get a sun sight. We were lost as hell. We were steering a rock-steady compass course on a ship that was pounding the miles away under her counter as she had never done before. And she was heading bravely into nowhere. An ordinary seaman popped in. "Lost the patent log, sir." Before I could say, "Oh, well, it didn't work anyway," the engine room tube piped up. "Well?" I said into it, in the tone that means, "Now what?" It was the third engineer again. "Is the skipper up there?" "No. What is it?" "A lot of things happen," wailed the third. "Why do they all have to happen to me?" "You don't know, shipmate. You don't know. What's up?" "The rev counter arm worked loose and fell into the crank pit. The IP piston grabbed it and hauled counter and all in. God almighty, what goes on here? We jinxed?" "Seems as though," I said, and whistled down the captain's tube to report the latest. Everything depended on our getting a sun sight now. We might have calculated our speed at least from the revolution readings, a tide chart, and a prop slip table. The Admiralty charts don't give a damn about this particular section of seawater. Why should they? There's supposed to be a deep around the Madeiras somewhere, but then again there's flat sand aplenty off Africa. Even the skipper's luck wouldn't pull us out of this. I had a feeling. Damn it, we couldn't even hail a ship if we met one. It would be bound to turn out a Q ship or a sub-chaser, tickled to death to pinch our cargo. Farm machinery. Phooey! The saloon messman came up carrying clean sheets for the chart room cot. I knew what that meant. The bridge was going to be the skipper's little home until we got out of this. If we did. I was dead beat. Things like this couldn't happen. They couldn't. We had a council of war that night, right after I came on watch, the captain and I. Nothing had happened all day. The sun came out only once, on the 12 to 4, and ducked in again so quickly that Harry couldn't get to his sextant. He did set the Polaris on it, but the ship rolled violently because of some freak current just as he sighted, and the altitude he got was all off. There'd been nothing else. Oh, yes. We'd lost 3 heaving lines over the side, trying to gauge our speed with a chip. The darndest thing about it was that everything else was going as well as it possibly could. The cook had found 9 crates of really fancy canned goods in the linen locker. Lord knows how long they'd been there. It was just as if they'd been dropped out of nowhere. The engines ran without a hitch. The low-pressure cylinder lost its wheeze, and in the washrooms, we got hot water when we wanted it instead of cold water or steam. Even the mattresses seemed softer. Only we just didn't know where we were. The old man put his hand on my shoulder and startled me, coming up behind me in the darkness that way. I was standing out on the wing of the bridge. "What's the matter? Worried about the weather?" he asked me. He was funny that way, keeping us on our toes with his furies and his, what was it? Kindnesses. "Well, yes, Captain. I don't like the looks of this." He put his elbows on the combing. "I tell you, boy, we ain't got nothing to fret about." "Oh, I guess not. But I don't go for this hide-and-go-seek business." I could feel him regarding me carefully out of the corners of his eyes. "I want to tell you something. If I said this to the mate, or Harry, or one of the black gang, they would say, 'I think the old squarehead is sucking wind. He must be getting old.' But I tell you—" I was flattered. "This is an old ship, but she is good. I am going to be sorry to turn her over to someone else." "What are you talking about, Skipper? You're not quitting when we get back." "No, before that. That's all I worry about, you see. This will be the first command I lost half a trip out. I was master of 32 ships, but I always left them in their home port. It won't be like that now." I was more than a little taken aback. I'd never seen the stringy old gun runner sentimental about his ship before. This was the first time I'd ever heard him mention it in printable terms. But what was all this about losing his command? "What's the matter, Captain? Think we'll go to camp?" That was a dawn-light idiom, and meant being picked up by a warship of some kind. "No, boy. Nothing like that. They can't touch us. Nobody can touch us now. Ah, hear that?" He pointed far out to port. The night was very still, with hardly a sound but the continual seethe of millions of bursting bubbles slithering past the ship's side. But far out in the fog was an insistent splashing, that heavy smacking splash that every seaman knows. "Porpoise," I said. The skipper tugged at my elbow and led me through the wheelhouse to the other wing. "Listen." There it was again, on the starboard side. "Must be quite a few of 'em," I said laconically, a little annoyed that he should change the subject that way. "There is plenty, but they are not porpoises." "Blackfish?" "They is not fish, too. They is something you have seen in books. They is women with tails on." "What?" "Okay, I was kidding. Call me when you are relieved." In the green glow from the starboard running light, I saw him hand me a piercing gaze. Then he shambled back to the chart room. A little bit short of breath, I went into the wheelhouse and lit a cigarette. The cuspidor rang out, and I waited for Johnny to speak. "The skipper ain't nuts," he said casually. "Somebody is," I returned. "You heard him, then?" "Listen. If the skipper told me the devil himself was firing on the 12-4, then the devil it would be." Johnny was fiercely loyal under that armor of easy talk. "I've heard them porpoises of yours for 3 days now. Porpoises don't follow a ship 200 yards off. They'll jump the bow way for a few minutes, and then hightail, or they'll cross your bow and play away. These is different. I've gone 5 degrees off to port, and then to starboard to see if I could draw 'em. Nope, they keep their distance." Johnny curled some shag under his lip. "Aw, that's screwy, Johnny." He shrugged. "You've shipped with the old man before. He sees more than most of us." And that's all he'd say. It was about 2 days later that we began to load. Yeah, that's what I said. We didn't dock, and we didn't discharge our farm machinery. We took on whatever it was our cargo turned out to be. It was on the 4 to 8 in the evening, when the white fog was just getting muddy in the dusk. I was dead asleep when the ship sat down on her tail, stuck her bow up, and heeled over. The engine stopped, and I got up from the corner of my room where the impact had flung me. She lay still on her side, and hell was breaking loose. Toole had apparently fallen up against the fire alarm button, and the lookout forward was panicky and ringing a swing symphony on the bell. A broken steam line was roaring bloody murder, and so was the second mate. The whistle, at least, was quiet. It had fallen with a crash from the Pat Finnegan pipe. I leaned against the wall and crouched into a pair of pants and staggered out on deck. I couldn't see a blasted thing. If the fog had been thick before, it was 20 times as thick now. Someone ran into me, and we both went skittering into the scuppers. It was the mate on his way down to the captain's room. Why the old man wasn't on the bridge, I couldn't savvy, unless it had to do with that peculiar attitude of resignation about his imagined loss of command. "What the hell?" I wanted to know. Toole said, "Who is that? Third mate?" "Oh, I don't know. We've hit something. We're right on top of it. Ain't rocks. Didn't hear any plates go. Isn't sand. No sandbank this size could stay this far from land." "Where's the skipper?" "In his room, far as I know. Come on, let's roll him out." We groped our way to the alleyway door and into the midship house. Light was streaming from the skipper's room, and as we approached the door, we heard the rare, drawn-out chuckle. I'll never forget the shock of seeing this best of captains, a man who had never dented a bilge plate in his life, sprawled back in his tilted swivel chair with his feet on a tilted desk, chuckling into a tilted bottle of scotch. Toole squawked, "Cap'n, we've struck something." The skipper giggled. He had a terrific load on. I leaned past Toole and shook him. "Skipper, we've struck." He looked at us blearily. "Hey, sit down, boys. The trip is over. We have not struck. We is just finished. Hey." "Clear the boats," Toole said aside to me. The skipper heard him. "Wait," he said furiously, and lurched to his feet. "I am still in command here. Don't lower no boats. We are not in distress, you hear? Hey, we are loading. I know all about it. Go and see for yourselves, so you don't believe me." Toole stared at the captain for a moment. I stood by. If Toole decided the old man was nuts, he'd take over. If not, then the squarehead was still running the show. Suddenly, Toole leaned over and cut the master switch on the alarm system. It had a separate little battery circuit of its own, and was the only thing electrical aboard that still operated. The silence was deafening as the alarm bells throughout the ship stilled, and we could hear a bumble of voices from back aft as the crew milled about. They were a steady bunch. There would be no panic. Toole beckoned me out of the room and left. Once we were outside, he said, "What do you think?" "I think I don't know, Toole. He's a seaman first, and a human being afterward. If he says we're not in distress, it's likely true. Course, he's drunk." Toole snorted. "He thinks better when he's drunk. Come on, let's look around." We dropped down the ladder. The ship lay still. She was careened, probably with her starboard side under water and the starboard rail awash. Toole said, "Let's go to port. Maybe we can see what it is we've hit." We had to go on all fours to get up there, so steeply was the deck canted. It did us no good. There was nothing to be seen anywhere but fog. Toole clung with one arm to the chain rail and puffed. "Can't see a thing down there, can you?" I hung over the edge. "Can't even see the water line." "Let's go down to the starboard side. She must be awash there." She was. I stepped ankle-deep into sea-water before I knew where I was. The sea was dead calm, and the fog was a solid thing. And something was holding the ship heeled over. I tell you, it was a nasty feeling. If only we knew what was under us. And then, we saw the ship being loaded. May I never see another sight like that one. As if to tease and torture us, the fog swirled silently away from the ship's side, leaving a little dim island of visibility for us to peer into. We could see 50 or 60 feet of deck, and the chain rails fore and aft dipping into the sea at our feet. And we could see a round patch of still water with its edges wetting the curtain of fog. And on that patch of water were footprints. We both saw them at the same time and froze, speechless. Coming toward us over the water, they were dozens of them. The water was like a resilient, glossy sheet of paving, and the impression of dozens, hundreds of feet ran across it to the ship. But there was nothing making the footprints. Just footprints. Oh my God! There were big splay ones, and big slow ones, and little swift ones, and plodding ones. Once something long and invisible crept with many legs up to the ship, and once little pointed feet, high-arched, tripped soundlessly over the chains, and something fell sprawling a yard from where we stood. There was no splash, but just the indentation in the water of a tiny, perfect body that rolled and squirmed back onto its feet, and ran over to the deck and disappeared. I suddenly felt that I was in the midst of a milling crowd of people. Nothing touched me, and yet all around me was the pressure of scores of beings who jostled each other and pushed and shoved in their eagerness to get aboard. It was ghastly. There was no menace in it, nor anything to fear, except that here was a thing that could not be understood. The fog closed down suddenly, and for a long moment we stood there, feeling the pressure of that mob of passengers. And then I reached out and found the mate's arm and tugged him toward the midship house. We crawled up the canted ladder and stood by the glow from the lamp in the captain's room. "It's a lot of goddamn nonsense," I said weakly. I didn't know whether or not Toole agreed with me. The skipper's voice came loosely from the porthole. "Hey, I certainly thank you for the scotch, I do. What a deal! What a deal!" And he burst out into a horrible sound that might have been laughter in his cracked and grating voice. I stared in. He was nodding and grinning at the forward bulkhead, toasting it with a pony of firewater. "He's seeing things," said the mate abruptly. "Maybe all the rest of us are blind," I said, and the mate's dazed expression made me wonder, too, why I had said that. Without another word, he went above to take over the bridge, while I went aft to quiet the crew. We lay there for 14 hours, and all the while that invisible invasion continued. There was nothing any of us could do, and crazy things began happening. Any one of them might have happened to any of us once in a while, but, well, judge for yourself now. When I came on watch that night, there was nothing to do but stand by, since we were hove to, and I set Johnny to polishing brass. He got his polish and his rag and got to work. I mooned at the fog from the wheelhouse window, and in about 10 minutes I heard Johnny cuss and throw rag and can over the side. "What gives, Johnny?" "Ain't no use doing this job. Must be the fog." He pointed to the binnacle cover. "The tarnish smells the polish and fades off all around me rag. Only where I rub it comes in stronger." It was true. All the places he had rubbed were black-green, and around those spots the battered brass gleamed brilliantly. I told John to go have himself a cup of coffee, and settled down on the stool to smoke. No cigarettes in the right pocket of my dungarees. None in the left. I knew I'd put a pack there. "Damn," I muttered. "Now what was I looking for? Cigarettes? But I had a pack of cigarettes in my hand. Was I getting old or something? I tried to shrug it off. I must have had them there all the time, only... Well, things like that don't happen to me. I'm not absent-minded. I pulled out a smoke and stuck it in my chops, fumbling for a match. Now where... Did some more cussing. No matches. What good is a fag to a guy without a... I gagged suddenly on too much smoke. Why was I looking for a match? My cigarette was lit. When a sailor starts to get the jitters, he usually begins to think about the girl he left behind him. It was just my luck to be tied up with one I didn't want to think about. I simply went into a daze while I finished that haunted cigarette. After a while, Johnny came back carrying a cup of coffee for me. Now I like my coffee black. Wet a spoon in it, and dip it in the sugar barrel, and that's enough sugar for me. Johnny handed me the cup, and I took the saucer off the rim. The coffee was creamed. On a ship, that means evaporated milk, and sweet as a soft caramel. Damn it, Johnny, you know how I like my coffee. What's the idea of this? What? I showed him. When he saw the pale liquid, he recoiled as if there had been a snake curled up on the saucer instead of a cup. So help me, Third, I didn't put a drop of milk in that cup, nor sugar neither. I growled, and threw cup and saucer over the side. I couldn't say anything to Johnny. I knew he was telling the truth. Oh, well, maybe there happened to be some milk and sugar in the cup he used, and he didn't notice it. It was a weak sort of excuse, but I clung to it. At 6 bells, the second heaved himself up the ladder. Okay, you're relieved, he said. At 11 o'clock? What's the idea? Oh, his huge bulk pulsed as he panted, and he was sweating. I couldn't sleep, that's all. Shove off. I'll be damned. First time I ever heard of you rolling out before you were called, Harry. What's the matter? This canting too much for you? The ship still lay over at about 47 degrees. No, I can sleep through twice that. It was... Oh, go below, Third. Okay. Course and speed the same, 0-0. The wind is on the weather side, and we're running between the anchors. The bow is dead ahead, and the smokestack is aft. The temperature... Dry up, will ya? The temperature is mighty hot around the second mate. What's eating you, Harry? I'll tell you, he said suddenly very softly, so Johnny couldn't hear. It was my bunk. It was full of spikes. I could feel 'em, but I couldn't see 'em. I've got the blue willies, Third. He mopped his expansive face. I slapped him on the back and went aft, laughing. I was sorry I had laughed. When I turned into my bunk, it was full of cold, wet worms that crept and crawled and sent me mooning and shuddering to the deck, to roll up in the carpet for some shut-eye. No, I couldn't see them. We left there, wherever there was, about 14 hours after we struck. What it was that had stopped the ship, we never did find out. We took soundings all around, and got nothing but deep water. Whatever it was that the ship was lying on was directly underneath the turn of the bilge, so that no sounding lead could strike it. After the first surprise of it, we almost got used to it. It and the fog, thick as banked snow, that covered everything. And all the while, the loading went on. When it began, that invisible crowding centered around the section of the starboard well deck that was awash. But in a few hours it spread to every part of the ship. Everywhere you went you saw nothing, and you actually felt nothing. And yet there was an increasing sense of being crowded, jostled. It happened at breakfast, 7:20. The skipper was there, and the mate, though he should have been on the bridge. Harry rolled in too, 300 pounds of fretful wanness. I gathered that there were still spikes in his bunk. Being second mate, his watch was the 12 to 4, and breakfast was generally something he did without. The captain lolled back in his chair, leaning against the canted deck and grinning. It made me sore. I refused the bottle he shoved at me, and ordered my eggs from the messman. "Nah, don't be that way," said the skipper. "Everything is under control. We is all going to get a bonus, and nobody is going to get hurt." "I don't savvy you, Cap'n," I said brusquely. "Here we are high and dry in the middle of an African pea super, with everything aboard gone haywire, and you're tickled to death. If you know what's going on, you ought to tip us off." The mate said, "He's got something there, Captain. I want to put a boat over the side at least, and have a look at what it is that's grounded us. I told you that last night, and you wouldn't let a boat leave the chocks. What's the idea? Don't you want to know?" The captain dipped a piece of sea bread into the remains of 4 eggs on his plate. "Look, boys, didn't I pull you out of a lot of spots before this? Did I ever let you down yet? Hey, well, I won't now." The mate looked exasperated. Okay, but this calls for a little more than seamanship, skipper." "Not from you, it don't," flared the captain. "I know what goes on, but if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. You'll make out all right." I decided to take matters into my own hands. Toole, he's got some silly idea that the ship is out of our hands. Told me the other night. He's seeing ghosts. He says we were surrounded by women mit tails on. The mate cocked an eyebrow at the old man. The captain lurched to his feet. "Well, it's true. And I bet you your trip's pay against mine that I got one for myself. We is taking on a cargo of—" He swallowed noisily, and put his face so close to mine that our foreheads nearly touched. "Where the hell you think I got this whiskey?" he bellowed. "Somebody has chartered this ship, and we'll get paid. What you care who it is? You never worried before." He stamped out. Harry laughed hollowly, his 4 pale chins bobbing. "I guess that tells you off, Third." "I'll be damned," I said hotly. "I trust the old man as much as anyone, but I'm not going to take much more of this." "Take it easy, man," soothed Harry. He reached for the canned milk. "A lot of this is fog and imagination. Until the skipper does something endangering crew, ship, or cargo, we've got no kick." "What do you call staying in his room when the ship rams something?" "He seems to know it's all right. Let it go, mate. We're okay so far. When the fog clears, everything will be Jake. You're letting your imagination run away with you." He stared at Toole, and upended the milk can over his cup. Ink came out. I clutched the edge of the slanting table, and looked away and back again. It was true enough. Black ink out of a milk can I'd seen the messman open 3 minutes before. I didn't say anything, because I couldn't. Neither Toole nor Harry noticed it. Harry put the can on the table, and it slid down toward Toole. "All right," said Toole. "We'll keep our trap shut until the skipper pulls something really phony. But I happen to know we have a cargo consigned to a Mediterranean port, and when and if we get off this sandbank, or whatever it is, I'm going to see that it's delivered. A charter is a charter." He picked up the can and poured. Blood came out. It drove me absolutely screwball. He wouldn't watch what he was doing. Harry was working on a pile of scrambled eggs, and the mate was looking at me, and my stomach was missing beats. I muttered something and went up to the bridge. Every time there was some rational explanation developing, something like that had to happen. Know why I couldn't pipe up about what I had seen? Because after the ink and the blood hit their coffee, it was cream. You don't go telling people that you're bats. It was 10 minutes to 8, but as usual, Johnny Weiss was early. He was a darn good quartermaster, one of the best I ever sailed with. A very steady guy, but I didn't go for the blind trust he expressed in the skipper. That was all right to a certain extent, but now... "Anything you want done?" he asked me. "No, Johnny. Stand by." "Johnny, what would you do if the officers decided the captain was nuts and put him in irons?" "I'd borrow one of the old man's guns and shoot the irons off him," said my quartermaster laconically. "And then I'd stand over him and take his orders." Johnny was a keynote in the crew. We were asking for real trouble if we tried anything. It was no use. All we could do was to wait for developments. At 8 bells, on the button, we floated again, and the lurch of it threw every man jack off his feet. With a splash and a muffled scraping, the dawnlight settled deeply from under our feet, righted herself, rolled far over to the other side, and then gradually steadied. After I got up off my back, I rang a standby on the engine room telegraph, whistled down the skipper's speaking tube, and motioned Johnny behind the wheel. He got up on the wheel mat as if we were leaving the dock in a seaport. Not a quiver. Old Johnny was 1 in a million. I answered the engine room. "All steamed up and ready to go down here," said the third engineer's voice. "And I think we'll have that generator running in another 20 minutes. "Good stuff," I said, and whistled for the skipper. He must have felt that mighty lurch. I couldn't imagine why he wasn't on the bridge. He answered sleepily, "Well?" "We're afloat," I spluttered. "So? What do you want to do? Lay here? Or are we going someplace?" There was silence for a long time. So long that I called and asked him if he was still on the other end of the tube. "I was getting my orders," he said. "Yes, we go. Full speed ahead." "What course?" "How should I know? I'm through now, third. You'll get your orders." "From Toole?" "No." "Hey, if you ain't captain, who is?" "I wouldn't know about that. Full speed ahead." The plug on his end of the tube clicked into place, and I turned toward Johnny, uncertain what to do. "He said full ahead, didn't he?" asked Johnny quietly. "Yeah, but—" "Aye, aye, sir," he said with just a trace of sarcasm, and pulled the handle of the telegraph over from standby to full ahead. I put out my hand, and then shrugged and stuck it in my pocket. I'd tell Toole about it when I came off watch. "As you go," I said, not looking at the compass. "As she goes, sir," said Johnny, and began to steer as the shudder of the engines pounded through the ship. The mate came up with Harry at noon, and we had a little confab. Toole was rubbing his hands and visibly expanding under the warmth of the bright sun, which had shone since 3 bells with a fierce brilliance, as if it wanted to make up for our 3 days of fog. "How'll she go?" he asked me. "Due west," I said meaningly. "What? And we have a cargo for the Mediterranean?" "I only work here," I said. "Skipper's orders." Harry shrugged. "Then west it is, that's all I say," he grunted. "Do you want to get paid this trip?" snapped Toole. He picked up the slip on which I had written the ship's position, which I'd worked out as soon as I could after the sun came out. "We're due south of the Madeiras and heading home," he went on. "How do you think those arms shippers are going to like our returning with their cargo? This is the payoff." Harry tried to catch his arm, but he twisted away and strode into the wheelhouse. The 12-4 quartermaster hadn't relieved Johnny Weiss yet. "Change course," barked the mate, his small, chunky body trembling. "East-northeast." Johnny looked him over coolly and spat. "Captain changes course, mate." "Then change course," Toole roared. "The squarehead's nuts. From now on, I'm running this ship." "I ain't been told of it," said Johnny quietly, and steadied on his westerly course. "Well, by God, I'm the mate," Toole said. "You've had no orders from that lunatic to disregard a command of a superior officer. Steer east." Weiss gazed out of the wheelhouse window, taking his time about thinking it over. The mate had made his point. To refuse further would be rank insubordination. Though Johnny was strong in his loyalty to the skipper, he was too much of a seaman to be pig-headed about this until he knew a little better where he stood. "East it is, sir," he said, and his eyes were baleful. He hauled at the wheel, and a hint of a grin cracked his leathery face. "She won't answer, sir." I saw red. "Go below," I growled, and butted him from behind the wheel with my shoulder. He laughed aloud and went out. I grasped the two top spokes, hunched my shoulders, and gave a mighty heave. There was suddenly no resistance at all on the wheel, and my own violence threw me heels over crupper into the second mate, and we spun and tumbled, all his mass of lard on top of me. It was like lying under an anchor. The wind was knocked out of him, and he couldn't move. I was smothering, and the mate was too surprised to do anything but stare. When Harry finally rolled off me, it was a good 2 minutes before I could move. "Damn that quartermaster," I gasped when we were on our feet again. "Wasn't his fault," wheezed Harry. "He really tried to spin the wheel." Knowing Johnny, I had to agree. He'd never pull anything like that. I scratched my head and turned to the mate. He was steering now, apparently without any trouble at all. "Don't tell me you can turn the ship." He grinned. "All it needed was a real helmsman," he ribbed me. And then the engine stopped, and the telegraph rang and spun over to stop, and the engine room tube squealed. "Now what?" "I don't know," came the third's plaintive voice. "She just quit on us." "Okay. Let us know when you've shot the trouble." The engineer rang off. "Now what the hell?" said the mate. I shrugged. "This is a jinxed trip," I said. I verified the stop signal on the telegraph. Harry said, "I don't know what's got into you guys. The skipper said something about a new charter. He don't have to tell us who gave it to us." "He don't have to keep us in the dark, either," said Toole. Then, glancing at the compass, he said, "Look at that! She's swinging back to west." I looked over his shoulder. Slowly the ship was turning in the gentle swell, back to due west. And just as she came to 270 degrees on the card, the engines began to pound. "Ah," said the mate, and verified the full ahead gong that had just rung. The third whistled up again, and reported that he was picking fluff off his oilskins. "I'm going on the wagon," he said. "She quits by herself, and starts by herself, and I'm going to bust out crying if it keeps up." And that's how we found out that the ship, with this strange cargo, insisted on having her head. For every time we tried to change course, the engines would stop, or a rudder cable would break, or the steering engine would quit. What could we do? We stood our watches and ran our ship as if nothing were the matter. If we hadn't, we'd have gone as mad as we thought we already were. Harry noticed a strange thing one afternoon. He told me about it when we came off watch. "You know that box of books in the chart room?" he asked me. I did. It was an American Merchant Marine Library Association book chest, left aboard from the time the ship was honest. I'd been pretty well all through it. There were a few textbooks on French and Spanish, half a dozen detective novels, a pile of 10-year-old magazines, and a miscellaneous collection of pamphlets and unclassifiable. "Well, about 3 o'clock, I hear a noise in the chart room," said Harry, "and I have a look. Well, sir, them books is heaving themselves up out of the chest and spilling on the deck. Most of 'em was just tossed around, but a few was stacking in a neat heap near the bulkhead. I only saw it for a second, and then it stopped, like I'd caught someone at the job. But I couldn't see no one there." He stopped and licked his lips and wheezed. I looks at that pile of books, and they was all to do with North America and the United States. A couple of history books, an atlas, a guidebook to New York City, a book on the national parks, all such. Well, I goes back into the wheelhouse, and a few minutes later I peeks in again. All them books on America was open in different places in the chart room, and the pages was turning like someone was reading them. Only, there just wasn't nobody there. What the hell was it that we had aboard, that wanted to know about the United States, that had replaced our captain with a string of coincidence, that had chartered the ship? I'd had enough. I firmly swore that if I ever got back to the States, police or no, I'd get off this scow and stay off her. A man can stand just so much. About 3 days out, the torpedo boat picked us up. She was a raider, small and gray, and fast and wicked, and she belonged to a nation that likes to sink arms and runners. One of the nations, I mean. I had just come off watch, and was leaning on the taffrail when I saw her boiling along behind us, overtaking. I ran forward, collaring an ordinary seaman. "Run up some colors," I said. "I don't give a damn what ones. Hurry!" Pounding up the ladder, I hauled Toole out of the wheelhouse, pointed out the raider, and dived for the radio shack, which was some good to us now that the generator was going again. I sat down at the key and put on a headset. Sure enough, in a second or two I heard, "What ship is that? Where from? Where bound?" repeated in English, French, German, and Spanish. I'd have called the skipper, but had given him up as a bad job. Toole came in. "They want to know who we are," I said excitedly. "Who are we?" "Wait till I look at the flag the kid is running up," he said. He went to the door, and I heard him swear and whistle. "Give a look," he said. Flying from the masthead was a brilliant green flag on which was a unicorn, rampant. I'd seen it. Where was it? Years ago. Oh, yes, that was it. In a book of English folk tales. That was supposed to be the standard of Oberon and Titania, king and queen of the fairies, the little folk. Dazed, I turned to the key and began pounding. I didn't even realize what I was sending. Some imp controlled my hand, and not until it was sent did I realize I had said, "SS Princess of Birmingham, Liverpool, bound for Calais with a load of airplane parts." "Thank you," said the raider, and put a shell across our bow. Toole had gone back to the bridge, and I sat there sweating and wondering what the hell to do about this. Of all stupid things to say to an enemy raider. The engine vibration suddenly became labored, and the ship slowed perceptibly. Oh, of course. The old wagon would pick a time like this to become temperamental. I beat my skull with my fists and groaned. This was curtains. The raider was abeam and angling toward us. Heave to! She kept buzzing through my phones. Through the porthole beside me, I could already see the men moving about on her narrow decks. I turned to my key again and sent the commander of the raider some advice on a highly original way to amuse himself. In answer, he brought his 4 swivel guns to bear on us. The bridge tube whistled. Toole said, "What the hell did you say to him? He's fixin' to sink us." "I don't know," I wailed. "I don't know nothing." I ripped off the headset and put my elbows on the port ring across the room, staring out to sea with my back to the swiftly approaching raider. And there in the sunny waves was a conning tower, periscope and all. Now get this. Here we were, lying helpless, going dead slow with crippled engines between a surface raider and a sub. We were meat for anyone working for any government. Most of us were Americans. If the raider took us, it would mean an international incident at a time when no one could afford one. If the sub took us, it was the concentration camp for us. Either might, and probably would, sink us. We were outlaws. I went up on the bridge. No sense doing anything now. If we got into boats, we'd likely be cut down by machine gun bullets. Toole was frantically tugging at the handle of the engine room telegraph. "I'm trying to stop her," he gasped. "She's going dead slow. There's something wrong with the engines. They're making such a racket back there that the first assistant can't hear the tube whistle. The telegraph is jammed. The helm won't answer. Oh, my God!" "Where's your quartermaster?" Toole jerked a thumb toward the bridge ladder. "I sent him aft to run down to the engine room, and he tripped and fell down to the boat deck. Knocked himself out." I ran to the port wing and looked out at the sub. True to her kind, she was attacking without asking questions. There was a jet of spume, and the swift wake of a torpedo cut toward us. At the rate we were going, it would strike us just between the after dry cargo hold, where the farm machinery was stowed, and the fire room. It would get both the explosives and the boiler. Good night, nurse. And then our coincidental commander took a hand. The crippled, laboring engines suddenly raced, shuddered, and took hold. Grumbling in every plate, the Dawn Light sat down on her counter, raised her blunt nose 8 feet, and scuttled forward at a speed that her builders would have denied. In 50 seconds, she was doing 14 knots. The torpedo swept close under our stern, and the raging wash of the tanker deflected it, so that it hurtled straight toward the raider. It struck just aft the stem piece, blowing away the gunboat's bow and turning her on her beam ends. She righted slowly, lying far down by the head, and lay helpless. The sub, seeing her for the first time, came to the surface, and men tumbled out of the hatches to man her 4-incher. She began blasting away at the torpedo boat as fast as she could load, and the raider answered her, 2 shots to the sub's 1. And there we left them, and for all I know, they are blasting away yet, far too busy to pay attention to a crummy old tank ship. And Toole and I, well, we cried on each other's shoulders for 20 minutes, and then we laughed ourselves sick. The next 4 days were straight sailing, but for the pranks that were played on us. The skipper stuck to his cabin. We found out why later, and I can't really blame him. There was still no sign of the mob of beings that could be felt aboard, but for, again, the pranks that were played on us. We stood our watches, and we ate our meals, and we painted and chipped and scraped as usual, but for the But I said that before. Like the time the buff-colored paint the day gang was laying on the after bulkhead turned the steel transparent for 48 hours. Behind the bulkhead was the crew's washroom. The view from up forward was exquisite. As the 4 to 8 firemen expressed it, I wouldn't give a damn if the washroom was just for washing. And lots of little things, like a spoonful of salt turning to thumbtacks in the Cajun's best gumbo soup, and live lobsters in the linen locker, and the toadstools in the bosun's stores, and beautiful green grass, an acre of it, with 4 concentric fairy rings growing on a flaked hawser in the forward cargo hold. And then there were the dice that, in the middle of a crap game, developed wickedly humorous caricatures of the 6 ship's officers, including me. That might not seem like much to you, but when you remember how clever they were, and when you could never meet one of your crew without his bursting into fits of laughter when he saw your face, well, it wasn't the best thing in the world for discipline. About the captain, we got curious, Toole and I, about how he was getting on. He had locked himself in his room, and every once in a while would whistle for more food. He ate fish, almost exclusively, in enormous quantities. We decided to do something about it. Some minor pretext to get a peek into his room. He wouldn't come to the door if we knocked. The portholes were the answer. Now, how could we get the curtain off from the outside without the irascible old man's coming out with a gun in each hand? We finally hit on something ideal. We'd get a broken spar with a snaggy end from somewhere, carry it past his porthole, and accidentally stick it in, tearing off the curtain and giving us a good look. I'm sorry we did. We'd no business looking into the old man's private life that way. After all, we decided when we batted the wind about it afterward, the old man had a right, if he wanted to have a mermaid in his room. We saw her without being seen, and the skipper must have been in the inner room. She was very lovely, and I got a flash of scales and golden hair, and felt like a heel for looking. Toole and I talked it over one afternoon as we neared the coast. The 2 of us had seen more of the whole screwy business than anyone else, and besides, Toole was an Irishman. No one will ever know if he was right or not, but his explanation is the only one that will fit all the facts. Pieced together from a 2-hour conversation, this is about what he said, and now, I believe him. Third, this is a silly trip, hey? Ah, well, there are many things that you or I can't understand, and we're used to them, like the northern lights and the ways of a woman. I think that the skipper sold us out. No harm to us. He dragged on his cigar and stared out to sea as he talked. Something, or somebody, made a deal with him the day after we sailed. Listen, hear that? Far out on the beam sounded the steady smack-splash of huge schools of porpoise. Oh, yes, they might have been porpoise. You told me what the skipper said to you about those critters, and they don't act like porpoises. I don't know if it was one of them or not. Maybe it was something we couldn't see that talked. I think the skipper could. He's a squarehead, and they're sea-going people, and they know the sea from way back. He's been to sea half again as long as the oldest sailor aboard. You know that. I don't have to tell you that the sea is something that we'll never really understand. You can't know all about anything, even an atom, and the sea is so damn big. Well, he was made an offer, and it was probably a lifetime supply of whiskey, and a week or so with that mermaid we thought we saw in his room. What was the deal? That he should turn over his ship, and the crew to work it, to whatever party it was that wanted it for a trip from the African coast to America. There must have been provisions, if I know the skipper. He's a downy bird. He must have provided that the ship was to be protected against weather and bullets, mines, and torps. He must have stipulated that no one aboard was to be harmed permanently, and I'm sure of this, that ship and cargo were to be returned to him at the end of the trip. Everything else I've guessed at has turned out, hasn't it? Why not that? The only thing that really bothers me is the loss of time, because time is really big money in this racket. But you can bet that the squarehead wasn't beaten down. We'll find out. I'm certain of it. Now, about the passengers. Laugh at me and I'll dry up like a clam. But I believe I have the answer. The old country has inhabitants that men have dreamed and sung and written and told about a great deal, and seen more than seldom. I've spent a lot of time off watch reading about 'em, and my mother used to tell me, bless her. Anyway, there was ghosts and pixies, goblins and brownies, and dervishes and fairies, and nymphs and peris, and dryads and naiads, and kelpies and sprites, gnomes and imps, and elves and dwarves, and nixies and ghouls and pigwidgeons, and the legion of the leprechauns, and many another. And some were good, and some were not, and some helped, and some hindered, but all were mischievous as hell. They weren't too bad, any more than are the snakes and spiders that eat mosquitoes, and many were downright beneficial. There's hell to pay in Europe now, Third. You can't expect a self-respecting pixie to hide in a shell hole and watch a baby torn to shreds. They sickened of it, and their boss man, whoever he is, got 'em together and made arrangements to ship 'em someplace where there's still a little peace and quiet once in a while, where they can work their harmless spells on a non-aggressive populace. They can't swim worth a damn, and you couldn't expect the sea folk to ferry 'em over. They're an unreliable lot anyway, to all accounts. I read a book once about old Puck, and how the little people were brought to the British Isles from the continent. They couldn't swim even that, and they got a blind man to row, and a deaf mute to stand lookout, and never a word was said of it until Puck himself told of it. This is the 20th century, and it's a big ocean they've got to cross, and there are many more of them. Did you notice, by the way, he broke off suddenly, that though our tanks are empty, and we've used fuel and water and stores for near 2 weeks, that we're low in the water? He laughed. We've many, and many of 'em aboard. We'll unload 'em, and we'll get our pay for the job. But this I'll tell you, and now you may laugh, for you're in the same boat. We're rare-and-tearing lawbreakers aboard here, Third, and we don't give a damn, or we wouldn't be here. But if there's any kind of a good place for us to go at the end of the voyage, then we'll go there for this week's work. It was always a good thing to help a war refugee. I didn't laugh. I went away by myself and chewed and swallowed that, and I thought about it a bit. And now I believe what I believe, and maybe a little bit more. It's a big world, and these are crazy times. Well, almost as we expected, we unloaded, but it only took us 3 hours instead of 14. Yes, we struck fog off the Carolinas, and the ship nosed up and heeled over in it, and we could feel the pressure getting less aboard. And when the thing under the ship sank and floated us again, and the sun came out, well, this is the part that is hard to explain. I won't try it. But look, it was the 23rd day of September when we sailed from the dry dock, and when we lay off the coast that way, just out of the fog, it was the 25th. And it would have taken just 3 days for us to reach there from the dry dock. Somewhere, we lost a week. Yeah. And the bunkers were full of fuel, and the lockers were full of stores, and the freshwater tanks were full of water, just as they had been. But there's a difference. Any fuel we use is, or acts like, high-grade stuff. And our food tastes better, and the work is easier. Yeah, we're lawbreakers, outlaws. But we take our ship where we please, when we please, and never a warship do we see, and never a shell or mine touches us. Oh, yeah, they say she's haunted. No, there's another word for it. She is enchanted. We're paid, and we're being paid, and we'll go anywhere and do anything, because we have the best skipper a man ever sailed under, and because, more than any other men on earth, we need not be afraid of death. But I can't forget that there'll be hell and all to pay ashore. Poker Face. I'm so very glad to see this one back in print. Written sometime in early 1940, this and the next four were written in an extraordinarily prolific, for me, period in early 1940, during which my editor, the late John Campbell, hoarded them and pieced them out. I saw none of them in print until I returned to the States after managing a hotel in Jamaica, then, when the U.S. got into the war, working as a heavy equipment operator in Jamaica, for the Army, and in Puerto Rico, for the Navy. From 1940 until late 46, I wrote only one story, a novelette called Killdozer. 6 solid years of writer's block, the worst I have ever known. But about Poker Face, 1940. I wonder what was in George Orwell's mind just then, 8 years before he wrote his terrifyingly prescient 1984. We all had to get up early that morning, and we still hadn't sense enough to get up from around the poker table. We'd called in that funny little guy from the accounting department they called Face to make it a foursome with the 3 of us. It had been nip and tuck from 9 o'clock on. He played a nice game of stud. But tonight there was no one lucky man, and when Harry jokingly bet a nickel on a pair of 4s, and Delahanty took him up on it, the game degenerated into penny ante. After a while, we forgot whose deal it was, and sat around just batting the breeze. "Screwy game," said Delahanty. "What's the use of squatting here all this time, just to break even? Must be your influence, Face. Never happened before. We generally hand all our money over to Jack after 4 deals. Hey, Jack?" I grinned. "The game still owes me plenty, Bud," I said. "But I think you're right about Face. I don't know if you noticed it, but damn if that winning didn't go right around behind the deal. Me, you, Face, Harry, me again. If I won 2, everyone else would win 2. Face raised an eyebrow ridge, because he hadn't any eyebrows. There wasn't anything particularly remarkable about his features, except that they were absolutely without hair. The others carried an AM stubble, but his face gleamed nakedly, half luminous. He'd been a last choice, but a pretty good one. He said little, watched everyone closely and casually, and seemed like a pretty nice guy. "Noticed that, did you?" he asked. His voice was a very full tenor. "That's right," said Harry. "How about it, Face? What is this power you have over poker?" "Oh, just one of those things you pick up," he said. Delahanty laughed outright. "Listen at that," he said. "He's like the old mountain climber who saw a volcano erupting in the range he'd scaled the day before. 'By damn,' he says, 'why can't I be careful where I spit?'" Everybody laughed but Face. "You think it just happened? Would you like to see it happen again?" That stopped the hilarity. We looked at him queerly. Harry said, "What's the dope?" "Play with chips," said Face. "No money, no hard feelings. If you like, I won't touch the cards. Just to make it easy, I'll put it this way. Deal our 4 hands of stud. Jack'll win the first with 3 3s. Delahanty next with 3 4s. Me next with 3 5s. Harry next with 3 6s. Each 3 spread will come out hearts, diamonds, clubs, in that order. You, Delahanty, start the deal. Go on. Shuffle them all you like. Delahanty was a little pop-eyed. You wouldn't want to make a little bet on that, would you? He breathed. I would not. I don't want to take your money that way. It would be like picking pockets. You're bat's face, I said. There's so little chance of a shuffled deck coming out that way that you might as well call it impossible. Try it, said Face quietly. Delahanty counted the cards carefully, shuffled at least 15 times with his very efficient gambler's rifle, and dealt around quickly. The cards flapped down in front of me. A jack face down, a 6, and then 3 3s, hearts, diamonds, clubs, in that order. Nobody said anything for a long time. Finally, Jack's got it, Harry breathed. Let me see that deck, snapped Harry. He swept it up, spread it out in his hands. Seems okay, he said slowly, and turned to Face. Your deal, said Face woodenly. Harry dealt quickly. I said, Delahanty's supposed to be next with 3 4s, right? Yeah, right. 3 4s lay in front of Delahanty. It was too much. Cards shouldn't act that way. Wordlessly, I reached for the cards, gathered them up, pitched them back over my shoulder. Break out a new deck, I said. Your deal, Face. Let Delahanty deal for me, said Face. Delahanty dealt again, clumsily this time, for his hands trembled. That didn't matter. There were still 3 5s smiling up at Face when he was through. Your deal, whispered Harry to me, and turned half away from the table. I took up the cards. I spent 3 solid minutes shuffling them. I had Harry cut them, and then cut them again myself, and then passed them to Delahanty for another cut. I dealt 4 hands, and Harry's was the winning hand, with 3 6s, hearts, diamonds, clubs. Delahanty's eyes were almost as big now as his ears. He said, Heaven, Almighty, and rested his chin in his hands. I thought he was going to cry or something. Well, said Face. Were we playing poker with this guy? Harry asked no one in particular. When, by a great deal of hard searching, I found my voice again, I asked Face, Hey, do you do that just any time you feel like it, or does it come over you at odd moments? Face laughed. Any time, he said. Want to see a really pretty one? Shuffle and deal out 13 cards to each one of us, face down. Then look them over. I gave him a long look and began to shuffle. Then I dealt. I think we were all a little afraid to pick up our cards. I know that when I looked at mine, I felt as if someone had belted me in the teeth with a nightstick. I had 13 cards, and they were all spades. I looked around the table. Delahanty had diamonds. Face had hearts. Harry had clubs. You could have heard a bedbug sneeze in the room until Harry began saying, Ah, no, ah, no, ah, no, quietly, over and over, as if he were trying to tell himself something. Can they all do things like that where you come from? I asked, and Face nodded brightly. Can everyone walk where you come from? He returned. Or see? Or hear, or think? Sure. Just where do you come from? Asked Harry. I don't know, said Face. I only know how I came, and I couldn't explain it to you. Why not? How could you explain an internal combustion engine to an Australian bushman? You might try, said Delahanty, piqued. We's pretty smart bushmen, we is. Yeah, I chimed in. I'm willing to allow you the brains to do those card tricks of yours. You ought to have enough savvy to put over an idea or two. Oh, the cards. That was easy enough. I felt the cards as you shuffled them. You felt with my fingers? That's right. Want proof? Jack, your head is itching a little on the right side, near the top, and you're too lazy to scratch it just yet. Harry's got a nail pushing into the third toe of his right foot. Not very bad, but it's there. Well, what do you say? He was right. I scratched. Harry shuffled his feet and said, Okay, but what has that got to do with arranging the cards that way? Suppose you did feel them with our hands. Then what? Face put his elbows on the table. As for arranging the cards, that was done in the shuffle. You grasp half of the deck in each hand, bend them, let them flip out from under your thumbs. If you can control the pressure of each thumb carefully enough, you can make the right cards fall into the right places. You all shuffled at least 4 times. That made it much easier for me. Delahanty was pop-eyed again. How did you know which cards were supposed to go in which places? Memorize their order, of course, said Face. I've seen that done in theaters even by men like you. So've I, said Harry. But you still haven't told us how you arranged the deal. If you'd done the shuffling, I could see it, but I did do the shuffling, said Face. I controlled that pressure of your thumbs. How about the cuts? Delahanty put in, finding that at last we had him on the run. When Jack dealt, he handed the pack to Harry and me both to be cut. I not only controlled those cuts, said Face calmly, but I made you do it. Go away, said Delahanty aggressively. Don't give us that. How are you going to make a man do anything you like? Skeptical animal, aren't you? Grinned Face. And Delahanty rose slowly, walked around the table, caught Harry by the shoulders, and kissed him on both cheeks. Harry almost fell off his chair. Delahanty stood there rockily, his eyes positively bulging. Suddenly, he expectorated with great violence. What the dirty so-and-forth made me do that? He wanted to know. Chummy, ain't you? Grinned Harry through his surprise. Face said, Satisfied, Delahanty? Delahanty whirled on him. Why, you little... His fury switched off like a light going out. Right again, Face. He went over and sat down. I never saw that Irishman back down like that before. You made him do that? I asked. Face regarded me gravely. You doubt it? We locked glances for a moment, and then my feet gathered under me. I had a perverse desire to get on all fours and bark like a dog. It seemed the most natural thing in the world. I said quickly, Not at all, Face, not at all. My feet relaxed. You're the damnedest fellow I ever saw, said Harry. What kind of a man are you, anyway? Just a plain, ordinary man with a job, said Face, and looked at Delahanty. So am I, said Harry, but I can't make cards sit up and typewrite, or dumb Irishers snuggle up to their fellow men. Don't let that bother you, said Face. I told you before. There's nothing more remarkable in that than there is in walking, or seeing, or hearing. I was born with it, that's all. You said everyone was, where you come from, Harry reminded him. Now spill it. Just where did you come from? Geographically, said Face. Not very far from here. Chronologically, a hell of a way. Harry looked over my way blankly. Now what does all that mean? As near as I can figure out, said Face, it means just what I said. I come from right around here. 50 miles, maybe. But the place I came from is 30-odd thousand years away. Years away? I asked, by this time incapable of being surprised. You mean ago, don't you? Away, repeated Face. I came along duration, not through time itself. Sounds very nice, murmured Delahanty, to a royal flush he had thumbed out for himself. Face laughed. Duration isn't time. It parallels it. Duration is a dimension. A dimension is essentially a measurement along a plane of existence. By that, I mean that any given object has 4 dimensions, and these extend finitely along 4 planes: length, width, height, duration. The last is no different from the others, nor is it any less tangible. You simply take it for granted. When you're ordering a piece of lumber, for instance, you name its measurements. You say you want a 2x6, 12 feet long. You don't order its duration. You simply take for granted it will extend long enough in that dimension to suit your needs. You would build better if you measured it as carefully as you do the others, but your lifespan is too short for you to care that much. I think I savvy that, said Harry, who had been following carefully. But what do you mean by saying that you came along duration? Again, just what I said. You can't move without moving along the plane of dimension. If you walk down the street, you move along its length. If you go up in an elevator, you move along its height. I came along duration. You mean you projected yourself into the 4th dimension? Asked Henry. No, Face said violently, and snorted. I told you. Duration is a dimension, not another set of dimensions. Can you project yourself into length, or height, or to any one dimension? Of course not. The 4 are interdependent. That 4th dimensional stuff you read is poppycock. There's no mystery about the 4th dimension. It isn't an impalpable word. It's a basis of measurement. I said, What's this business of your traveling along it? Face spread out his hands. As I said before, duration is finite. Suppose you wanted to walk from 3rd Street to 5th Street. First, you'd locate a sidewalk that would take you in the direction you were going. You'd follow that until it ended. Then you'd locate one that would take you to your destination. Where the one stopped and the other started is 4th Street. Now, if you want to go 20 blocks instead of 2, you simply repeat that process until you get where you're going. Traveling along duration is exactly the same thing. Just as you enter a street at a certain point in its length, so you encounter an object on the street at a certain point in its duration. Maybe it's near the beginning, maybe near the end. You follow it along that dimension. You don't project yourself into it. All objects have 2 terminations in duration, inception and destruction. You travel along an object's duration until it ceases to exist beside you because you have reached the end of it, or the beginning. Then you proceed to find another object, so that you may continue in the same direction, exactly as you proceeded to find yourself another sidewalk in your little trek across town. I'll be damned, said Delahanty. I can understand it. Me too, Harry said. That much of it. But exactly how did you travel along duration? I can get the idea of walking beside a building's length, for instance, but I can't see myself walking along beside, how long it lasted, if you see what I mean. Or do I see what I mean? Now you're getting to something that may be a little tough to explain, said Face. You have few expressions in your language that could cover it. About the clearest way for me to put it is this. My ability to travel in that particular direction is the result of my ability to perceive it. If you could only perceive two dimensions, length and breadth, you would be completely in the dark about the source of an object which dropped on you from above. If you couldn't sense the distance from here to the door, if you didn't know the door existed, nor the distance to it, you wouldn't be able to make the trip. I can see along duration as readily as you can see up and down a road. I can move along it equally readily. Do you stay in one place while you travel duration? I asked suddenly. I can. I don't have to, though. You can go forward and upward while you curve to the left, can't you? Mix 'em any way you like. Harry piped up. You say you came 30,000 years. How is that possible? You don't look as if you're much older than I am. I'm not, said Face. In point of years existed. That is, I didn't live those years. I passed them. How long did it take you? Face smiled. Your question is ridiculous, Harry. How long is a durational term? It involves passage of time, which is a convenient falsehood. Time is static, objects mobile. I can't explain a true state of affairs from the basis of a false conception. Harry shut up. I asked him something that had been bothering me. Where did you come from, Face? And why? He looked at me deeply, that eyebrow ridge rising a trifle. I came. I was sent. I came because I was qualified for the job. I was sent because, well, someone had to be sent, to restore the balance of the city. What city? I don't know. It had a name, I suppose, but it was forgotten. There was no need for a name. Do you name your toothbrush, or your bed sheets, or anything else that has been nearly a part of you all your life? No one ever left the city. No one ever arrived at it. There were other cities, but no one cared about them, where they were, who their people were, and what they were like, and so on. There was no need to know. The city was independent and utterly self-sufficient. It was the ultimate government. It was not a democracy, for each individual was subjugated entirely to the city. But it was not a dictatorship, as you know the term, for it had no dictators. It had no governing body, as a matter of fact. It didn't need one. It had no laws but those of habit and custom. It ran smoothly, because all of its internal frictions had been worn smooth by the action of the centuries. It was an anarchistic society in the true sense of anarchism. Society without need of government. That's an impossibility, said Harry, who had a reputation as a minor barroom sociologist. I came from that city, Face reminded him gently. Why is it impossible? You must take certain things into account before you make such rash statements. Your human nature is against such an organization. Your people would be like lost sheep, possibly like lost wolverines under such a setup. But my people were not like that. Not after centuries of breeding for the most desirable traits, living circumscribed ways of life, thinking stereotyped thoughts. Imagine it if you can. Now the city was divided into two halves, like the halves of a great brain. For every death there was a birth. For every loss there was a gain, or an equal loss on the other side. The equation was kept balanced, the scales level. The city was permanent, inexorable, immortal, and static. What did they do with their spare time? Asked Harry. They lay in their cubicles until they were needed. Were there no theaters, ball games, nothing like that? Asked Delahanty. Face shook his head. Amusement is for the relaxation of an imperfect mind, he said. A mind that has been trained to do one thing, and one thing only, needs no stimulation or change of pace. Why was the city so big? Asked Harry. Good gosh! A civilization like that doesn't mean anything. Why didn't it simply degenerate into the machines that ruled it? Why keep all those humans if they must live like machines? Face shrugged. When the city was instituted, there was a population of that size to allow for. Then it had a rigid human government, and there was crime and punishment and pain and happiness. They were disposed of in a few generations. They were not logical, you see, and the city was designed on the philosophy that what is not logical is also not necessary. By that time, the city was too steeped in its own traditions. There was no one left to make such a radical change as to cut down on the population. The city could care for that many. Likewise, it could not exist as it was unless it did care for that many. Many human offices were disposed of as they became unnecessary and automatic. One of these was that of controller of population. The machines took care of that. They and the unbreakable customs. Hell! Said Delahanty explosively. I wouldn't go for that. Why didn't the people push the whole thing over and get some fun out of life? They didn't want it, said Face, as if he were repeating a self-evident fact, and was surprised that he had to. They had never had that sort of life. They never heard or read or saw anything of the sort. They had no more desire to do things like that than you have to play patty cake. They weren't constituted to enjoy it. You still haven't told us why you left the place, I reminded him. I was coming to that. In the city, there was a necessity for the pursuance of certain knowledges, as a safety measure against the time when one or another of the machines might need rebuilding by a man who understood them. One of these men was an antiquarian named Hark Vegas, which is really not a name at all, but a combination of sounds indicating a number. His field was history, the development of all about him, from its earliest recorded mythologies, and beyond that, to its most logical sources. In the interests of the city, he so applied himself to his work that he uncovered certain imponderables, historical trends which were neither logical nor in harmony with the records. They were of no importance, perhaps, but their existence interfered with the perfection of his understanding. The only way he could untangle these unimportant matters was to investigate them personally, and so that is what he did. He waited until his successor was thoroughly trained, so that in any eventuality the city would not be left without an antiquarian for more than a very little while, and he studied carefully the records of the city's customs. These forbade any citizens leaving the city, and carefully described the boundaries thereof. They were so very old, however, that they neglected to stipulate the boundaries along the duration dimension, since duration perception was a development of only the past 4,000 or 5,000 years. As an antiquarian, Hark Vegas was familiar with the technique. He moved himself out along the duration of a metallic fragment, and thus disappeared from the city. Now, this unheard-of happening disturbed the timeless balance of the city, for Hark Vegas was nowhere to be found. Within seconds of his disappearance, news of it had reached the other half of the city, and the group of specialists there. The matter involved me immediately for several reasons. In the first place, my field was— damn it, there's no word for it in your language yet. It's a mental science, and has to do with time perceptions. At any rate, I was the only one whose field enabled him to reason where Hark Vegas had gone. Secondly, Hark Vegas was my contemporary in the other half of the city. We would both be replaced within a week, but during that week there would be one too many in my half of the city, one too few in his, an intolerable, absolutely unprecedented state of affairs. There was only one thing to do, since I was qualified, and that was to find him and bring him back. My leaving would restore the balance. If I were successful in finding him, Our return would not disturb it. It was the only thing to do, for the status quo had to be maintained at all costs. I acquired a piece of the metal he had used, an easy thing to do, since everything in the city was catalogued, and came away. Face paused to light a cigarette. The man smoked, I had noticed, with more sheer enjoyment than anyone I had ever met. "Well," said Harry impatiently, "did you find him?" Face leaned back in a cloud of blue smoke and stared dreamily at the ceiling. "No," he said, "and I'll tell you why. I ran into a characteristic of dimensions that was so utterly simple that it had all but escaped me. Let me give you an example. How many sides has a cube?" "6," said Harry promptly. Face nodded. "Exactly. Excluding the duration dimension, the cube is a three-dimensional body and has 6 sides. There are 2 sides as manifestations of each dimension. I think I overlooked that. You see, there are 4 dimensions, but 8 directions." He paused, while the 3 of us knotted our brows over the conception. "Right and left," he said, "up and down, forward and backward, and beginning-wards and end-wards, the 2 directions in the duration dimension." Delahanty raised his head slowly. "You mean you didn't know which way to go?" "Precisely. I entered the durational field and struck off blindly in the wrong direction. I went as far as I reasoned Hark Vegas had gone, and then stopped to look around. I found myself in such a bewildering, uproarious, chaotic world that I simply hadn't the mental equipment to cope with it. I had to retreat into a deserted place and develop it. I came into your world, here, about 8 years ago, and when I had begun to get the ways of this world, I came out of hiding and began my search. It ended almost as soon as it had begun, for I stopped searching. Do you know what happened to me? Do you realize that never before had I seen color, or movement, or argument, or love, hate, noise, confusion, growth, death, laughter? Can you imagine my delighted first glimpses of a street fight, a traffic jam, a factory strike? I should have been horrified, perhaps, but never had I seen such beautiful marvels, such superb and profound and moving happenings. I threw myself into it. I became one of you. I became an accountant, throttling down what powers I alone of all this earth possess, striving for life as a man on an equal footing with the rest of men. You can't know my joy and my delight. I make a mistake in my entries, and this city, does not care or suffer for it, but brawls on unheeding. My responsibilities are to myself alone, and I defy my cast steel customs and laugh doing it. I'm living here, you see. Living. Go back? Ha! Colors, I murmured. Noise, and happy filth, and sorrows, and screams. So they got you, too. Face's smile grew slowly, and then flashed away. He stared at me like some alabaster-faced statue for nearly a full minute, and then the agile tendrils of his mind whipped out and encountered mine. We clutched each other thus, and the aura of our own forces around us struck 2 men dumb. Hark Vegas, he said woodenly. I nodded. He straightened, drew a deep breath, threw back his head and laughed. This colossal joke, he said, wiping his eyes, was 38,000 years in the making. Pleased to meet you, Jack. We left then. Harry and Delahanty can't remember anything but a poker game. Microcosmic God. I have always disliked this story, not for its basic idea, which has been called unique, but for its writing. Just out of my teens, I had not yet learned that nobody is ever an altogether good, and nobody is all bad. Ignorant of that, one can produce 100% purified, vintage, dyed-in-the-wool, cardboard characters. The story's basic idea, however, is indeed unique, and many years later, at the Artificial Intelligence offices in MIT, a truly great scientist introduced himself to me to tell me, as many scientists have, that he had gotten into science in the first place because of reading science fiction as a youngster, and further, that he had gotten into microbiology because of this one story. And this is a guy who might win a Nobel Prize. So, what price literary judgments? Here is a story about a man who had too much power, and a man who took too much. But don't worry, I'm not going political on you. The man who had the power was named James Kidder, and the other was his banker. Kidder was quite a guy. He was a scientist, and he lived on a small island off the New England coast all by himself. He wasn't the dwarfed little gnome of a mad scientist you read about. His hobby wasn't personal profit, and he wasn't a megalomaniac with a Russian name and no scruples. He wasn't insidious, and he wasn't even particularly subversive. He kept his hair cut and his nails clean, and lived and thought like a reasonable human being. He was slightly on the baby-faced side. He was inclined to be a hermit. He was short and plump and brilliant. His specialty was biochemistry, and he was always called Mr. Kidder. Not doctor, not professor, just Mr. Kidder. He was an odd sort of apple, and always had been. He had never graduated from any college or university because he found them too slow for him, and too rigid in their approach to education. He couldn't get used to the idea that perhaps his professors knew what they were talking about. That went for his texts, too. He was always asking questions, and didn't mind very much when they were embarrassing. He considered Gregor Mendel a bungling liar, Darwin an amusing philosopher, and Luther Burbank a sensationalist. He never opened his mouth without leaving his victim feeling breathless. If he was talking to someone who had knowledge, he went in there and got it, leaving his victim breathless. If he was talking to someone whose knowledge was already in his possession, he only asked repeatedly, "How do you know?" His most delectable pleasure was cutting a fanatical eugenicist into conversational ribbons. So people left him alone, and never asked him to tea. He was polite, but not politic. He had a little money of his own, and with it he leased the island and built himself a laboratory. Now I've mentioned that he was a biochemist, but being what he was, he couldn't keep his nose in his own field. It wasn't too remarkable when he made an intellectual excursion wide enough to perfect a method of crystallizing vitamin B1 profitably by the ton, if anyone wanted it by the ton. He got a lot of money for it. He bought his island outright and put 800 men to work on an acre and a half of his ground, adding to his laboratory and building equipment. He got to messing around with sisal fiber, found out how to fuse it, and boomed the banana industry by producing a practically unbreakable cord from the stuff. You remember the popularizing demonstration he put on at Niagara, don't you? That business of running a line of the new cord from bank to bank over the rapids, and suspending a 10-ton truck from the middle of it by razor edges resting on the cord? That's why ships now moor themselves with what looks like heaving line, no thicker than a lead pencil, that can be coiled on reels like garden hose. Kidder made cigarette money out of that, too. He went out and bought himself a cyclotron with part of it. After that, money wasn't money anymore. It was large numbers in little books. Kidder used little amounts of it to have food and equipment sent out to him, but after a while that stopped too. His bank dispatched a messenger by seaplane to find out if Kidder was still alive. The man returned 2 days later in a bemused state, having been amazed something awesome at the things he'd seen out there. Kidder was alive all right, and he was turning out a surplus of good food in an astonishingly simplified synthetic form. The bank wrote immediately and wanted to know if Mr. Kidder, in his own interest, was willing to release the secret of his dirtless farming. Kidder replied that he would be glad to, and enclosed the formulas. In a P.S., he said that he hadn't sent the information ashore because he hadn't realized anyone would be interested. That from a man who was responsible for the greatest sociological change in the second half of the 20th century, factory farming. It made him richer. I mean, it made his bank richer. He didn't give a rap. But Kidder didn't really get started until about 8 months after the messenger's visit. For a biochemist who couldn't even be called doctor, he did pretty well. Here is a partial list of the things that he turned out. A commercially feasible plan for making an aluminum alloy stronger than the best steel, so that it could be used as a structural metal. An exhibition gadget he called a light pump, which worked on the theory that light is a form of matter, and therefore subject to physical and electromagnetic laws. Seal a room with a single light source, beam a cylindrical vibratory magnetic field to it from the pump, and the light will be led down it. Now pass the light through Kidder's lens, a ring which perpetuates an electric field along the lines of a high-speed iris-type camera shutter. Below this is the heart of the light pump, a 98% efficient light absorber, crystalline, which, in a sense, loses the light in its internal facets. The effect of darkening the room with this apparatus is slight, but measurable. Pardon my layman's language, but that's the general idea. Synthetic chlorophyll, by the barrel. An airplane propeller, efficient at 8 times sonic speed. A cheap goo you brush on over old paint, let harden, and then peel off like strips of cloth. The old paint comes with it. That one made friends fast. A self-sustaining atomic disintegration of uranium's isotope 238, which is 200 times as plentiful as the old standby, U-235. That will do for the present. If I may repeat myself, for a biochemist who couldn't even be called doctor, he did pretty well. Kidder was apparently unconscious of the fact that he held power enough on his little island to become master of the world. His mind simply didn't run to things like that. As long as he was left alone with his experiments, he was well content to leave the rest of the world to its own clumsy and primitive devices. He couldn't be reached, except by radiophone of his own design, and its only counterpart was locked in a vault of his Boston bank. Only one man could operate it. The extraordinarily sensitive transmitter would respond only to Conant's own body vibrations. Kidder had instructed Conant that he was not to be disturbed except by messages of the greatest moment. His ideas and patents, what Conant could pry out of him, were released under pseudonyms known only to Conant. Kidder didn't care. The result, of course, was an infiltration of the most astonishing advancements since the dawn of civilization. The nation profited. The world profited. But most of all, the bank profited. It began to get a little oversized. It began getting its fingers into other pies. It grew more fingers and had to bake more figurative pies. Before many years had passed, it was so big that, using Kidder's many weapons, it almost matched Kidder in power. Almost. Now stand by while I squelch those fellows in the lower left-hand corner who've been saying all this while that Kidder's slightly improbable, that no man could ever perfect himself in so many ways, in so many sciences. Well, you're right. Kidder was a genius, granted, but his genius was not creative. He was, to the core, a student. He applied what he knew, what he saw, and what he was taught. When first he began working in his new laboratory on his island, he reasoned something like this. Everything I know is what I have been taught by the sayings and writings of people who have studied the sayings and writings of people who have, and so on. Once in a while, someone stumbles on something new, and he, or someone cleverer, uses the idea and disseminates it. But for each one that finds something really new, A couple of million gather and pass on information that is already current. I'd know more if I could get the jump on evolutionary trends. It takes too long to wait for the accidents that increase man's knowledge, my knowledge. If I had ambition enough now to figure out how to travel ahead in time, I could skim the surface of the future and just dip down when I saw something interesting. But time isn't that way. It can't be left behind or tossed ahead. What else is left? Well, there's the proposition of speeding intellectual evolution so that I can observe what it cooks up. That seems a bit inefficient. It would involve more labor to discipline human minds to that extent than it would to simply apply myself along those lines. But I can't apply myself that way. No one man can. I'm licked. I can't speed myself up, and I can't speed other men's minds up. Isn't there an alternative? There must be. Somewhere, somehow, there's got to be an answer. So it was on this, and not on eugenics, or light pumps, or botany, or atomic physics, that James Kidder applied himself. For a practical man, he found the problem slightly on the metaphysical side, but he attacked it with typical thoroughness, using his own peculiar brand of logic. Day after day, he wandered over the island, throwing shells impotently at seagulls, and swearing richly. Then came a time when he sat indoors and brooded, and only then did he get feverishly to work. He worked in his own field, biochemistry, and concentrated mainly on two things, genetics and animal metabolism. He learned, and filed away in his insatiable mind many things having nothing to do with the problem in hand, and very little of what he wanted. But he piled that little on what little he knew or guessed, and in time had quite a collection of known factors to work with. His approach was characteristically unorthodox. He did things on the order of multiplying apples by pears, and balancing equations by adding the log of the square root of -1 to one side, and infinity to the other. He made mistakes, but only one of a kind, and later, only one of a species. He spent so many hours at his microscope that he had to quit work for 2 days to get rid of a hallucination that his heart was pumping his own blood through the mic. He did nothing by trial and error, because he disapproved of the method as sloppy. And he got results. He was lucky to begin with, and even luckier when he formularized the law of probability and reduced it to such low terms that he knew almost to the item what experiments not to try. When the cloudy, viscous semi-fluid on the watch glass began to move itself, he knew he was on the right track. When it began to seek food on its own, he began to be excited. When it divided, and, in a few hours, redivided, and each part grew and divided again, he was triumphant, for he had created life. He nursed his brain children, and sweated and strained over them, and he designed baths of various vibrations for them, and inoculated, and dosed, and sprayed them. Each move he made taught him the next. And out of his tanks, and tubes, and incubators came amoeba-like creatures, and then ciliated animalcules, and more rapidly he produced animals with eye spots, nerve cysts, and then, victory of victories, a real blastopod, possessed of many cells instead of one. More slowly, he developed a gastropod, but once he had it, it was not too difficult for him to give it organs, each with a specified function, each inheritable. Then came cultured mollusk-like things, and creatures with more and more perfected gills. The day that a nondescript thing wriggled up an inclined board out of a tank, threw flaps over its gills, and feebly breathed air, Kidder quit work and went to the other end of the island and got disgustingly drunk. Hangover and all, he was soon back in the lab, forgetting to eat, forgetting to sleep, tearing into his problem. He turned into a scientific byway and ran down his other great triumph, accelerated metabolism. He extracted and refined the stimulating factors in alcohol, cocoa, heroin, and Mother Nature's prize dope runner, cannabis indica. Like the scientist who, in analyzing the various clotting agents for blood treatments, found that oxalic acid, and oxalic acid alone, was the active factor, Kidder isolated the accelerators and decelerators, the stimulants and soporifics, in every substance that ever undermined a man's morality and or caused a noble experiment. In the process, he found one thing he needed badly: a colorless elixir that made sleep the unnecessary and avoidable waster of time it should be. Then and there, he went on a 24-hour shift. He artificially synthesized the substances he had isolated, and in doing so, sloughed away a great many useless components. He pursued the subject along the lines of radiations and vibrations. He discovered something in the long reds, which, when projected through a vessel full of air vibrating in the supersonics, and then polarized, speeded up the heartbeat of small animals 20 to 1. They ate 20 times as much, grew 20 times as fast, and died 20 times sooner than they should have. Kidder built a huge, hermetically sealed room. Above it was another room, the same length and breadth, but not quite as high. This was his control chamber. The large room was divided into 4 sealed sections, each with its individual miniature cranes and derricks, handling machinery of all kinds. There were also trapdoors, fitted with airlocks leading from the upper to the lower room. By this time, the other laboratory had produced a warm-blooded, snake-skinned quadruped with an astonishingly rapid life cycle, a generation every 8 days, a lifespan of about 15. Like the echidna, it was oviparous and mammalian. Its period of gestation was 6 hours. The eggs hatched in 3. The young reached sexual maturity in another 4 days. Each female laid 4 eggs, and lived just long enough to care for the young after they hatched. The male generally died 2 or 3 hours after mating. The creatures were highly adaptable. They were small, not more than 3 inches long, 2 inches to the shoulder from the ground. Their forepaws had 3 digits, and a triple-jointed, opposed thumb. They were attuned to life in an atmosphere with a large ammonia content. Kidder bred 4 of the creatures, and put 1 group in each section of the sealed room. Then he was ready. With his controlled atmospheres, he varied temperatures, oxygen content, humidity. He killed them off like flies with excesses of, for instance, carbon dioxide, and the survivors bred their physical resistance into the next generation. Periodically, he would switch the eggs from one sealed section to another to keep the strains varied. And rapidly, under these controlled conditions, the creatures began to evolve. This, then, was the answer to his problem. He couldn't speed up mankind's intellectual advancement enough to have it teach him the things his incredible mind yearned for. He couldn't speed himself up. So he created a new race, a race which would develop and evolve so fast that it would surpass the civilization of man, and from them he would learn. They were completely in Kidder's power. Earth's normal atmosphere would poison them, as he took care to demonstrate to every 4th generation. They would make no attempt to escape from him. They would live their lives, and progress, and make their little trial-and-error experiments hundreds of times faster than man did. They had the edge on man, for they had Kidder to guide them. It took man 6,000 years really to discover science, 300 to put it to work. It took Kidder's creatures 200 days to equal man's mental attainments. And from then on, Kidder's spasmodic output made the late, great Tom Edison look like a home handicrafter. He called them neoterics, and he teased them into working for him. Kidder was inventive in an ideological way. That is, he could dream up impossible propositions, providing he didn't have to work them out. For example, He wanted the neoterics to figure out for themselves how to build shelters out of porous material. He created the need for such shelters by subjecting one of the sections to a high-pressure rainstorm which flattened the inhabitants. The neoterics promptly devised waterproof shelters out of the thin waterproof material he piled in one corner. Kidder immediately blew down the flimsy structures with a blast of cold air. They built them up again so that they resisted both wind and rain. Kidder lowered the temperature so abruptly that they could not adjust their bodies to it. They heated their shelters with tiny braziers. Kidder promptly turned up the heat until they began to roast to death. After a few deaths, one of their bright boys figured out how to build a strong, insulent house by using 3-ply rubberoid, with the middle layer perforated thousands of times to create tiny air pockets. Using such tactics, Kidder forced them to develop a highly advanced little culture. He caused a drought in one section and a liquid surplus in another, and then opened the partition between them. Quite a spectacular war was fought, and Kidder's notebooks filled with information about military tactics and weapons. Then there was the vaccine they developed against the common cold, the reason why that affliction has been absolutely stamped out in the world today, for it was one of the things that Conant, the bank president, got hold of. He spoke to Kidder over the radio phone one winter afternoon with a voice so hoarse from laryngitis that Kidder sent him a vial of vaccine and told him briskly not to ever call him again in such a disgustingly inaudible state. Conant had it analyzed, and again Kidder's accounts, and the bank's, swelled. At first, Kidder merely supplied the materials he thought they might need, but when they developed an intelligence equal to the task of fabricating their own from the elements at hand, he gave each section a stock of raw materials. The process for really strong aluminum was developed when he built in a huge plunger in one of the sections, which reached from wall to wall, and was designed to descend at the rate of 4 inches a day, until it crushed whatever was at the bottom. The neoterics, in self-defense, used what strong material they had in hand to stop the inexorable death that threatened them. But Kidder had seen to it that they had nothing but aluminum oxide and a scattering of other elements, plus plenty of electric power. At first, they ran up dozens of aluminum pillars. When these were crushed and twisted, they tried shaping them so that the soft metal would take more weight. When that failed, they quickly built stronger ones, and when the plunger was halted, Kidder removed one of the pillars and analyzed it. It was hardened aluminum, stronger and tougher than molybdenum steel. Experience taught Kidder that he had to make certain changes to increase his power over his neoterics before they got too ingenious. There were things that could be done with atomic power that he was curious about, but he was not willing to trust his little super scientists with a thing like that unless they could be trusted to use it strictly according to Hoyle. So he instituted a rule of fear. The most trivial departure from what he chose to consider the right way of doing things resulted in instant death of half a tribe. If he was trying to develop a diesel-type power plant, for instance, that would operate without a flywheel, and a bright young neoteric used any of the materials for architectural purposes, half the tribe immediately died. Of course, they had developed a written language. It was Kidder's own. The teletype in a glass-enclosed area in a corner of each section was a shrine. Any directions that were given on it were obeyed, or else. After this innovation, Kidder's work was much simpler. There was no need for any indirection. Anything he wanted done was done. No matter how impossible his commands, 3 or 4 generations of neoterics could find a way to carry them out. This quotation is from a paper that one of Kidder's high-speed telescopic cameras discovered being circulated among the younger neoterics. It is translated from the highly simplified script of the neoterics. These edicts shall be followed by each neoteric upon pain of death, which punishment will be inflicted by the tribe upon the individual to protect the tribe against him. Priority of interest and tribal and individual effort is to be given the commands that appear on the word machine. any misdirection of material or power, or use thereof for any other purpose than the carrying out of the machine's commands, unless no command appears, shall be punishable by death. Any information regarding the problem at hand, or ideas or experiments which might conceivably bear upon it, are to become the property of the tribe. Any individual failing to cooperate in the tribal effort, or who can be termed guilty of not expending his full efforts in the work, or the suspicion thereof, shall be subject to the death penalty. Such are the results of complete domination. This paper impressed Kidder as much as it did, because it was completely spontaneous. It was the Neoterics' own creed, developed by them for their own greatest good. And so at last, Kidder had his fulfillment. Crouched in the upper room, going from telescope to telescope, running off slowed-down films from his high-speed cameras, he found himself possessed of a tractable, dynamic source of information. Housed in the great square building, with its 4 half-acre sections, was a new world, to which he was God. Conant's mind was similar to Kidder's in that its approach to any problem was along the shortest distance between any 2 points, regardless of whether that approach was along the line of most or least resistance. His rise to the bank presidency was a history of ruthless moves, whose only justification was that they got him what he wanted. Like an over-efficient general, he would never vanquish an enemy through sheer force of numbers alone. He would also skillfully flank his enemy, not on one side, but on both. Innocent bystanders were creatures deserving no consideration. The time he took over a certain 1,000-acre property, for instance, from a man named Grady, he was not satisfied with only the title to the land. Grady was an airport owner, had been all his life, and his father before him. Conant exerted every kind of pressure on the man, and found him unshakable. Finally, judicious persuasion led the city officials to dig a sewer right across the middle of the field, quite efficiently wrecking Grady's business. Knowing that this would supply Grady, who was a wealthy man, with motive for revenge, Conant took over Grady's bank at half again its value and caused it to fold up. Grady lost every cent he had and ended his life in an asylum. Conant was very proud of his tactics. Like many another who has had mammon by the tail, Conant did not know when to let go. His vast organization yielded him more money and power than any other concern in history, and yet he was not satisfied. Conant and money were like Kidder and knowledge. Conant's pyramided enterprises were to him what the Neoterics were to Kidder. Each had made his private world. Each used it for his instruction and profit. Kidder, though, disturbed nobody but his Neoterics. Even so, Conant was not wholly villainous. He was a shrewd man, and had discovered early the value of pleasing people. No man can rob successfully over a period of years without pleasing the people he robs. The technique for doing this is highly involved, but master it, and you can start your own mint. Conant's one great fear was that Kidder would someday take an interest in world events and begin to become opinionated. Good heavens, the potential power he had! A little matter, like swinging an election, could be managed by a man like Kidder as easily as turning over in bed. The only thing he could do was to call him periodically and see if there was anything that Kidder needed to keep himself busy. Kidder appreciated this. Conant, once in a while, would suggest something to Kidder that intrigued him, something that would keep him deep in his hermitage for a few weeks. The light pump was one of the results of Conant's imagination. Conant bet him it couldn't be done. Kidder did it. One afternoon, Kidder answered the squeal of the radiophone's signal. Swearing mildly, he shut off the film he was watching and crossed the compound to the old laboratory. He went to the radiophone, threw a switch. The squealing stopped. "Well?" "Hello," said Conant. Busy? Not very, said Kidder. He was delighted with the pictures his camera had caught, showing the skillful work of a gang of neoterics synthesizing rubber out of pure sulfur. He would rather have liked to tell Conant about it, but somehow he had never got around to telling Conant about the neoterics, and he didn't see why he should start now. Conant said, Kidder, I was down at the club the other day, and a bunch of us were filling up an evening with loose talk. Something came up which might interest you. What? Couple of the utilities boys there. You know the power setup in this country, don't you? 30% atomic, the rest hydroelectric, diesel, and steam? I hadn't known, said Kidder, who was as innocent as a babe of current events. Well, we were arguing about what chance a new power source would have. One of the men there said it would be smarter to produce a new power and then talk about it. Another one waived that, said he couldn't name that new power, but he could describe it. Said it would have to have everything that present power sources have, plus one or two more things. It could be cheaper, for instance. It could be more efficient. It might supersede the others by being easier to carry from the power plant to the consumer. See what I mean? Any one of these factors might prove a new source of power competitive to the others. What I'd like to see is a new power with all of these factors. What do you think of it? Not impossible. Think not? I'll try it. Keep me posted. Conant's transmitter clicked off. The switch was a little piece of false front that Kidder had built into the set, which was something that Conant didn't know. The set switched itself off when Conant moved from it. After the switch's sharp crack, Kidder heard the banker mutter, "If he does it, I'm all set. If he doesn't, at least the crazy fool will keep himself busy on the island." Kidder eyed the radiophone for an instant with raised eyebrows, and then shrugged them down again with his shoulders. It was quite evident that Conant had something up his sleeve, but Kidder wasn't worried. Who on earth would want to disturb him? He wasn't bothering anybody. He went back to the Neoterics building, full of the new power idea. 11 days later, Kidder called Conant and gave specific instructions on how to equip his receiver with a facsimile set, which would enable Kidder to send written matter over the air. As soon as this was done, and Kidder informed, the biochemist for once in his life spoke at some length. Conant, you implied that a new power source that would be cheaper, more efficient, and more easily transmitted than any now in use did not exist. You might be interested in the little generator I have just set up. It has power, Conant. Unbelievable power. Broadcast. A beautiful little tight beam. Here, catch this on the facsimile recorder. Kidder slipped a sheet of paper under the clips of his transmitter, and it appeared on Conant's set. Here's the wiring diagram for a power receiver. Now listen. The beam is so tight, so highly directional, that not 0.003% of the power would be lost in a 2,000-mile transmission. The power system is closed. That is, any drain on the beam returns a signal along it to the transmitter, which automatically steps up to increase the power output. It has a limit, but it's way up. And something else. This little gadget of mine can send out 8 different beams with a total horsepower output of around 8,000 per minute per beam. From each beam, you can draw enough power to turn the page of a book, or fly a superstratosphere plane. Hold on, I haven't finished yet. Each beam, as I told you before, returns a signal from receiver to transmitter. This not only controls the power output of the beam, but directs it. Once contact is made, the beam will never let go. It will follow the receiver anywhere. You can power land, air, or water vehicles with it, as well as any stationary plant. Like it? Conant, who was a banker and not a scientist, wiped his shining pate with the back of his hand and said, I've never known you to steer me wrong yet, kidder. How about the cost of this thing? High, said Kidder promptly. As high as an atomic plant. But there are no high-tension lines, no wires, no pipelines, no nothing. The receiver's a little more complicated than a radio set. Transmitter is, well, that's quite a job. Didn't take you long, said Conant. No, said Kidder. It didn't, did it? It was the life work of nearly 1,200 highly cultured people. But Kidder wasn't going into that. Of course, the one I have here's just a model. Conant's voice was strained. A model? And it delivers over 60,000 horsepower, said Kidder gleefully. Good heavens! In a full-sized machine, why, one transmitter would be enough to— The possibilities of the thing choked Conant for a moment. How is it fueled? It isn't, said Kidder. I won't begin to explain it. I've tapped a source of power of unimaginable force. It's, well, big. So big that it can't be misused. What? Snapped Conant. What do you mean by that? Kidder cocked an eyebrow. Conant had something up his sleeve, then. At this second indication of it, Kidder, the least suspicious of men, began to put himself on guard. I mean just what I say, he said evenly. Don't try too hard to understand. I barely savvy it myself. But the source of this power is a monstrous resultant caused by the unbalance of two previously equalized forces. Those equalized forces are cosmic in quantity. Actually, the forces are those which make suns crush atoms the way they crushed those that compose the companion of Sirius. It's not anything you can fool with. I don't, said Conant, and his voice ended puzzledly. I'll give you a parallel of it, said Kidder. Suppose you take two rods, one in each hand. Place their tips together and push. As long as your pressure is directly along their long axes, the pressure is equalized. Right and left hands cancel each other. Now I come along. I put out one finger and touch the rods ever so lightly where they come together. They snap out of line violently. You break a couple of knuckles. The resultant force is at right angles to the original forces you exerted. My power transmitter is on the same principle. It takes an infinitesimal amount of energy to throw those forces out of line. Easy enough, when you know how to do it. The important question is whether or not you can control the resultant when you get it. I can. I see. Conant indulged in a 4-second gloat. Heaven help the utility companies. I don't intend to. Kidder, I want a full-size power transmitter. Kidder clucked into the radio phone. Ambitious, aren't you? I haven't a staff out here, Conant. You know that. And I can't be expected to build 4,000 or 5,000 tons of apparatus myself. I'll have 500 engineers and laborers out there in 48 hours. You will not. Why bother me with it? I'm quite happy here, Conant, and one of the reasons is that I've no one to get in my hair. Oh, now, Kidder, don't be like that. I'll pay you. You haven't got that much money, said Kidder briskly. He flipped the switch on his set. His switch worked. Conant was furious. He shouted into the phone several times, then began to lean on the signal button. On his island, Kidder let the thing squeal and went back to his projection room. He was sorry he had sent the diagram of the receiver to Conant. It would have been interesting to power a plane or a car with the model transmitter he had taken from the Neoterics. But if Conant was going to be that way about it, well, anyway, the receiver would be no good without the transmitter. Any radio engineer would understand the diagram, but not the beam which activated it. And Conant wouldn't get his beam. Pity he didn't know Conant well enough. Kidder's days were endless sorties into learning. He never slept, nor did his neoterics. He ate regularly every 5 hours, exercised for half an hour in every 12. He did not keep track of time, for it meant nothing to him. Had he wanted to know the date or the year even, he knew he could get it from Conant. He didn't care, that's all. The time that was not spent in observation was used in developing new problems for the neoterics. His thoughts just now ran to defense. The idea was born in his conversation with Conant. Now the idea was primary, its motivation something of no importance. The neoterics were working on a vibration field of quasi-electrical nature. Kidder could see little practical value in such a thing, an invisible wall which would kill any living thing which touched it. But still, the idea was intriguing. He stretched, and moved away from the telescope in the upper room, through which he had been watching his creations at work. He was profoundly happy here in the large control room. Leaving it to go to the old laboratory for a bite to eat was a thing he hated to do. He felt like bidding it goodbye each time he walked across the compound, and saying a glad hello when he returned. A little amused at himself, he went out. There was a black blob, a distant power boat, a few miles off the island, toward the mainland. Kidder stopped and stared distastefully at it. A white petal of spray was affixed to each side of the black body. It was coming toward him. He snorted, thinking of the time a yachtload of silly fools had landed out of curiosity one afternoon, spewed themselves over his beloved island, peppered him with lame-brained questions, and thrown his nervous equilibrium out for days. Lord, how he hated people! The thought of unpleasantness bred two more thoughts that played half-consciously with his mind as he crossed the compound and entered the old laboratory. One was that perhaps it might be wise to surround his buildings with a field of force of some kind and post warnings for trespassers. The other thought was of Conant and the vague uneasiness the man had been sending to him through the radiophone these last weeks. His suggestion, 2 days ago, that a power plant be built on the island. Horrible idea. Conant rose from a laboratory bench as Kidder walked in. They looked at each other wordlessly for a long moment. Kidder hadn't seen the bank president in years. The man's presence, he found, made his scalp crawl. "Hello," said Conant genially. "You're looking fit." Kidder grunted. Conant eased his unwieldy body back onto the bench and said, "Just to save you the energy of asking questions, Mr. Kidder, I arrived 2 hours ago on a small boat. Rotten way to travel. I wanted to be a surprise to you. My 2 men rowed me the last couple of miles. You're not very well equipped here for defense, are you? Why, anyone could slip up on you the way I did." "Who'd want to?" growled Kidder. The man's voice edged annoyingly into his brain. He spoke too loudly for such a small room. At least, Kidder's hermit's ears feel that way. Kidder shrugged, and went about preparing a light meal for himself. "Well," drawled the banker, "I might want to." He drew out a Dow metal cigar case. "Mind if I smoke?" "I do," said Kidder sharply. Conant laughed easily and put the cigars away. "I might," he said, "want to urge you to let me build that power station on this island." "Radiophone work?" "Oh, yes. But now that I'm here, you can't switch me off. Now, how about it?" "I haven't changed my mind." "Oh, but you should, Kidder. You should. Think of it. Think of the good it would do for the masses of people that are now paying exorbitant power bills. I hate the masses. Why do you have to build here? Oh, that. It's an ideal location. You own the island. Work could begin here without causing any comment whatsoever. The plant would spring full-fledged on the power markets of the country, having been built in secret. The island can be made impregnable. I don't want to be bothered. We wouldn't bother you. We'd build on the north end of the island, 1.25 miles from you and your work. Ah, by the way, where's the model of the power transmitter? Kidder, with his mouth full of synthesized food, waved a hand at a small table on which stood the model, a 4-foot, amazingly intricate device of plastic and steel and tiny coils. Conant rose and went over to look at it. Actually works, eh? He sighed deeply and said, Kidder, I really hate to do this, but I want to build that plant rather badly. Carson? Robbins? 2 bull-necked individuals stepped out from their hiding places in the corners of the room. One idly dangled a revolver by its trigger guard. Kidder looked blankly from one to the other of them. These gentlemen will follow my orders implicitly, Kidder. In half an hour, a party will land here. Engineers, contractors. They will start surveying the north end of the island for the construction of the power plant. These boys here feel about the same way I do as far as you are concerned. Do we proceed with your cooperation or without it? It's immaterial to me whether or not you are left alive to continue your work. My engineers can duplicate your model. Kidder said nothing. He had stopped chewing when he saw the gunman, and only now remembered to swallow. He sat crouched over his plate, without moving or speaking. Conant broke the silence by walking to the door. Robbins, can you carry that model there? The big man put his gun away, lifted the model gently, and nodded. Take it down to the beach and meet the other boat. Tell Mr. Johansson, the engineer, that this is the model he is to work from. Robbins went out. Conant turned to Kidder. There's no need for us to anger ourselves, he said oilily. I think you are stubborn, but I don't hold it against you. I know how you feel. You'll be left alone. You have my promise. But I mean to go ahead on this job, and a small thing like your life can't stand in my way. Kidder said, Get out of here. There were 2 swollen veins throbbing at his temples. His voice was low, and it shook. Very well. Good day, Mr. Kidder. Oh, by the way, you're a clever devil. No one had ever referred to the scholastic Mr. Kidder that way before. I realize the possibility of your blasting us off the island. I wouldn't do it if I were you. I'm willing to give you what you want, privacy. I want the same thing in return. If anything happens to me while I'm here, the island will be bombed by someone who is working for me. I'll admit they might fail. If they do, the United States government will take a hand. You wouldn't want that, would you? That's rather a big thing for one man to fight. The same thing goes if the plant is sabotaged in any way after I go back to the mainland. You might be killed. You will most certainly be bothered interminably. Thanks for your, cooperation. The banker smirked and walked out, followed by his taciturn gorilla. Kidder sat there for a long time without moving. Then he shook his head, rested it in his palms. He was badly frightened, not so much because his life was in danger, but because his privacy and his work, his world, were threatened. He was hurt and bewildered. He wasn't a businessman. He couldn't handle men. All his life he had run away from human beings and what they represented to him. He was like a frightened child when men closed in on him. Cooling a little, he wondered vaguely what would happen when the power plant opened. Certainly the government would be interested, unless by then Conant was the government. That plant was an unimaginable source of power, and not only the kind of power that turned wheels. He rose and went back to the world that was home to him, a world where his motives were understood, and where there were those who could help him. Back at the Neoterics building, he escaped yet again from the world of men into his work. Kidder called Conant the following week, much to the banker's surprise. His 2 days on the island had got the work well underway, and he had left with the arrival of a shipload of laborers and material. He kept in close touch by radio with Johansen, the engineer in charge. It had been a blind job for Johansen and all the rest of the crew on the island. Only the bank's infinite resources could have hired such a man, or the picked gang with him. Johansen's first reaction when he saw the model had been ecstatic. He wanted to tell his friends about this marvel, but the only radio set available was beamed to Conant's private office in the bank, and Conant's armed guards, 1 to every 2 workers, had strict orders to destroy any other radio transmitter on site. About that time, he realized that he was a prisoner on the island. His instant anger subsided when he reflected that being a prisoner at $50,000 a week wasn't too bad. 2 of the laborers and an engineer thought differently, and got disgruntled a couple of days after they arrived. They disappeared one night, the same night that 5 shots were fired down on the beach. No questions were asked, and there was no more trouble. Conant covered his surprise at Kidder's call, and was as offensively jovial as ever. "Well now, anything I can do for you?" "Yes," said Kidder. His voice was low, completely without expression. "I want you to issue a warning to your men not to pass the white line I have drawn 500 yards north of my buildings, right across the island." "Warning? Why, my dear fellow, they have orders that you are not to be disturbed on any account." "You've ordered them. All right. Now warn them. I have an electric field surrounding my laboratories that will kill anything living which penetrates it. I don't want to have murder on my conscience. There will be no deaths unless there are trespassers. You'll inform your workers?" "Oh, now, Kidder," the banker expostulated. "That was totally unnecessary. You won't be bothered. Why—" But he found he was talking into a dead mic. He knew better than to call back. He called Johansen instead and told him about it. Johansen didn't like the sound of it, but he repeated the message and signed off. Conant liked that man. He was, for a moment, a little sorry that Johansen would never reach the mainland alive. But that Kidder, he was beginning to be a problem. As long as his weapons were strictly defensive, he was no real menace, but he would have to be taken care of when the plant was operating. Conant couldn't afford to have genius around him unless it was unquestionably on his side. The power transmitter and Conant's highly ambitious plans would be safe as long as Kidder was left to himself. Kidder knew that he could, for the time being, expect more sympathetic treatment from Conant than he could from a horde of government investigators. Kidder only left his own enclosure once after the work began on the north end of the island, and it took all of his unskilled diplomacy to do it. Knowing the source of the plant's power, knowing what could happen if it were misused, he asked Conant's permission to inspect the great transmitter when it was nearly finished. Ensuring his own life by refusing to report back to Conant until he was safe within his own laboratory again, he turned off his shield and walked up to the north end. he saw an awe-inspiring sight. The 4-foot model was duplicated nearly 100 times as large. Inside a massive 300-foot tower, a space was packed nearly solid with the same bewildering maze of coils and bars that the Neoterics had built so delicately into their machine. At the top was a globe of polished golden alloy, the transmitting antenna. From it would stream thousands of tight beams of force, which could be tapped to any degree by corresponding thousands of receivers, placed anywhere at any distance. Kidder learned that the receivers had already been built, but his informant, Johansen, knew little about that end of it and was saying less. Kidder checked over every detail of the structure, and when he was through, he shook Johansen's hand admiringly. "I didn't want this thing here," he said shyly, "and I don't. But I will say that it's a pleasure to see this kind of work." "It's a pleasure to meet the man that invented it." Kidder beamed. "I didn't invent it," he said. "Maybe someday I'll show you who did. Well, goodbye." He turned before he had a chance to say too much, and marched off down the path. "Shall I?" said a voice at Johansen's side. One of Conant's guards had his gun out. Johansen knocked the man's arm down. "No." He scratched his head. "So that's the mysterious menace from the other end of the island, eh? Why, he's a hell of a nice little feller." Built on the ruins of Denver, which was destroyed in the Great Battle of the Rockies during the Western War, stands the most beautiful city in the world, our nation's capital, New Washington. In a circular room deep in the heart of the White House, the President, 3 Army men, and a civilian sat. Under the President's desk, a dictaphone unostentatiously recorded every word that was said. 2,000 and more miles away, Conant hung over a radio receiver, tuned to receive the signals of the tiny transmitter in the civilian's side pocket. One of the officers spoke. "Mr. President, the impossible claims made for this gentleman's product are absolutely true. He has proved beyond doubt each item on his prospectus." The President glanced at the civilian, back at the officer. "I won't wait for your report," he said. "Tell me, what happened?" Another of the Army men mopped his face with a khaki bandana. "I can't ask you to believe us, Mr. President, but it's true all the same. Mr. Wright here has in his suitcase 3 or 4 dozen small, bombs." "They're not bombs," said Wright casually. "All right, they're not bombs. Mr. Wright smashed 2 of them on an anvil with a slammer. There was no result. He put 2 more in an electric furnace. They burned away like so much tin and cardboard. We dropped 1 down the barrel of a field piece and fired it. Still nothing." He paused and looked at the 3rd officer, who picked up the account. "We really got started then. We flew to the proving grounds, dropped one of the objects and flew to 30,000 feet. From there, with a small hand detonator no bigger than your fist, Mr. Wright set the thing off. I've never seen anything like it. 40 acres of land came straight up at us, breaking up as it came. The concussion was terrific. You must have felt it here, 400 miles away." The President nodded. "I did. Seismographs on the other side of the Earth picked it up. The crater it left was 1/4 of a mile deep at the center. Why, 1 plane load of those things could demolish any city. There isn't even any necessity for accuracy." "You haven't heard anything yet," another officer broke in. "Mr. Wright's automobile is powered by a small plant similar to the others. He demonstrated it to us. We could find no fuel tank of any kind, or any other driving mechanism. But with a power plant no bigger than 6 cubic inches, that car carrying enough weight to give it traction, outpulled an army tank. "And the other test," said the third excitedly. He put one of the objects into a replica of a treasury vault. The walls were 12 feet thick, super-reinforced concrete. He controlled it from over 100 yards away. He burst that vault. It wasn't an explosion. It was as if some incredibly powerful expansive force inside filled it and flattened the walls from inside. They cracked and split and powdered, and the steel girders and rods came twisting and shearing out like, phew! After that, he insisted on seeing you. We knew it wasn't usual, but he said he has more to say, and would say it only in your presence. The president said gravely, "What is it, Mr. Wright?" Wright rose, picked up his suitcase, opened it, and took out a small cube, about 8 inches on a side, made of some light-absorbent red material. 4 men edged nervously away from it. "These gentlemen," he began, "have seen only part of the things this device can do. I'm going to demonstrate to you the delicacy of control that is possible with it." He made an adjustment with a tiny knob on the side of the cube, set it on the edge of the president's desk. "You have asked me more than once if this is my invention or if I am representing someone. The latter is true. It might also interest you to know that the man who controls this cube is right now several thousand miles from here. He, and he alone, can prevent it from detonating, now that he pulled his detonator out of the suitcase and pressed a button, have done this. It will explode the way the one we dropped from the plane did, completely destroying this city and everything in it in just 4 hours. It will also explode." He stepped back and threw a tiny switch on his detonator. "If any moving object comes within 3 feet of it, or if anyone leaves this room but me, it can be compensated for that. If, after I leave, I am molested, it will detonate as soon as a hand is laid on me. No bullets can kill me fast enough to prevent me from setting it off." The 3 army men were silent. One of them swiped nervously at the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. The others did not move. The president said evenly, "What's your proposition?" "A very reasonable one. My employer does not work in the open, for obvious reasons. All he wants is your agreement to carry out his orders, to appoint the cabinet members he chooses, to throw your influence in any way he dictates. The public, Congress, anyone else, need never know anything about it. I might add that if you agree to this proposal, this bomb, as you call it, will not go off. But you can be sure that thousands of them are planted all over the country. You will never know when you are near one. If you disobey, it means instant annihilation for you and everyone else within 3 or 4 square miles. In 3 hours and 50 minutes, that will be at precisely 7 o'clock, there is a commercial radio program on station RPRS. You will cause the announcer, after his station identification, to say, 'Agreed.' It will pass unnoticed by all but my employer. There is no use in having me followed. My work is done. I shall never see nor contact my employer again. That is all. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Wright closed his suitcase with a businesslike snap, bowed, and left the room. 4 men sat staring at the little red cube. "Do you think he can do all he says?" asked the president. The 3 nodded mutely. The president reached for his phone. There was an eavesdropper to all of the foregoing. Conant, squatting behind his great desk in the vault, where he had his sanctum sanctorum, knew nothing of it. But beside him was the compact bulk of Kidder's radiophone. His presence switched it on, and Kidder, on his island, Bless the day he had thought of that device. He had been meaning to call Conant all morning, but was very hesitant. His meeting with the young engineer Johansen had impressed him strongly. The man was such a thorough scientist, possessed of such complete delight in the work he did, that for the first time in his life, Kidder found himself actually wanting to see someone again. But he feared for Johansen's life if he brought him to the laboratory, for Johansen's work was done on the island, and Conant would most certainly have the engineer killed if he heard of his visit, fearing that Kidder would influence him to sabotage the great transmitter. And if Kidder went to the power plant, he would probably be shot on sight. All one day Kidder wrangled with himself, and finally determined to call Conant. Fortunately he gave no signal, but turned up the volume on the receiver when the little red light told him that Conant's transmitter was functioning. Curious, he heard everything that occurred in the president's chamber 3,000 miles away. Horrified, he realized what Conant's engineers had done. Built into tiny containers were tens of thousands of power receivers. They had no power of their own, but by remote control could draw on any or all of the billions of horsepower the huge plant on the island was broadcasting. Kidder stood in front of his receiver, speechless. There was nothing he could do. If he devised some means of destroying the power plant, the government would certainly step in and take over the island, and then, what would happen to him and his precious neoterics? Another sound grated out of the receiver. A commercial radio program. A few bars of music. A man's voice advertising Stratoline fares on the installment plan. A short silence, then, Station RPRS, voice of the nation's capital, District of South Colorado. The 3-second pause was interminable. The time is exactly... agreed. The time is exactly 7 p.m., Mountain Standard Time. Then came a half-insane chuckle. Kidder had difficulty believing it was Conant. A phone clicked. The banker's voice. Bill? All set. Get out there with your squadron and bomb up the island. Keep away from the plant, but cut the rest of it to ribbons. Do it quick and get out of there. Almost hysterical with fear, Kidder rushed about the room, and then shot out the door and across the compound. There were 500 innocent workmen in barracks a quarter-mile from the plant. Conant didn't need them now, and he didn't need Kidder. The only safety for anyone was in the plant itself, and Kidder wouldn't leave his neoterics to be bombed. He flung himself up the stairs and to the nearest teletype. He banged out, "Get me a defense. I want an impenetrable shield. Urgent." The words ripped out from under his fingers in the functional script of the neoterics. Kidder didn't think of what he wrote, didn't really visualize the thing he ordered. But he had done what he could. He'd have to leave them now, get to the barracks, warn those men. He ran up the path toward the plant, flung himself over the white line that marked death to those who crossed it. A squadron of 9 clip-winged, mosquito-nosed planes rose out of a cove on the mainland. There was no sound from the engines, for there were no engines. Each plane was powered with a tiny receiver and drew its unmarked, light-absorbent wings through the air with power from the island. In a matter of minutes, they raised the island. The squadron leader spoke briskly into a microphone. "Take the barracks first. Clean 'em up. Then work south." Johansen was alone on a small hill near the center of the island. He carried a camera, and though he knew pretty well that his chances of ever getting ashore again were practically non-existent, he liked angle shots of his tower, and took innumerable pictures. The first he knew of the planes was when he heard their whining dive over the barracks. He stood transfixed, saw a shower of bombs hurtle down and turn the barracks into a smashed ruin of broken wood, metal, and bodies. The picture of Kidder's earnest face flashed into his mind. Poor little guy. If they ever bombed his end of the island, he would... But his tower. Were they going to bomb the plant? He watched, utterly appalled, as the planes flew out to sea, cut back and dove again. They seemed to be working south. At the third dive, he was sure of it. Not knowing what he could do, he nevertheless turned and ran toward Kidder's place. He rounded a turn in the trail and collided violently with the little biochemist. Kidder's face was scarlet with exertion, and he was the most terrified-looking object Johansen had ever seen. Kidder waved a hand northward. "Conant!" he screamed over the uproar. "It's Conant! He's going to kill us all!" "The plant?" said Johansen, turning pale. "It's safe. He won't touch that. But my place. What about all those men?" "Too late," shouted Johansen. "Maybe I can—" "Come on," called Kidder, and was off down the trail, heading south. Johansen pounded after him. Kidder's little short legs became a blur as the squadron swooped overhead, laying its eggs in the spot where they had met. As they burst out of the woods, Johansen put on a spurt, caught up with the scientist, and knocked him sprawling not 6 feet from the white line. What? Don't go any farther, you fool. Your own damned force field. It'll kill you." "Force field? But I came through it on the way up. Here. Wait. If I can—" Kidder began hunting furiously about in the grass. In a few seconds he ran up to the line, clutching a large grasshopper in his hand. He tossed it over. It lay still. "See?" said Johansen. Look! It jumped! Come on. I don't know what went wrong, unless the neoterics shut it off. They generated that field. I didn't." "Neo, huh?" "Never mind," snapped the biochemist, and ran. They pounded gasping up the steps and into the neoterics' control room. Kidder clapped his eyes to a telescope and shrieked in glee. "They've done it! They've done it!" "Who's?" "My little people, the neoterics. They've made the impenetrable shield. Don't you see? It cut through the lines of force that start up that field out there. Their generator is still throwing it up, but the vibrations can't get out. They're safe! They're safe!" And the overwrought hermit began to cry. Johansen looked at him pityingly and shook his head. "Sure, your little men are all right, but we aren't," he added as the floor shook to the detonation of a bomb. Johansen closed his eyes, got a grip on himself, and let his curiosity overcome his fear. He stepped to the binocular telescope, gazed down it. There was nothing there but a curved sheet of gray material. He had never seen a gray quite like that. It was absolutely neutral. It didn't seem soft, and it didn't seem hard, and to look at it made his brain reel. He looked up. Kidder was pounding the keys of a teletype, watching the blank yellow tape anxiously. "I'm not getting through to them," he whimpered. "I don't know what's the matter. Oh, of course." "What?" "The shield is absolutely impenetrable. The teletype impulses can't get through, or I could get them to extend the screen over the building, over the whole island. There's nothing those people can't do." "He's crazy," Johansen muttered. "Poor little—" The teletype began clicking sharply. Kidder dove at it, practically embraced it. He read off the tape as it came out. Johansen saw the characters, but they meant nothing to him. "Almighty," Kidder read falteringly, "pray have mercy on us, and be forbearing until we have said our say. Without orders, we have lowered the screen you ordered us to raise. We are lost, O Great One. Our screen is truly impenetrable, and so cut off your words on the word machine. We have never, in the memory of any neoteric, been without your word before. Forgive us our action. We will eagerly await your answer." Kidder's fingers danced over the keys. "You can look now," he gasped. "Go on. The telescope." Johansen, trying to ignore the whine of sure death from above, looked. He saw what looked like land, fantastic fields under cultivation, a settlement of some sort, factories, and beings. Everything moved with incredible rapidity. He couldn't see one of the inhabitants except as darting pinky-white streaks. Fascinated, he stared for a long minute. A sound behind him made him whirl. It was Kidder, rubbing his hands together briskly. There was a broad smile on his face. "They did it," he said happily. "You see?" Johansen didn't see, until he began to realize that there was a dead silence outside. He ran to a window. It was night outside, the blackest night, when it should have been dusk. "What happened?" "The neoterics," said Kidder, and laughed like a child. "My friends downstairs there. They threw up the impenetrable shield over the whole island. We can't be touched now." And at Johansen's amazed questions, he launched into a description of the race of beings below them. Outside the shell, things happened. 9 airplanes suddenly went dead stick. 9 pilots glided downward, powerless, and some fell into the sea, and some struck the miraculous gray shell that loomed in place of an island, slid off, and sank. And ashore, a man named Wright sat in a car, half dead with fear, while government men surrounded him, approached cautiously, daring instant death from a now dead source. In a room deep in the White House, a high-ranking army officer shrieked, "I can't stand it any more! I can't!" and leaped up, snatched a red cube off the president's desk, ground it to ineffectual litter under his shining boots. And in a few days, they took a broken old man away from the bank and put him in an asylum, where he died within a week. The shield, you see, was truly impenetrable. The power plant was untouched and sent out its beams. But the beams could not get out, and anything powered from the plant went dead. The story never became public, although for some years there was heightened naval activity off the New England coast. The Navy, so the story went, had a new target range out there, a great hemiovoid of gray material. They bombed it and shelled it and rayed it and blasted all around it, but never even dented its smooth surface. Kidder and Johansen let it stay there. They were happy enough with their researches and their neoterics. They did not hear or feel the shelling, for the shield was truly impenetrable. They synthesized their food and their light and air from the materials at hand, and they simply didn't care. They were the only survivors of the bombing, with the exception of 3 poor maimed devils who died soon afterward. All this happened many years ago, and Kidder and Johansen may be alive today, and they may be dead. But that doesn't matter too much. The important thing is that the great gray shell will bear watching. Men die, but races live. Someday the neoterics, after innumerable generations of inconceivable advancement, will take down their shield and come forth. When I think of that, I feel frightened. 2% inspiration. More early Don't Give a Damn fun. Actually a lampoon on some of the more dreadful contemporary, 1940, examples of science fiction. So come on and meet Satan Strong, scourge of the spaceways, supporter of the serialized short story, and specialist in science on the spot. Dr. Bjornson was a thorough man. He thought that way, and acted that way, and expected others to exceed him in thoroughness. Since this was an impossibility, he expressed an almost vicious disappointment in incompetence, and took delight in pointing out the erring one's shortcomings. He was in an ideal position for this sort of thing, being principal of the Nudnik Institute. Endowed by Professor Thaddeus McElhaney Nudnik, the institute was conducted for the purpose of supplying brilliant young assistants to Professor Nudnik. It enrolled 2,000 students every year, and the top 3 of the graduating class were given subsistence and a considerable salary for the privilege of entering Nudnik's 8-year secondary course, where they underwent some real study before they began as assistants in the Nudnik laboratories. Bjornson never congratulated an honor student, for they had behaved as expected. He found many an opportunity of delivering a kick or two in the slats of those who had fallen by the wayside, and of these opportunities, the ones that pleased him the most were the ones involving expulsion. He considered himself an expert disciplinarian, and he was more than proud of his forte for invective. It was with pleasurable anticipation that he summoned one Huey Macaulay to his office one afternoon. Huey was a second-year student, and made ideal bait for Bjornson's particular line of attack. The kid was intelligent to a degree, and fairly well read, so that he could understand Bjornson's more subtle insults. He was highly sensitive, so that he could be hurt by what Bjornson said, and he showed it. He lacked sense, so that he continually retorted to Bjornson's comments, giving the principal blurted statements to pick meticulously apart while the victim writhed. Huey was such perfect material for persecution that Bjornson rather hated to expel him, but he comforted himself by recalling the fact that there were hundreds of others who could be made to squirm. He'd take his time with Huey, however, stretch it out, savor the boy's suffering, before he kicked him out of the school. "Send him in," Bjornson told the built-in communicator on his luxurious desk. He leaned back in his chair, put the tips of his fingers together, lowered his head so that only the whites of his eyes were visible as he stared through his shaggy brows at the door, and waited. Huey came in, his hair plastered unwillingly down, his fear and resentment sticking out all over him. The kid's knees knocked together so that he stumbled against the doorpost. There was a gloss of cold sweat on his forehead. From previous experience, he had no difficulty in taking up the front and center position before the principal's desk. "Yes, sir?" Bjornson made a kissing noise with his wrinkled lips before he spoke, threw back his head, and glared. "You might," he said quietly, "have washed your ears before you came in here." He knew that there is no more painfully undignified attack for an adolescent, particularly if it is not true. Huey flushed, and stuck out his lower lip. Bjornson said, "You are an insult to this institution. You were in a position, certainly, to know yourself before you applied for admission. Therefore, the very act of applying was dishonest and insincere. You must have known that you were unfit even to enter these buildings, to say nothing of daring to perpetuate the mistake of the Board of Examiners in staying here. I am thoroughly disgusted with you." Bjornson smiled his disgust, and it was a smile that perfectly matched his words. He bent to flip the switch on the communicator, cutting off its mellow buzz. "Yes?" "Dr. Bjornson, Professor Nudnik is—" The enunciator's hollow voice was drowned out in the crashing of a hard, old foot against the door. Nudnik kicked it open because he knew it could not be slammed, and he liked startling Bjornson. "What sort of nonsense is this?" he demanded, in a voice that sounded like flatulence through 10 feet of lead pipe. "Since when has that vinegar-visaged female out there been instructed to announce me? Damn it, you'll see me whether you're busy or not." Bjornson had bounced out of his chair to indulge in every sort of sycophantism short of curtsying. "Professor Nudnik! I am delighted to see you!" This was perfect. The only thing that could possibly increase Hughie Macaulay's agony was to have an audience to his dismissal. And what better audience could he have than the great endower of the school himself? Bjornson rubbed his hands, which yielded an unpleasant dry sound, and began. "Professor Nudnik," he said, catching Hughie's trembling shoulder and using it to thrust the attached boy between him and Nudnik. "You could not have picked a better time to arrive. This shivering example of negation is typical of the trash that has been getting by the examiners recently. Now I may prove to you that my recent letter on the subject was justified." Nudnik looked calmly at Hughie. "I don't read your letters," he said. "They bore me. What's he done?" Bjornson, a little taken aback, put this new resentment into his words. "Done? What he hasn't done is more important. He has neglected to tidy up his thinking habits. He indulges in reading imaginative fiction during his hours of relaxation, instead of reading books pertaining in some way to his studies. He whistles in corridors. He asks impertinent questions of his instructors. He was actually discovered writing a letter to a girl." "Tisk, tisk," chuckled the professor. "This during classes?" "Certainly not. Even he would not go that far, though I expect it hourly." Is he intelligent?" "Not very." "What kind of questions does he ask?" "Oh, stupid ones. About the nature of a space warp, whatever that may be, and about whether or not time travel is possible. A dreamer, that's what he is, and a scientific institution is no place for dreamers." "What are you going to do with him?" "Expel him, of course." Nudnik reached over and pulled the boy out of Bjornson's claw. "Then why not post him as expelled, and spare him this agony? It so happens, Bjornson, that this is just the kind of boy I came here to get. I'm going to take him with me on a trip to the asteroid belt. Salary at $2,000 a month, if he's willing. Are you? What's your name?" Hughie nodded swimmingly. "Eh." Beckoning the boy, Nudnik started for the door. "My advice to you, Bjornson," grated the scientist, "is as follows. Keep your nose out of the students' lives on their off hours. If you must continue in these little habits of yours, take it out in pulling the wings off flies. And get married. Take this advice, or hand in your resignation effective this date next month." Hughie paused at the door, looking back. Nudnik gave him a quick look, shoved him toward Bjornson. "Go ahead, kid. I'd like it too." Hughie grinned, walked up to Bjornson, and with a quick 1-2, knocked the principal colder than a cake of ice. They were 8 days out now, and these were the 8. The day when the unpredictable Professor Nudnik had whisked Hughie up to his mountain laboratory, and had put him to work loading the last of an astonishingly inclusive list of stores into the good ship Stout Fella. Hughie began to regard the professor as a little less than the god he had imagined, and a little more as a human being. The old man was perpetually cheerful, pointing out Hughie's stupidities and his little triumphs, without differentiating between them. He treated Hughie with a happy tolerance, and seemed to be more delighted with the lad's ignorance than by his comparatively meager knowledge. When Hughie had haltingly asked if he might take a suitcase full of fiction with him, Nudnik had chuckled dryly and sent him off to the nearest town with a pocketful of money. Hughie arrived back at the laboratory laden and blissful. They took off. And the day when they heard the last broadcast news report before they whisked through the Heaviside layer, among other items was one to the effect that Dr. Emil Bjornson, principal of the Nudnik Institute, had resigned to accept a government job. Huey had laughed gleefully at this, but Nudnik shook his shaggy old head. "Not funny, Huey," he said. "Bjornson's a shrewd man. I've an idea why he did that, and it has nothing to do with our ultimatum." Struck by the scientist's sober tone, Huey calmed down to ask, "What did he do it for?" Nudnik clapped a perforated course card into the automatic pilot, reeled its lower edge into the integrator, and checked his controls before switching them over to the iron mic. "It has to do with this trip," he said, waving the kid into the opposite seat. "And it's about time you knew what this is all about. What we're after is a mineral deposit of incalculable value. How it is, I don't know, but somewhere in that mess of nonsense out there," he indicated the asteroid belt, "is a freak. It's a lump, like the rest of the asteroids, but it differs from the rest of them. It must have been a wanderer, drifting heaven alone knows how far in space, until it got caught in the belt. It's almost pure, through and through, an oxide of presidium. That mean anything to you?" Huey pushed a couple of freckles together over his nose. "Yeah. Rare earth element. Used for, let's see, something to do with Nudnik metal, isn't it?" "That's right. Do you know what Nudnik metal is?" "No. Far as I know, it's a trade secret, known only to the workers in the Isopolis laboratories." The Isopolis laboratories were half heaven and half prison. By government grant, the great Nudnik plant there turned out the expensive metal. It was manned by workers who would never again set foot outside the walls. Men who did not have to, for everything they could possibly want was supplied them. There was no secret about the way they lived, nor about anything in the 50-square-mile enclosure, except the process itself. "Nudnik's metal is a synthetic element, thousands of times denser than anything else known. That's about all I remember," Huey finished lamely. Nudnik chuckled. "I'll let you in on it. The metal is the ideal substance for coating spaceships, because it's as near being impenetrable as anything in the universe. This ship, for instance, is coated with a layer of the stuff less than 1/150,000th of an inch thick, and yet is protected against practically anything. We could run full tilt into an object the size of Earth, and though the impact would drill a molten hole 30 miles deep, and most likely kill us a little bit, the hull wouldn't even be scratched. Hey, want to know what Nudnik metal is? I'll tell you. Copper. Just plain, ordinary, everyday Cu. Huey said, "Copper? But what makes it? How is it?" "Easy enough. You know, Huey, it's the simple things that are really effective. Try to remember that. Nudnik metal is collapsed copper. Collapsed in the way that the elements of the companions of Sirius and Procyon are collapsed. You know the analogy. Pile wine glasses into a barrel, and there'll be a definite, small number of glasses that can be packed in. But crush them to fine powder, and then start packing. The barrel will hold thousands upon thousands more. The molecules of Nudnik metal are crushed that way. You could build 400 ships this size, from stem to stern of solid copper, and you'd use less copper than that which was used to coat this hull. The process is only guessed at, because copper is synthesized from the uranium we ship into Isopolis ostensibly for power. As you just said, it is known that we import presidium. That's the only clue anyone but I and the Isopolites have as to the nature of the process. But presidium isn't an ingredient. It's more like a catalyst. Of all the elements, Only presidium can, by its atomic disintegration, absorb the unbelievable heat liberated by the collapse of the copper molecules. I won't go into the details of it, but the energy thus absorbed and transmuted can be turned back to hasten the collapsing process. The tough thing about presidium is that it's as rare as a hairy egg, and so far no one's been able to synthesize it in usable quantities. All of which makes Nudnik metal a trifle on the expensive side. This lump of presidium in the belt will cut the manufacturing cost way down, and the man or concern or planet that gets hold of it can write its own ticket. See? I will, said Huey slowly, if you'll say all that over again, a few thousand times a day for the next couple of years. The boy was enormously flattered by the scientist's confiding in him. Though he himself was not qualified to use it, he knew that the information he had just received was worth countless millions in the right quarters. It frightened him a little. He wanted to keep the old man talking, and so reached for a question. Why do we have to sneak out in a little ship like this? Why not take a flotilla of destroyers from Earth and take possession? Can't do things that way, son. The Joint Patrol puts the kibosh on that. You can blame the jolly old idealism of the Interplanetary Peace Congress for that, and the Equal Armament Amendment. You see, Mars and Earth are forced by mutual agreement to maintain absolutely equal armament, to share all new developments, and to police space with a joint patrol. A flotilla of Earth ships taking off without the knowledge or consent of the patrol constitutes an act of war. War is a nasty business for a lot of people who weren't in on starting it. We can't do it that way. But if I turn over the location of my find to the patrol, it becomes the property of the joint patrol, neatly tied up in red tape, and it doesn't do anybody any good, particularly the Nudnik laboratories. However, here's where we come in. If an independent expedition lands on, or takes in tow, any body in space that is not the satellite of a planet, said body becomes the sole property of that expedition. Therefore, I've got to keep this expedition as secret from Earth as from Mars, so that Earth, and Nudnik, can get the ultimate benefit. In 2 months, my little treasure will be in opposition with Earth. If I have taken it in tow by then, I can announce my discovery by ultra-radio. The signal reaches Earth before it reaches Mars. By the time the little red men can send out a pirate to erase me, I am surrounded by a patrol fleet, and quite safe. But if Mars gets wind of what I am up to, son, we are going to be intercepted, followed, and rubbed out for the glory and profit of the Red Planet. Get it? I get it. But what's all this got to do with Bjornson? The old scientist scratched his nose. I don't know. Bjornson's a most peculiar egg, Huey. He worked most of his life to get to be principal of the Institute, and it seems to me he didn't do it just for the salary and prestige attached. More than once that egocentric martinet tried to pump me for information about what I was doing, about the Nudnik metal process, about 100 things of the sort. I'm sure he hasn't got any real information, but he might possibly have a hunch. A good hunch is plenty to put a Martian ship on our tail, and a lot of money in Bjornson's pocket. We'll see. And then there was the day when Huey had made bold enough to ask Nudnik why he had picked him for the trip, when he had his choice of thousands upon thousands of other assistants. Nudnik unwrapped his white teeth in one of his indescribable grins. Lots of reasons, son, among which are the fact that I delight in displeasing the contents of Bjornson's stuffed shirt, and the fact that I dislike being bored, and since I must make this trip myself, I might as well be amused while I am cooped up. Also, I have found that baby geniuses are inclined to be a little cocky about what they know, and the fact that they knew it at such a tender age. A trained assistant, on the other hand, is almost certain to be a specialist of sorts, and specialists have inflexible and dogmatic minds. Bjornson said that one of your cardinal crimes was that you relaxed in fantasy. I, with all of my scientific savvy, can find it in me to admire a mind which can conceive of the possibility of a space warp, or time travel. Don't look at me that way. I'm not kidding you. I can't possibly imagine such a thing. My mind is far too cluttered up with facts. I don't know whether or not a Martian ship will pick up our trail on this trip. If one does, it will take fantastic thinking to duck him. I'm incapable of thinking that way, so it's up to you. Huey, hearing the old man's voice, watching his eyes as he spoke, recognized the sincerity there, and began to realize that he carried an unimaginable responsibility on his shoulders. On the 4th and 5th days out, there was little to do, and Huey amused both of them by reading aloud, at Nudnik's insistence, from some of his store of books and magazines. At first Huey was diffident. He could not believe that Nudnik, who had so outdone any fictional scientist, could be genuinely interested. But Nudnik put it as an order, and Huey began to read, with many a glance at the old man to see if he could find the first glimmerings of derision. He found difficulty in controlling his voice and his saliva until Nudnik slowed him down. Soon he was lost in the yarn. It was a good one. It concerned one Satan Strong, scientist, scourge of the spaceways, and supporter of the serialized short story. Satan was a bad egg, whose criminality was surpassed only by his fort for science on the spot. Pursued particularly by the Earth sections of the Space Patrol, Satan Strong was always succeeding in the most dastardly deeds, which always turned out to be preliminaries to greater evils, which were always thwarted by the quick thinking of Captain Jaundice of the patrol. Following which, by turning to the micro-ultra-filtmeter, he rapidly tore out a dozen connections, spot-welded 27 bus bars, and converted the machine into an improved von Krockmeyer hyperspace lever, which bent space like the blade of a rapier and hurtled him in a flash from hilt to point, and effected his escape until the next issue. Nudnik was entranced. "It's pseudoscience," he chuckled. "I might even say that it's pseudological pseudoscience, but it's lovely." He regarded his withered frame quizzically. "Pity I don't have muscles and a widow's peak," he said. "I've got the science, but I rather fear I lack glamour. Have you the next issue?" Huey had. Then, on the 6th day, Huey's reading was interrupted by a shrill whine from the forward instrument panel. A light flashed under a screen. Nudnik walked over to it and flipped a switch. The screen glowed, showing the blackness of space and its crystal points of light. He turned a knob. The points of light swung slowly across the screen until the tiny black ring at the juncture of the crosshairs encircled a slightly luminous spot. "What is it?" Huey asked, regretfully laying down his book. "Company," said Nudnik tersely. "No telling who it is at this distance, unless they want to tell us about themselves by ultra-radio. They're on our course, and overtaking." Huey stared into the screen. "You had this stern detector running all the time, didn't you? Gee, you don't think it's a pirate, do you?" There was something hopeful in Huey's tone. Nudnik laughed. "You want to see science in action, don't you? Hey, I'm afraid I'm going to be a disappointment to you, youngster. We can't travel any faster than we are going now, and that ship quite obviously can." Huey flushed. "Well, Professor, if you think it's all right—" Nudnik shook his head. "I don't think it's all right," he said. "Now that we have established that fact, let's get back to your story. To think that Captain Jaundice would be careless enough to let his betrothed get into the clutches of that evil fellow. What will he do to her? But, Professor Nudnik— Nudnik took Huey's arm and steered him across the control room to his chair. My dear, over-anxious young crew, the ship that is pursuing us presents no problem until it overtakes us. That will be in 48 hours. In the meantime, Captain Jaundice's girlfriend is in far greater danger than we are. Pray, proceed. Most unwillingly, Huey read on. 48 hours later, the brisk crackle of an ultra-radio ordered them to stand by to be boarded in the name of the Joint Patrol. The destroyer pulled alongside, and a lifeboat carried a slim, strong cable around the stout fella, and, through the mooring eyes, back to the patrol ship. The cable was used because magnetic grapples are useless on a Nudnik metal hull. A winch drew the craft together, and a wind tunnel, boarding stage, groped against the outside of the stout fellow's airlock. "What are you going to do?" asked Huey desperately. "We are going to say as little as possible," said Nudnik meaningly. "And we are going to let them in, of course." He actuated the airlock controls. The boarding stage was hermetically sealed to their hull as the outer and inner doors slid back. A purple-uniformed Martian yeoman stepped down into the room, followed by his equally ranking shipmate from Earth. The Martian swore and shut his nostril flaps on the side of his stringy neck with an unpleasant click. "This air is saturated," he squeaked. "You might have had the courtesy to dehydrate it." "What?" grinned the Earth patrolman. "And deprive me of the only breath of decent air I've had in 19 days? He drew a grateful breath, letting the moisture sink into his half-parched lungs. The air in patrol ships was always, since there was no happy medium, too dry for Earthlings and too humid for Martians. For the Martians, living for countless generations on a water-starved planet, had developed a water-hoarding metabolism which had never evolved a use for a water surplus. "Who is in command?" piped the Martian. Nudnik gestured. The Martian immediately turned his back on Huey. "We have orders from headquarters that this ship is to be searched and disarmed, according to Section 398 of the Earth-Mars Code." "Suspicion of piracy," supplemented the Earthman. "Piracy?" shouted Huey, his resentment at last breaking through. "Piracy? Who do you think you are? What do you mean by—" 3 tiny eyes in the back of the Martian's head flipped open. "Has this unpleasantly noisy infant a function?" he demanded, fingering the blaster at his hip. "He's my crew. Be quiet, Huey." "Yeah, take it easy, kiddo," said the Earthman, not unkindly. "Orders are orders in this outfit. You got no fight with us. We just work here." "Let them alone, Huey," chimed in Nudnik. "We've little enough armament, and they're welcome to it. They have every right." While the Martian stalked out, the scientist turned to the other patrolman. "This is a Patrol Council order?" "Of course." "Who signed it?" "Councilman Emil Bjornson." "Bjornson? The new member? How has he the right?" "Council regulations. If any matter should be put to a vote, the resulting decision shall be executed in the name of the President of the Council, except in such cases where the decision is carried by 1 vote, when the order shall be executed in the name of the councilman whose vote carried the measure. Bjornson, as the most recently appointed councilman, has the last vote. In this case, the action was deadlocked, and his vote carried it." "I see. Thank you. I suppose you can't tell me who proposed this order?" "Sorry." The patrolman moved swiftly about the room, covering every inch of space. In spite of his resentment, Huey had to admire the man's efficiency. The kid stood sullenly against the bulkhead. When the man came to him, he ran his hands quickly over the boy, and with the skill of a practiced dip, extracted a low-powered pellet gun from Huey's side pocket. "You won't want this," he said. "It won't kill anything but cockroaches, and they're too easily fumigated." Glancing around swiftly to see if the Martian had returned from the storerooms yet, he clapped his hand over Huey's mouth and whispered something. When the Martian came back, the patrolman was finishing up on the other side of the room, and Huey was staring at him with an affectionately resentful wonderment. "Hardly a thing," complained the Martian shrilly, displaying a sparse armload of sidearms and one Neuro-ray bow chaser. "Never heard of a Martian councilman sending a destroyer after a couple of nitwits on a pleasure cruise." They saluted and left. In 2 minutes, the ships drifted apart. In 5, the destroyer was nothing but a memory and a dwindling spot on the stern visiscreen. Nudnik smiled at Huey. "Tisk! You certainly flew off the handle, Huey. When that fellow took away your pea-shooter, I thought you were going to bite him." "Nah," said Huey, embarrassed. "He was okay. I guess I didn't want the gun much anyhow." There was a silence, while Nudnik inspected the inner airlock gate, and then the air pressure indicator. Finally, Nudnik asked, "Well, aren't you going to tell me?" "What?" "What it was that the patrolman whispered in your ear. Or are you going to save it for a climax in the best science fiction tradition?" Huey was saving it for just that. "You don't miss much, do you?" he said. "It wasn't nothing much," he said. "There's a lousy little Martian private ship on your tail. Probably will stay on our spot on your visiscreen for a few days, and be on top of you before you know it. Better watch him." Nudnik stared at the screen. "Anything else?" He spoke as if he knew damn well there was something else. Huey blushed, robbed of the choicest part of his secret. "Only just that Bjornson's aboard." "That still isn't all." Nudnik approached the boy, absolutely deadpan. "Honest!" stammered Huey, wide-eyed. Nudnik shook his head, put his hand in his pocket, gave something to Huey. "There's just this," he said. "He slipped it into my pocket on the way out, just as easily as he slipped it out of yours." Huey stared at the gun in his hand with a delight approaching tears. "A very efficient young man," said Nudnik. "You will notice that he unloaded it." 3 weeks later, Professor Nudnik took it upon himself to disconnect the stern visiscreen because Huey could not pry himself loose from it. The patrolman had been right. The destroyer had dwindled there until it reached a .008 intensity, and then had stayed right there for several days, after which it had grown again until the boy could make out the ship itself. It was no longer the destroyer. It was a plump-lined, wicked little Martian sportster. He knew without asking that the little ship was fast and maneuverable beyond all comparison with the stout fella. It annoyed him almost as much as Nudnik's calm acceptance of the fact that they were being followed, and that there was every possibility of their never returning to Earth, to say nothing of locating and claiming the Presidium asteroid. He took the trouble to say as much. Nudnik merely raised his eyebrows to uncover his logic and said, "Don't go off half-cocked, younker. Granted, the Martian is following us. I was apparently right about Bjornson's hunch. He knows that I have been looking all over the system for Presidium, and that it is rather unusual for me to go sailing off personally into space. Ergo, I must have found some. But he doesn't want me, or you. All he wants is the Presidium. He can get it only by following this ship. Until we tie on to something, we're as safe as a babe in a bassinet. So why worry? Why worry? The kid's brains almost crackled audibly in their attempt to transmit his worry to the scientist. Here's something. Has it occurred to you that all the Martian has to do is to determine our course, continue it ahead on a chart, and then know our destination? It has occurred to me, said Nudnik gently. Our course will intercept Mercury in 20 days. Mercury? Huey cried. You told me the Presidium was on an asteroid. It is an asteroid. Nudnik was being assiduously patient. You know it, and I know it. But our course is for Mercury. That's all they know. If we lose them, we will change course for the belt. If we don't lose them, we will go to Mercury. If they're persistent, we'll go back to Earth and try again sometime. Though I will admit that there's only 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance of our slipping away without being followed again. I'm sorry, said Huey after a while. I have no business in trying to tell you off, Professor Nudnik. Only I hate like hell to see that Bjornson guy keep you away from what you want to get. That heel, that lousy wart on the nose of progress. End quotes, said Nudnik dryly. Captain Jaundice. Okay, said Huey, grinning in spite of himself. But I can't seem to get over that guy Bjornson. He got in my hair for nearly 2 years at school, and now that he's kicked me out, he seems to want to get under my scalp as well. I don't know. I never saw a guy like that before. I can't figure him. The way he thinks. That rotten business of ganging up on kids. He's inhuman. You may be right, said Nudnik slowly. You may just possibly be right. After a long pause, he said, I picked the right assistant, Huey. You're doing fine. Huey was so tickled by that remark that he didn't think to ask what provoked it. 2 days before they were due on Mercury, the professor heaved a sigh, glanced at Huey, and connected up the stern visiscreen. There you are, he said quietly. Huey looked up from his magazine, dropped it with a gasp of horror. The Martian ship was not 200 yards behind them, looming up, filling the screen. He sprang to his feet. Professor Nudnik, do something! Nudnik shook his head, spread his hands. Any ideas? There must be something. Can't you blast them, Professor? With what? The patrol took even our little neuro-ray. Huey waved the defeatist philosophy aside impatiently. There ought to be something you could do. Heck! You're supposed to be 10 times the scientist that Harry Petru is. I beg your pardon? Harry Petru! Petru! Huey swept up the magazine, thrust the too bright cover in the scientist's face. The writer! The author of Satan Strong. The dried-up old man let out an astonishingly hearty peal of laughter. Well, said Huey defensively, anyway. Furiously he began to shout half-hysterical phrases. He was scared, and he had a bad case of hero worship, and he was also very young. He said, You go ahead and laugh, but Harry Petru has some pretty damn good ideas. Maybe they're not scientific. Not what you'd call scientific. Why doesn't anybody ever do anything scientific without studying for 50 years in a dusty old laboratory? Why does one of the greatest scientists in history, he half sobbed, sit back and be bullied by a louse like Bjornson? Huey, take it easy there. Nudnik put out his hand, then turned away from those young, accusing eyes. Things aren't done that way, Huey, Science isn't like that, made to order for melodramatic adventures. I know. You'd like me to burrow into the air conditioner, throw a few connections around, and come out with a space warp. Huey turned on the lower forward screen. It showed blindingly the flaming crescent of the inner planet. They were descending swiftly toward the night edge of the twilight strip, the automatic pilot taking care of every detail of deceleration and gravity control. "You're quitting," said Huey, his lip quivering. "You're running away." And he turned his back to Nudnik, to stare at the evil, menacing bulk of the Martian ship. Nudnik sighed, went and sat at the controls, and took over the ship from the pilot. After 2 silent hours, Huey observed that Nudnik was preparing to land. He said in a dead voice, "If you land, they'll catch us." "That's right." Nudnik's voice was brisk. "And if they catch us, they'll torture us." "Yep." Nudnik glanced over his shoulder. "Will you obey my orders implicitly?" "Sure," said Huey hopelessly. His eyes were fixed in fearful fascination on the Martian ship. "Start now, then. Get rid of all the metal on your clothes. Belt buckle, buttons, everything. You have fiber-soled boots?" "Mm-hmm." "Put them on. Snap into it." An hour later, the stout fella grated on a sandy clearing not far from a red and rocky bluff. The choking atmosphere of mercury swirled about the portholes. Nudnik climbed out of the pilot's seat and tore a pair of fiber boots out of a locker. He had already ripped his buttons off, tossed his wrist radio and identification ring on the chart table. "Come on," he snapped. We're not going out there." "You're damn right we are." Huey looked at him. If this old man was willing— He shrugged, picked up a magazine. It seemed as if he stroked it. Then he tossed it aside and strode with Nudnik into the airlock. As the inner gate shut them out of the little world that the ship afforded, Nudnik clapped him on the back. "Chin up, kiddo," he said warmly. "Now listen. Do exactly as I tell you. When we get outside, move as fast as you can toward that bluff. The Martians won't shoot as long as they think we have any information. Nah, no questions. There isn't time. Listen, it's hot out there. As hot as the oven my dear old mother used to bake 10-egg cakes in. The air is not so good, but we can breathe it for a while. Long enough, I guess. Ready?" The outer gate slid back, and they plunged out. It was hot. In seconds, acrid dust was packing on Huey's skin, washing away in veritable gushes of sweat, packing the pores again. He saw the reason for taking off metal clothing. He had left his identification ring on. It began to sear his hand. He tore it off and blistered flesh with it. The air lacerated his throat, stung his eyes. Somehow he knew the location of 3 things: the red bluff, the hovering Martian ship, and the professor. He pounded on. Once he tripped, went down on one knee. His breeches burst into flame. Nudnik saw and helped him slap it out. Inside the charred edges of cloth, he caught a glimpse of his own kneecap, a tiny spot of bone amid a circle of cooked flesh, where his knee had ground into the burning sand. Nudnik tugged at his elbow. "How far do you think we are?" he wheezed. Huey suddenly realized that Nudnik's old eyes couldn't see very far in this kind of heat. He had to be the eyes for 2 people now. "Ship, 150 yards. "Not far enough. Go on." They struggled on, helping each other, hindering each other. The ground rose sharply. Nudnik stopped. "Beginning of bluff. Far enough." He began coughing. Huey held him up until he had finished. He began to understand. He had heard vague stories about Martian torture. Nudnik would rather die this way then. They could have starved slowly in the ship. Maybe this was better. Nudnik's shrill, dust-choked whisper reached him. "Martians?" Huey put one hand over his eyes and peered through the fingers. The Martian ship had settled down beside the stout fella. The ports swung open. 3 figures, 2 tall and lanky, 1 short and shriveled. "3! Coming! 2 Martians! Bjornson!" Talking was torture. Breathing was pulling fire into the lungs. He heard a noise and looked down. Nudnik was clutching him and making the noise. Slowly, he realized that the old man was laughing. They lurched toward the 3 figures, clinging to each other. The 2 Martians grasped them, and just in time, or they would have fallen and died. "Of all the crazy damn things to do," shrilled Bjornson. In spite of the blazing breeze, the insufferable heat, the old gestures returned to him, and he rubbed his hands together in that familiar, despised gesture. Nudnik forced his eyes open and stared at the councilman worriedly, and then turned to each of the Martians. They were wilting a little bit in the heat, but their grip was still strong. Bjornson spoke a few squeaky words in the Martian tongue, and the 5 of them began to struggle toward the ships. Suddenly, the Martian who had Huey's arm began to cry out in a piercing, undulating whine. It was quite the most ghastly sound the boy had ever heard. He shuddered in spite of the heat, and thrust at the creature. To his utter amazement, the Martian slumped to the ground, arched his back as it began to scorch, screamed deafeningly, and then lay still. Nudnik laughed cacklingly again, and shoved at his Martian, tripping him at the same time. The second Martian stumbled, regained his balance, and then began screaming. In a matter of seconds he fell. He took longer, but died also. Bjornson stood in front of them, watching the Martians, and then, shouting agonized curses, began a stumbling run toward his ship. "Damn it! He's going to make it!" cried Nudnik, and stooping, he caught up a hot stone and hurled it. Straight as an explosive pellet it flew, and caught Bjornson between his narrow shoulders. Bjornson threw up his hands, trying wildly to keep his feet. Gibbering crazily, Nudnik threw another stone. It missed by 20 feet. Huey caught the old man as he fell exhausted. When next he looked at Bjornson, the councilman was down on his knees, his hand clutching at the sill of the Martian's airlock. He sagged, writhed, and died there. Huey stood for 5 seconds, tottering. Then he shook his head, bent, and let the scientist's limp body fall across his shoulder. It took him an eternity to straighten up, and then eternities to locate his nearby ship and begin that long, long 50-foot journey. Huey knew later that if it had been 5, 3 feet more, he could not possibly have made it. But somehow he did. Somehow he tumbled the old man into the lock, pitched forward on top of him. He scrabbled weakly around, found the lock control, pressed it. Huey screamed when he came out of it. Then he opened his eyes and saw that he wasn't in that fiery desert. He closed them again and realized that his knee hurt terribly. Then Nudnik was beside him, bathing his face, talking. Good stuff, kid. Fix you up in no time. Hey, long chance just for a few tons of presidium, eh? Well, we'll get it now. No one else around. No one else around. Bjornson? Dead. Remember? Like the Martians. Martians? The words brought horror into the heat-reddened young face. He raised his head, and Nudnik slipped another pillow under it. What happened to those Martians? Nudnik grinned. They died of ignorance, son, and let that be a lesson to you. Huey just stared. You see, for generations now, Martians have lived on Earth, and Earthmen on Mars. It made him forget something. That one little fact I was talking about before we landed. Water hoarders, Huey. Martians can't sweat. You see? A human can live beside a steak that's cooking because he sweats. The evaporation cools him down. A Martian can't stand that kind of heat. He cooks like a steak. But Bjornson wasn't. Ah, you're wrong there. Bjornson was. A freak, Huey. Look at Martians. Unemotional, logical. Well, isn't that Bjornson? You know, when I walked in on him when he was ganging up on you at the Institute, I heard him rub his hands together. I'd heard it somewhere before, but I didn't know just where. But the other day, when you said he was inhuman, it clicked. Bjornson didn't have no mama and no papa, kiddo. He came out of a Martian biochemical laboratory, or I miss my guess. Clever fellers, those Martians. Trained him from birth for that job. A key man in the middle of my little old institute. There may be more like him. I'll see to that. Hey, I won't be the first boss that's told his employees, work up a sweat or get canned. Huey at last managed to grin a little. Nudnik kept on talking happily. The knee'll be all right in a couple weeks. By that time, we'll hook on to the Presidium. You're fixed for life, fella. Ah, hey! I've got a confession to make to you. Huey turned weak, amused eyes on him. The old man wagged his head. Yep. About that Presidium. Didn't you wonder how I knew about it? I'll tell you. I was coming from Mars last year on a Martian liner. Very elegant. Humidifiers in every room. Radio, recorded music. Lots of apparatus built into the staterooms. Would have delighted the heart of Satan Strong. Anyway, I got messing around. He paused guiltily, then went on. I sort of tore out some connections and spot-welded some bus bars. Built me a dandy little detectograph. Located that Presidium as we passed the edge of the belt. Sheer luck. Spotted it, by golly, right from a stateroom in a Martian ship. Huey laughed admiringly. You old son of a gun, he said disrespectfully. And you sneered at Satan Strong. Me? The old man shook his head and stood up. Why should I sneer at Satan Strong? I like Satan Strong. I ought to. I write those stories. Brat. Not fun. A horrid little fantasy, derived from true-life observations by a man who loved children, but not children like this one. Those ones. It's strictly a short-order proposition, said Michael, tossing her searchlight hair back on her shoulders. We've got to have a baby 8 days from now, or we're out a sweet pile of cash. We'll get one somewhere. Couldn't we adopt one or something? I said, plucking a stalk of grass from the bank of the brook and jamming it between my front teeth. Takes weeks. We could kidnap one, maybe. They got laws. Laws are for the protection of people. Why does it always have to be other people? Mike was beginning to froth up. Shorty, get your bulk up off the ground and think of something. Think better this way, I said. We could borrow one. Look, said Mike. When I get my hands on a kid, that child and I have to go through a short but rigorous period of training. It's likely to be rough. If I had a baby and someone wanted to borrow it for any such purpose, I'd be damned if I'd let it go. Oh, you wouldn't be too tough, I said. You've got maternal instincts and stuff. Shorty, you don't seem to realize that babies are very delicate creatures and require the most skilled and careful handling. I don't know anything about them. I am an only child, and I went right from high school into business college, and from there into an office. The only experience I ever had with a baby was once, when I minded one for an afternoon. It cried all the time I was there. Should have changed its diapers. I did. Must have stuck it with a pin then. I did not. You seem to know an awful lot about children, she said hotly. Sure I do. I was one myself once. Heel? She leaped on me and rolled me into the brook. I came up spluttering and swearing. She took me by the neck, pulled me half up on the bank, and began thudding my head on the soft bank. Let go my apple, I gasped. This is no choking matter. Now will you cooperate? Shorty, quit your kidding. This is serious. Your Aunt Amanda has left us 30 grand, providing we can prove to her sister Jonquil that we are the right kind of people. Those who can take care of a baby can take care of money, she used to say. We've got to be under Jonquil's eye for 30 days and take care of a baby. No nursemaids, no laundresses, no nothing. Let's wait till we have one of our own. Don't be stupid. You know as well as I do that that money will set you up in a business of your own, as well as paying off the mortgage on the shack, and decorating it, and getting us a new car, and a fur coat, and a star sapphire. Maybe I'll even get a new pair of socks. Shorty! A full lip quivered. Green eyes swam. Oh, darling, I didn't mean. Come here and be kissed. She did. Then she went right on where she had left off. She's like that. She can puddle up at the drop of a cynicism, and when I apologize, she sniffs once, and the tears all go back into her eyes without being used. She holds them for when they'll be needed, instead of wasting them. But you know perfectly well that unless we get our hands on money, lots of it, and darn soon, we'll lose that barn and the garage that we built just to put a new car in. Wouldn't that be silly? No. No garage, no need for a car. Save lots of money. Shorty, please. All right, all right. The fact that everything you say is correct doesn't help to get us a baby for 30 days. Damn money anyway. Money isn't everything. Of course it isn't, darling, said Michael sagely. But it's what you buy everything with. A sudden splash from the brook startled us. Mike screamed. Shorty, grab him! I plunged into the water and hauled out a very tiny, very dirty baby. It was dressed in a tattered romper, and it had an elfin face, big blue eyes, and a golden topknot. It looked me over and sprayed me with a combination of a mouthful of water and a Bronx cheer. "Oh, the poor, darling little angel," said Mike. "Give him to me, Shorty. You're handling him like a bag of sugar." I stepped gingerly out of the brook and handed him over. Michael cradled the filthy mite in her arms, completely oblivious to the child's effect on her white linen blouse. The same white linen blouse, I reflected bitterly, that I had been kicked out of the house for when I pitched some cigar ashes on it. It made me feel funny, watching Mike handle that kid. I'd never pictured her that way. The baby regarded Mike gravely as she discoursed to it about a poor drowned woofum-woofums, and did the bad man treat it badly then? The baby belched eloquently. "He belches in English," I remarked. "Did it have the windy ripples?" cooed Mike. "Give us a kiss, honey lamb." The baby immediately flung its little arms around her neck and planted a whopper on her mouth. "Wow," said Mike when she got her breath. "Shorty, could you take lessons?" "Lessons my eye," I said jealously. "Mike, that's no baby. That's some old guy in his second childhood." "The idea." She crooned to the baby for a moment, and then said suddenly, "Shorty, what were we talking about before heaven opened up and dropped this little bundle of—" Here the baby tried to squirm out of her arms, and she paused to get a better grip. "Bundle of what?" I asked, deadpan. "Bundle of joy." "Oh, bundle of joy. What were we talking about?" Hey! Babies!" "That's right. And a will. And 30 grand. I looked at the child with new eyes. "Who do you think belongs to the younker?" "Someone who apparently won't miss him if we take him away for 30 days, she said. "No matter what bungling treatment I give him, it's bound to be better than what he's used to. Letting a mere babe crawl around in the woods. Why, it's awful." "The mere babe doesn't seem to mind," I said. "Tell you what we'll do. We'll take care of him for a few days and see if anyone claims him. We'll listen to the radio and watch the papers and the old grapevine. If anybody does claim him, maybe we can make a deal for a loan. At any rate, we'll get to work on him right away." At this juncture, the baby eeled out of Mike's arms and took off across the grass. "Sweet Sue, look at him go!" she said, scrambling to her feet. "Get him, Shorty!" The infant, with twinkling heels, was crawling, running on hands and knees, down toward the brook. I headed him off just as he reached the water, and snagged him up by the slack of his pants. As he came up off the ground, he scooped up a handful of mud and pitched it into my eyes. I yelped and dropped him. When I could see a little daylight again, I beheld Michael taking a running Brody into a blackberry bush. I hurried over there, my eyelids making a nasty, grating sound. Michael was lying prone behind the baby, who was also lying prone, his little heels caught tightly in Mike's hands. He was nonchalantly picking blackberries. Mike got her knees, and then her feet under her, and picked up the baby, who munched contentedly. "I'm disgusted with you," she said, her eyes blazing. "Flinging an innocent child around like that. Why, it's a wonder you didn't break every bone in his poor little body." "But he threw mud in my—" "Pick on someone your own size, you big bully. I never knew till now that you were a sadist with an inferiority complex. And I never knew till now that it's true what they say about the guy in the 3-cornered pants. The king can do no wrong. What's happened to your sense of justice, woman? That little brat there—" "Shorty! talking that way about a poor little baby. He's beautiful. He didn't mean anything by what he did. He's too young to know any better." In the biggest, deepest bass voice I have ever heard, the baby said, "Lady, I do know what I'm doing. I'm old enough." We both sat down. "Did you say that?" Mike wanted to know. I shook my head dazedly. "Couple of dopes," said the baby. "Who? What are you?" asked Mike breathlessly. "What do I look like?" said the baby, showing his teeth. He had very sharp, very white teeth, 2 on the top gum and 4 on the lower. "A little bundle of—" "Shorty?" Mike held up a slim finger. "Never mind him," growled the child. "I know lots of 4-letter words. Go ahead, bud." "You go ahead. What are you, a midget?" I no sooner got the second syllable of that word out when the baby scuttled over to me and rocked my head back with a surprising right to the jaw. "That's the last time I'm going to be called that by anybody," he roared deafeningly. "No, I'm not what you said. I'm a pro-tem changeling, and that's all." "What on earth is that?" asked Mike. "Just what I said," snapped the baby. "A pro-tem changeling. When people treat their babies too well, or not well enough, I show up in their bassinets and give their folks what for. Only I'm always the spitting image of their kid. When they wise up in the treatment, they get their kids back. Not before." "Who pulls the switch? I mean, who do you work for?" The baby pointed to the grass at our feet. I had to look twice before I realized what he was pointing at. The blades were dark and glossy and luxuriant in a perfect ring about 4 feet in diameter. Michael gasped and put her knuckles to her lips. "The little people," she breathed. I was going to say, "Don't be silly, Mike," but her taut face and the baby's bland, nodding head stopped me. "Will you work for us?" she asked breathlessly. "We need a baby for 30 days to meet the conditions of a will." "I heard you talking about it," said the baby. "No." "No?" "No." A pause. "Look, kid," I said, "what do you like? Money? Food? Candy? Circuses?" "I like steaks," said the child gruffly. "Rare, fresh, thick, onions. Cooked so pink they say moo when you bite 'em. Why?" "Good," I said. "If you work for us, you'll get all the steaks you can eat." "No." "What would you want to work for us?" "Nothing. I don't want to work for you." "What are we going to do?" I whispered to Mike. "This would be perfect." "Leave it to me." "Look, baby, what's your name anyway?" "Percival. But don't call me Percival. Butch." "Well, look, Butch, we're in an awful jam. If we don't get hold of a sockful of money darn soon, we'll lose that pretty little house over there." "What's the matter with him? Can't he keep up the payments? What is he, a bum?" "Hey, you." "Shut up, Shorty." "He's just beginning, Butch. He's a graduate caterer, but he has to get a place of his own before he can make any real money." "What happens if you lose the house?" "A furnished room. The 2 of us." "What's the matter with that?" I tensed. This was a question I had asked her myself. Not for me. I just couldn't live that way. Mike would wheedle, but she wouldn't lie. Butch furrowed his non-existent eyebrows. Couldn't? You know, I like that. High standards. His voice deepened. The question lashed her. Would you live with him in a furnished room if there were no other way? Well, of course. I'll help you, said Butch instantly. Why? I asked. What do you expect to get out of it? Nothing. Some fun, maybe. I'll help you because you need help. That's the only reason I ever do anything for anybody. That's the only thing you should have told me in the first place. That you were in a jam. You and your bribes, he snapped at me, and turned to Mike. I ain't gonna like that guy, he said. I said, I already don't like you. As we started back to the house, Butch said, But I'm gonna get my steaks? Aunt Jonquil's house stood alone in a large lot, with its skirts drawn primly up, and an admonishing expression on its face. It looked as if it had squeezed its way between two other houses to hide itself, and some scoundrel had taken the other houses away. And Aunt Jonquil, like her house, was 5 times as high as she was wide, extremely practical, unbeautifully ornate, and stood alone. She regarded marriage as an unfortunate necessity. She herself never married, because an unkind nature had ruled that she must marry a man, and she thought that men were uncouth. She disapproved of smoking, drinking, swearing, gambling, and loud laughter. Smiles she enjoyed only if she could fully understand what was being smiled at. She mistrusted innuendo. A polite laugh was a thing she permitted herself perhaps twice a week, providing it was atoned for by 10 minutes of frozen-faced gravity. Added to which, she was a fine person. Swell. On the way to the city, I sat through this unnerving conversation. Butch said, Fathead! Drive more carefully! He's doing all right, said Mike. Really, it surprises me. He's usually an Indian. She was looking very lovely in a pea-green linen jacket, and a very simple white skirt, and a buff straw hat that looked like a halo. Butch was wearing a lace-edged bonnet, and an evil gleam in his eye to offset the angelic combination of a pale blue sweater, with white rabbits applied on the sides, and fuzzy Angora booties, on which he had insisted, because I was wearing a navy blue, and he knew it would come off all over me. He was, I think, a little uncomfortable due to my rather unskilled handling of his diapering. And the reason for my doing that job was to cause us more trouble than a little bit. Butch's ideas of privacy and the proprieties were advanced. He would no more think of letting Mike bathe or change him than I would think of letting Garbo change me. Thinking about this, I said, Butch, that prudishness of yours is going to be tough to keep up at Aunt Jonquil's. You'll keep it up, son, said the infant, or I'll quit working. I ain't going to have no women messing around me that way. What do you think I am, an exhibitionist? I think you're a liar, I said, and I'll tell you why. You said you made a life's work of substituting for children. How could you with ideas like that? Who you trying to horse up? Oh, said Butch, that. Well, I might's well confess to you that I ain't done that kind of work in years. I got sick of it. I was getting along in life, and, well, you can imagine. Well, about 30 years ago, I was out on a job, and the woman was changing my drawers, when a half-dozen babes arrived from her sewing circle. She left off working right where she was, and sang out for them all to come in and see how pretty I looked the way I was. I jumped out of the bassinet, grabbed a diaper off the bed, and held it in front of me while I called a whole bunch of them what they were and told them to get out of there. I got fired for it. I thought they'd put me to work haunting houses or cleaning dishes for sick people or something. But no, they cracked down on me, told me I'd have to stay this way until I was repentant. Are you? Giggled Mike. Butch snorted. Not so you'd notice it, he growled. Repentant because I believe in common decency? Hey? We waited a long time after we rang the bell before Jonquil opened the door. That was to give her time to peep out at us from the tumorous bay window and compose her features to meet the niece by marriage her unfastidious nephew had acquired. Jonquil, I said heartily, dashing forward and delivering the required peck on her cheek. Jonquil expected her relatives to use her leathery cheek precisely as she herself used a napkin. Pat. Dry surface on dry surface. Moisture is vulgar. And this is Michael, I said, stepping aside. Mike said, How do you do? Demurely, and smiled. Aunt Jonquil stepped back a pace and held her head as if she were sighting at Mike through her nostrils. Oh, yes, she said without moving her lips. The smile disappeared from Mike's face and came back with an effort of will that hurt. Come in, said Jonquil at last, and with some reluctance. We trailed through a foyer and entered the parlor. It wasn't a living room. It was an honest-to-goodness front parlor with antimacassars and seashells. The tone of the room was sepia, light from the background of the heavily flowered wallpaper, dark for the furniture. The chairs and a hard-looking divan were covered with a material that looked as if it had been bleeding badly some months ago. When Butch's eye caught the glassed-in monstrosity of hay and dead flowers over the mantelpiece, he retched audibly. "What a lovely place you have here," said Mike. "Glad you like it," acknowledged Jonquil woodenly. "Let's have a look at the child." She walked over and peered at Butch. He scowled at her. "Good heavens!" she said. "Isn't he lovely?" said Mike. "Of course," said Jonquil without enthusiasm, and added, after searching her store of ready-made expressions, "The little wudgeons." She kitchy-cooed his chin with her sharp forefinger. He immediately began to wail, with the hoarse, high-pitched howl of a genuine baby. "The poor darling's tired after his trip," said Mike. Jonquil, frightened by Butch's vocal explosion, took the hint and led the way upstairs. "Is the whole damn house like this?" whispered Butch hoarsely. "No, I don't know. Shut up," said Mike. My sharp-eared aunt swiveled on the steps. "And go to sleepy bye," she crooned aloud. She bent her head over his and hissed, "And keep on crying, you little wretch." Butch snorted and then complied. We walked into a bedroom, austerely furnished, the kind of room they used in the last century for sleeping purposes only, and therefore designed so that it was quite unattractive to anyone with anything but sleep on his mind. It was all gray and white. The only spot of color in the room was the bedstead, which was a highly polished pipe organ. Mike laid the baby down on the bed and stripped off his booties, his shirt, and his sweater. Butch put his fist in his mouth and waited tensely. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have the very same bassinet you used, up in the attic," said Jonquil. "I should have had it ready. Your telegram was rather abrupt, Horace. You should have let me know sooner that you'd come today." She angled out of the room. "Horace! I'll be—" "Is your name Horace?" asked Butch in delight. Yes, I said gruffly. But it's Shorty to you, see, little man? And I was worried about you calling me Percival. I helped set up the bassinet, and we tucked Butch in for his nap. I managed to be fooling around with his bedclothes when Mike bent over dutifully to give him a kiss. I grabbed Butch's chin and held it down so the kiss landed on his forehead. He was mightily wroth and bit my finger till it bled. I stuck it in my pocket and told him, "I'll see you later, bummy-wummy." He made a noise, and Jonquil fled, blushing. We convened in the kitchen, which was far and away the pleasantest room in the house. "Where on earth did you get that child?" Jonquil asked, peering into a nice-smelling saucepan on the old-fashioned range. "Neighbor's child," I said. "They were very poor, and were glad to have him off their hands for a few weeks." "He's a foundling," Mike ingeniously supplemented. "Left on their doorstep. He's never been adopted or anything." "What's his name?" "We call him Butch." "How completely vulgar," said Jonquil. "I will have no child named Butch in my house. We shall have to give him something more refined." I had a brainwave. "How about Percival?" I said. "Percival. Percy," murmured Jonquil, testing it out. "That is much better. That will do. I knew somebody called Percival once." "Oh, you better not call him Percival," said Mike, giving me her no-good-can-come-of-this look. "Why not?" I said blandly. "Lovely name." "Yeah," said Mike. "Lovely." "What time does Percival get his dinner?" asked Jonquil. 6 o'clock. "Good," said Jonquil. "I'll feed him." "Oh, no, Miss Timmins. That's our job." I think Jonquil actually smiled. "I think I'd like to do it," she said. "You're not making an inescapable duty out of this, are you?" "I don't know what you mean," said Mike, a little coldly. "We like that child." Jonquil peered intently at her. "I believe you do," she said in a surprised tone, and started out of the room. At the door she called back, "You needn't call me Miss Timmins," and she was gone. "Well," said Mike. "Looks like you won the war, babe." "Only the first battle, honey, and don't think I don't know it. What a peculiar old duck she is." She busied herself at the stove, warming up some strained carrots she had taken out of a jar, sterilizing a bottle, and filling it with pineapple juice. We had read a lot of baby manuals in the last few days. Suddenly, "Where's your aunt?" Mike asked. "I don't know. I guess she's—" "Good grief!" There was a dry-boned shriek from upstairs, and then the sound of hard heels pounding along the upper hallway toward the front stairs. We went up the back stairs, 2 at a time, and saw the flash of Jonquil's dimity skirts as she disappeared downstairs. We slung into the bedroom. Butch was lying in his bassinet, doubled up in some kind of spasm. "Now what?" I groaned. "He's choking," said Mike. "What are we going to do, Shorty?" I didn't know. Mike ran and turned him over. His face was all twisted up, and he was pouring sweat and gasping. "Butch! Butch, what's the matter?" And just then he got his wind back. "Ho, ho, ho!" he roared in his bullfrog voice, and lost it again. "He's laughing," Mike whispered. That the funniest way I ever saw anyone commit sideways, I said glumly. I reached out and smacked him across the puss. Butch! Snap out of it! Ooh, said Butch. You lousy heel. I'll get you for that. Sorry, Butch, but I thought you were strangling. Guess I was at that, he said, and started to laugh again. Shorty, I couldn't help it. See, that old vinegar visage come in here and started staring at me. I stared right back. She bends over the bassinet. I grin. She grins. I open my mouth. She opens her mouth. I reach in and pull out her bridge work and pitch it out the windy. Her face sags down in the middle like a city street in Scranton. She does the steam siren act and hauls out of here. But Shorty, Mike, and he went off into another helpless spasm. You should have seen her face. We all subsided when Jonquil came in again. Just tending to my petunias, she said primly. Why, you have dinner on the table. Thank you, child. Round 2, I said noncommittally. Around 2 in the morning, I was awakened by a soft thudding in the hallway. I came up on one elbow. Mike was fast asleep, but the bassinet was empty. I breathed an oath and tiptoed out into the hall. Halfway down was Butch, crawling rapidly. In 2 strides, I had him by the scruff of the neck. Ugh! Shut up! Where do you think you're going? He thumbed at a door down the hall. No, Butch. Get on back to bed. You can't go there. He looked at me pleadingly. I can't? Not for nothing? Not for nothing. Oh, Shorty, give me a break. Break my eyebrow. You belong in that bassinet. Just this once, huh, Shorty? I looked worriedly at Jonquil's bedroom door. All right, damn it, but make it snappy. Butch went on strike the 3rd day. He didn't like those strained vegetables and soups to begin with, and then one morning he heard the butcher boy downstairs singing out, Here's your steaks, Miss Timmins. That was enough for little Percival. There's got to be a new deal around here, chum, he said the next time he got me in the room alone. I'm getting robbed. Robbed? Who's taking what? Yous. You promised me steaks, right? Listen, Shorty, I'm through with that pap you've been feeding me. I'm starving to death on it. What would you suggest? I asked calmly. Shall I have one done to your taste and delivered to your room, sir? You know what, Shorty? You're kiddin'. He jabbed a tiny forefinger into the front of my shirt for emphasis. You're kiddin', but I ain't. And what you just said is a pretty good idea. I want a steak once a day here in this room. I mean it, son. I opened my mouth to argue, and then looked deep into those baby eyes. I saw an age-old stubbornness, an insurmountable firmness of character there. I shrugged and went out. In the kitchen, I found Mike and Jonquil deeply engaged in some apparently engrossing conversation about rayon taffeta. I broke it up by saying, I just had an idea. Tonight I'm going to eat my supper upstairs with Percival. I want you to get to know each other better, and I would commune with another male for a spell. I'm outnumbered down here. Jonquil actually did smile this time. Smiles seemed to be coming to her a little more easily these days. I think that's a lovely idea, she said. We're having steak tonight, Horace. How do you like yours? Broiled, said Mike, and rare, I said, sending a glance at Mike. She shut up, wonderingly. And that night I sat up in the bedroom, watching that miserable infant eat my dinner. He did it with gusto, with much smacking of the lips and grunting in ecstasy. "What do you expect me to do with this?" I asked, holding up a cupful of lukewarm and sticky strained peas. "I don't know," said Butch with his mouth full. "That's your problem." I went to the window and looked out. Directly below was a spotless concrete walk, which would certainly get spattered if I pitched the unappetizing stuff out there. "Butch, won't you get rid of the stuff for me?" He sighed, his chin all greasy from my steak. "Thanks, no," he said luxuriously. "Couldn't eat another bite." I tasted the peas tentatively, held my nose, and gulped them down. As I swallowed the last of them, I found time to direct a great many highly unpleasant thoughts at Butch. "No remarks, Percy," I growled. He just grinned. I picked up his plates and the cup and started out. "Haven't you forgotten something?" he asked sleepily. "What?" He nodded toward the dresser and the bottle which stood on it. "Boiled milk, with water and corn syrup added." "Damned if I will," I snapped. He grinned, opened his mouth, and started to wail. "Shut up!" I hissed. "You'll have them women up here claiming I'm twisting your tail or something." "That's the idea," said Butch. "Now drink your milk like a good little boy, and you can go out and play." I muttered something impotently, ripped the nipple off the bottle, and gulped the contents. "That's for telling the old lady to call me Percy," said Butch. "I want another steak tomorrow. Bye now." And that's how it came about that I, a full-grown man in good health, lived for close to 2 weeks on baby food. I think that the deep respect I have for babies dates from this time, and is founded on my realization of how good-natured they are on the diet they get. It sure didn't work that way with me. What really griped me was having to watch him eat my meals. Brother, I was earning that 30 grand the hard way. About the beginning of the 3rd week, Butch's voice began to change. Mike noticed it first, and came and told me. "I think something's the matter with him," she said. "He doesn't seem as strong as he was, and his voice is getting high-pitched." "Don't borrow trouble, beautiful," I said, putting my arm around her. "Lord knows he isn't losing any weight on the diet he's getting, and he has plenty of lung power." "That's another thing," she said in a puzzled tone. "This morning he was crying, and I went in to see what he wanted. I spoke to him, and shook him, but he went on crying for almost 5 minutes before he suddenly sat up and said, 'What? What? Eh? It's you, Mike.' I asked him what he wanted. He said nothing and told me to scram." "He was kidding you." She twisted out of my arms and looked up at me, her golden brows just touching over the snowy crevasse of her frown. "Shorty, he was crying. Real tears." That was the same day that Jonquil went into town and bought herself a half-dozen bright dresses. And I strongly suspect she had something done to her hair. She looked 15 years younger when she came in and said, "Horace, it seems to me you used to smoke." "Well, yes." "Silly boy. You've stopped smoking just because you think I wouldn't approve. I like to have a man smoking around the house. Makes it more homey. Here." She pressed something into my hand and fled, red-faced and bright-eyed. I looked at what she had given me. 2 packs of cigarettes. They weren't my brand, but I don't think I have ever been so deeply touched. I went and had a talk with Butch. He was sleeping lightly when I entered the room. I stood there looking down at him. He was awful tiny, I thought. I wonder what it is these women gush so much about. Butch's eyes were so big under his lids that they seemed as if they just couldn't stay closed. The lashes lay on his cheek with the most gentle of delicate touches. He breathed evenly, with occasionally a tiny catch. It made nice listening, somehow. I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. His hand, clenching and unclenching. It was very rosy, and far too small to be so perfect. I looked at my own hand, and at his, and I just couldn't believe it. He woke suddenly, opening his eyes and kicking. He looked first at the window, and then at the wall opposite. He whimpered, swallowed, gave a little cry. Then he turned his head and saw me. For a long moment he watched me, his deep eyes absolutely unclouded. Suddenly he sat up and shook his head. "Hello," he said sleepily. I had the strange sensation of watching a person wake up twice. I said, "Mike's worried about you." I told him why. "Really?" he said. "I don't feel much different. Hey, imagine this happening to me." "Imagine what happening?" "I've heard of it before, but I never—" "Shorty, you won't laugh at me, will you?" I thought of all that baby food, and all those steaks. "Don't worry. You ain't funny." "Well, you know what I told you about me being a changeling? Changelings is funny animals. Nobody likes 'em. They raise all kinds of hell. Fathers resent 'em because they cry all night. Mothers get panicky if they don't know it's a changeling, and downright resentful if they do. A changeling has a lot of fun being a brat, but he don't get much emotional sugar, if you know what I mean. Well, in my case, damn it, I can't get used to it. Me, of all people. Well, someone around here, loves me." "Not me," I said quickly, backing away. "I know, not you." He gave me a sudden, bird-like glance and said softly, "You're a pretty good egg, Shorty." "Huh?" "Aw." Anyway, they say that if any woman loves a changeling, he loses his years and his memories and turns into a real human kid. But he's got to be loved for himself, not for some kid he replaces. He shifted uneasily. I can't get used to it happening to me, but... Oh. A pained expression came across his face, and he looked at me helplessly. I took in the situation at a glance. A few minutes later I corralled Mike. "Got something for you," I said, and handed her something made of layette cloth. "What's—" "Shorty, not—" I nodded. "Butch is getting infantile," I said. While she was doing the laundry a while later, I told her what Butch had said. She was very quiet while I told her, and afterward. "Mike, if there is anything in all this fantastic business, it wouldn't be you, would it, that's making this change in him?" She thought it over for a long time and then said, "I think he's terribly cute, Shorty." I swung her around. She had soap suds on her temple, where her fingers had trailed when she tossed her bright hair back with her wrist. "Who's the #1 man around here?" I whispered. She laughed and said I was silly, and stood on tiptoe to kiss me. She's a little bit of a thing. The whole thing left me feeling awful funny. Our 30 days were up, and we packed. Jonquil helped us, and I've never seen her so full of life. Half the time she laughed, and once in a while she actually broke down and giggled. And at lunch she said to us, "Horace, I'm afraid to let you take little Percy back with you. You said that those people who had him were sort of ne'er-do-wells, and they wouldn't miss him much. I wish you'd leave him with me for a week or so, while you find out just what their home life is like, and whether they really want him back. If not, well, I'll see that he gets a good place to live in." Mike and I looked at each other, and then Mike looked up at the ceiling toward the bedroom. I got up suddenly. "I'll ask him," I said, and walked upstairs. Butch was sitting up in the bassinet, trying to catch a sunbeam. "Hey," I said, "Jonquil wants you to stick around. What do you say?" He looked at me, and his eyes were all baby, nothing else. "Well?" He made some tremendous mental effort, pursed his lips, took a deep breath, held it for an unconscionable time, and then one word burst out. "Percy!" "I get it," I said. "So long, fella." He didn't say anything, just went back to his sunbeam. "It's okay with him," I said when I got back to the table. "You never struck me as the kind of man who would play games with children," laughed Jonquil. "You'll do. You'll do. Michael, dear, I want you to write to me. I'm so glad you came." So we got our 30 grand. We wrote as soon as we reached the shack. Our shack now. That people wouldn't want Percy back, and that his last name was Fay. We got a telegram in return thanking us, and telling us that Jonquil was adopting the baby. "You going to miss old Butch?" I asked Mike. "No," she said. "Not too much. I'm sort of saving up." "Oh," I said. Medusa. This is fun, too, but of a whole different order of magnitude. Some fun is, by its nature, trivial. This kind, however, is at base deeply thoughtful, though it masquerades as a comedy. It is, in short, metaphor. I wasn't sore at them. I didn't know what they'd done to me exactly. I knew that some of it wasn't so nice, and that I'd probably never be the same again. But I was a volunteer, wasn't I? I'd asked for it. I'd signed a paper authorizing the Department of Commerce of the League to use me as they saw fit. When they pulled me out of the fleet for routine examinations, and when they started examinations that were definitely not routine, I didn't kick. When they asked for volunteers for a project they didn't bother to mention by name, I accepted it, sight unseen. And now... "How do you feel, Rip?" old Doc Wren wanted to know. He spoke to me easy-like, with his chin on the backs of his hands and his elbows on the table. The greatest name in psychoscience, and he talks to me as if he were my old man. Right up there in front of the whole psycho board, too. "Fine, sir," I said. I looked around. I know all the doctors and one or two of the visitors. All the medicos had done one job or another on me in the last 3 years. Boy, did they put me through the mill. I understood only a fraction of it all. The first color tests, for instance, and the electro-coordination routines. But that torture machine of Grenfell's, and that copper helmet that Winton made me wear for 2 months, talk about your nightmares. What they were doing to me, or for me, was something I could only guess at. Maybe they were testing me for something. Maybe I was just a guinea pig. Maybe I was in training for something. It was no use asking either. I volunteered, didn't I? Well, Rip, Doc Wren was saying, it's all over now. The preliminaries, I mean. We're going ahead with the big job. Preliminaries? I goggled. You mean to tell me that what I've been through for the last 3 years was all preliminaries? Wren nodded, watching me carefully. You're going on a little trip. It may not be fun, but it'll be interesting. Trip? Where to? This was good news. The repeated drills on spaceship techniques, the refresher courses on astrogation, had given me a good-sized itch to get out into the black again. Sealed orders, said Wren, rather sharply. You'll find out. The important thing for you to remember is that you have a very important role to play. He paused. I could see him grimly ironing the snappiness out of his tone. Why in Canaan did he have to be so careful with me? You will be put aboard a 4-field super, the latest and best equipped that the League can furnish. Your job is to tend the control machinery and to act as assistant astrogator no matter what happens. Without doubt, you will find your position difficult at times. You are to obey your orders as given, without question, and without the use of force, where possible. This sounded screwy to me. That's all written up, just about word for word in the Naval Manual, I reminded him gently, under duties of crew. I've had to do all you said every time I took a ship out. Is there anything special about this one, that it calls for all this underlining? He was annoyed, and the board shuffled 22 pairs of feet. But his tone was still friendly, half persuasive when he spoke. There is definitely something special about this ship, and its crew. Rip, you've come through everything we could hand you, with flying colors. Frankly, you were subjected to psychic forces that were enough to drive a normal man quite mad. The rest of the crew, it is only fair to tell you, are insane. The nature of this expedition necessitates our manning the ship that way. Your place on the ship is a key position. Your responsibility is a great one. Now, hold on, sir, I said. I'm not questioning your orders, sir, and I consider myself under your disposition. May I ask a few questions? He nodded. You say the crew is insane. Isn't that a broad way of putting it? I couldn't help needling him. He was trying so hard to keep calm. For a psychologist? He actually grinned. It is. To be more specific, they're schizoids, dual personalities. Their primary egos are paranoiac. They're perfectly rational except on the subject of their particular phobia, or mania as the case may be. The recessive personality is a manic-depressive. Now, as I remembered it, most paranoiacs have delusions of grandeur coupled with a persecution mania. And a manic-depressive is the yes-master type. They just didn't mix. I took the liberty of saying as much to one of the Earth's foremost psychoscientists. Of course they don't mix, snapped Wren. I didn't say they did. There's no interflowing of egos in these cases. They are schizoids. The cleavage is perfect. I have a mole under my arm that I scratch when I'm thinking hard. I scratched it. I didn't know anything like that existed, I said. Wren seemed bent on keeping this informal, and I was playing it to the limit. I sensed that this was the last chance I'd have to get any information about the expedition. There never were any cases like that until recently, said Wren patiently. Those men came out of our laboratories. Oh, sort of made-to-order insanity? He nodded. What on earth for, sir? Sealed orders, he said immediately. His manner became abrupt again. You take off tomorrow. You'll be put aboard tonight. Your commanding officer is Captain William Parks. I grinned delightedly at this. Parks, the horny old fire-eater. They used to say of him that he could create sunspots by spitting straight up. But he was a real spaceman, through and through. And don't forget, Rip, Wren finished, there is only one sane man aboard that ship. That is all. I saluted and left. A four-field super is as sweet a ship as anything ever launched. There's none of your great noisy bulk pushed through the ether by a city full of men. Nor is it your completely automatic I-hope, so called because after you slipped your master control tape into the automatic pilot, you always said, "You're on your way, you little hunk of tinfoil. I hope." With an 8-man crew, a four-field can outrun and outride anything else in space. No rockets, no celestial helices, no other such clumsy nonsense drives it. It doesn't go places by going. It gets there by standing still. By which I mean that the ship achieves what laymen call universal stasis. The galaxy is traveling in an orbit about the mythical dead center at an almost incredible velocity. A four-field, with momentum nullified, just stops dead while the galaxy streams by. When the objective approaches, momentum is resumed, and the ship appears in normal space with only a couple of thousand miles to go. That is possible because the lack of motion builds up a potential in motion. Motion, being a relative thing, produces a set of relative values. Instead of using the terms action and reaction in speaking of the four-field drive, we speak of stasis and restasis. I'd explain further, but I left my spherical slide rule home. Let me add only that a four-field can achieve stasis in regard to planetary, solar, galactic, or universal orbits. Mix them in the right proportions, and you get resultants that will take you anywhere, fast. I was so busy from the instant I hit the deck that I didn't have time to think of all the angles of this more than peculiar trip. I had to check and double-check every control and instrument from the milliammeter to the huge compound integrators, and with a 24-hour deadline that was no small task. I also had to take a little instruction from a League master mechanic who had installed a couple of gadgets, which had been designed and tested at the last minute, expressly for this trip. I paid little attention to what went on round me. I didn't even know the skipper was aboard until I rose from my knees before the integrators, swiveled around on my way to the control board, and all but knocked the old warhorse off his feet. "Rip! I'll be damned!" he howled. "Don't tell me! You're not signed on here!" "Yep," I said. "Let go my hand, skipper. I got to be able to hold a pair of needle noses for another hour or so." "Yeah, I heard you were going to captain this barrel. How do you like it?" "Smooth," he said, looking around, then bringing his grin back to me. He only grinned twice a year because it hurt his face, but when he did it all over. "What do you know about the trip?" "Nothing, except that we have sealed orders." "Well, I'll bet there's some kind of a honky-tonk at the end of the road," said Parks. "You and I've been on, how many is it? 6? 8? Anyway, we've been on plenty of ships together, and we managed to throw a wingding ashore every trip. I hope we can get out Aldebaran way. I hear Susie's place is under new management again. Hey, remember the time we—" I laughed. "Let's save it, skipper. I've got to finish this checkup, and fast. But man, it's good to see you again." We stood looking at each other, and then something popped into my head, and I felt my smile washing off. What was it that Dr. Wren had said? Remember, there's only one sane man aboard. Oh, no. They hadn't put Captain Parks through that. Why, I said, how do you feel, Captain? Swell, he said. He frowned. Why? You feel all right? Not right then, I didn't. Captain Parks batty? That was just a little bit lousy. If Wren was right, and he was always right, then his board had given Parks the works, as well as the rest of the crew. All but me, that is. I knew I wasn't crazy. I didn't feel crazy. I feel fine, I said. Well, go ahead then, said Parks, and turned his back. I went over to the control board, disconnected the power leads from the radioscope, and checked the dials. For maybe 5 minutes I felt the old boy's eyes drilling into the nape of my neck, but I was too upset to say anything more. It got very quiet in there. Small noises drifted into the control room from other parts of the ship. Finally, I heard his shoulder brush the doorpost as he walked out. How much did the captain know about this trip? Did he know that he had a bunch of graduates from the Laughing Academy to man his ship? I tried to picture Wren informing Parks that he was a paranoiac and a manic depressive, and I failed miserably. Parks would probably take a swing at the doctor. Oh, it just didn't make sense. It occurred to me that making sense was a criterion that we put too much faith in. What do you do when you run across something that isn't even supposed to make sense? I slapped the casing back on the radioscope, connected the leads, and called it quits. The speaker over the forward post rasped out, "All hands report to control chamber." I started, stuck my tools into their clips under the chart table, and headed for the door. Then I remembered I was already in the control room, and subsided against the bulkhead. They straggled in. All hands were in the pink, well-fed and eager. I nodded to 3 of them, shook hands with another. The skipper came in without looking at me. I rather thought he avoided my eyes. He went straight forward, faced about, and put his hands low enough on the canted control board so he could sit on them. Seabiscuit, the quartermaster, and an old shipmate of mine, came and stood beside me. There was an embarrassed murmur of voices while we all awaited the last 2 stragglers. Seabiscuit whispered to me, "I once said I'd sail clear to hell if Bill Parks was captain of the ship." I said out of the side of my face, "So?" "So it looks like I'm going to," said the biscuit. The captain called the roll. That crew was microscopically hand-picked. I had heard every single one of the names he called in connection with some famous escapade or other. Harry Voigt was our chemist. He is the man who kept 200 passengers alive for a month, with little more than a week's supply of air and water to work with, after the liner crossed bows with a meteorite on the Pleione run. Bort Brecht was the engineer, a man who could do 3 men's work with his artificial hand alone. He lost it in the Pretoria disaster. The gunner was Hotch McCoy, the guy who invented the bow and arrow, and saved his life when he was marooned on an asteroid in the middle of a pack of poison-toothed jackrabbits. The mechanics were Phil and Joe Hartley, twins, whose resemblance enabled them to change places time and again during the insurrection, thus running bales of vital information to the League High Command. "Report," he said to me. "All's well in the control chamber, sir," I said formally. "Brecht?" "All's well back aft, sir." "Quartermaster?" "Stores all aboard and stashed away, sir." said the biscuit. Parks turned to the control board and threw a lever. The airlock slid shut. The 30-second departure signal began to sound from the oscillator on the hull and from signals here and in the engineer's chamber. Parks raised his voice to be heard over their clamor. "I don't know where we're going," he said with an odd smile. "But—" the signal stopped, and that was deafening. "We're on our way." The master control he had thrown had accomplished all the details of taking off. Artificial gravity, solar and planetary stases, air pumps, humidifiers, everything. Except for the fact that there was suddenly no light streaming in through the portholes anymore, there was no slightest change in sensation. Parks reached out and tore the seals off the tape slot on the integrators and from the door of the orders file. He opened the cubbyhole and drew out a thick envelope. There was something in my throat I couldn't swallow. He tore it open and pulled out 8 envelopes and a few folded sheets of paper. He glanced at the envelopes and, with raised eyebrows, handed them to me. I took them. There was one addressed to each member of the crew. At a nod from the skipper, I distributed them. Parks unfolded his orders and looked at them. "Orders," he read. "By authority of the Solar League, pertaining to destination and operations of Xantippian Expedition No. 1. Startled glances were batted back and forth. Xantippi! No one had ever been to Xantippi. The weird, cometary planet of Betelgeuse was, and had always been, taboo, and for good reason. Parks's voice was tight. "Orders to be read to crew by the captain immediately upon taking off." The skipper went to the pilot chair, swiveled it, and sat down. The crew edged closer. "The League congratulates itself on its choice of a crew for this most important mission. Out of 2,700 volunteers, these 8 men survived the series of tests and conditioning exercises provided by the League. General orders are to proceed to Xantippi. Captain and crew have been adequately protected against the field. Object of the expedition is to find the cause of the Xantippi field and to remove it. Specific orders for each member of the crew are enclosed under separate, sealed covers. The crew is ordered to read these instructions, to memorize them, and to destroy the orders and envelopes. The League desires that these orders be read in strictest secrecy by each member of the crew, and that the individual contents of the envelopes be held as confidential until contrary orders are issued by the League." Parks drew a deep breath and looked around at his crew. They were a steady lot. There was evidence of excitement, of surprise, and in at least one case, of shock. But there was no fear. Predominantly, there was a kind of exultance in the space-burned, hard-bitten faces. They bore a common glory, a common hatred. That isn't sensible, I told myself. It isn't natural, or normal, or sane for 8 men to face madness, years of it, with that joyous light in their eyes. But then, they're mad already, aren't they? Aren't they? It was catching, too. I began to hate Xantippi, which was, I suppose, silly. Xantippi was a planet, of a sort. Xantippi never killed anybody. It drove men mad, that was all. More than mad, it fused their synapses, reduced them to quivering, mindless hulks, drooling, their useless minds turned supercargo in a useless body. Xantippi had snared ship upon ship in the old days, ships bound for the other planets of the great star. The mad planet used to blanket them in its mantle of vibrations, and they were never heard from again. It was years before the League discovered where the ships had gone, and then they sent patrols to investigate. They lost 18 ships and 30,000 men that way. And then came the forefield drive. In the kind of static hyperspace which these ships inhabited, surely they would pass the field unharmed. There were colonists out there on the other planets, depending on supplies from Sol. There were rich sources of radon, uranium, tantalum, copper. Surely a forefield ship could, but they couldn't. They were the first ships to penetrate the field, to come out on the other side. The ships were intact, but their crews could use their brains for absolutely nothing. Sure, I hated Xantippe. Crazy planet with its cometary orbit and its unpredictable complex ecliptic. Xantippe had an enormous plot afoot. It was stalking us. Even now it was ready to pounce on us, take us all, and drain our minds. I shook myself and snapped out of it. I was dreaming myself into a case of the purple willies. If I couldn't keep my head on my shoulders aboard this space-going padded cell, then who would? Who else could? The crew filed out, muttering. Parks sat on the pilot's chair, watching them, his bright gaze flitting from face to face. When they had gone, he began to watch me. Not look at me. Watch me. It made me sore. "Well?" he said after a time. "Well, what?" I barked, insubordinately. "Aren't you going to read your bedtime story?" "I am." Oh. I slit the envelope, unfolded my orders. The captain did likewise at the extreme opposite side of the chamber. I read, "Orders by authority of the Solar League pertaining to course of action to be taken by Harl Ripley, astromechanic on Xantippian Expedition No. 1. Said Harl Ripley shall follow the rules and regulations as set forth in the Naval Regulations, up until such time as the ship engages the Xantippian field. He is then to follow the orders of the Master, except in the case of the Master's removal from active duty by some unexpected cause. Should such an emergency arise, the command does not necessarily revert to said Harl Ripley, but to the crew member who with the greatest practicability outlines a plan for the following objective. The expedition is to land on Xantippe. If uninhabited, the planet is to be searched until the source of the field is found and destroyed. If inhabited, the procedure of the pro tem commander must be dictated by events. He is to bear in mind, however, that the primary and only purpose of the expedition is to destroy the Xantippian field." That ended the orders. But scrawled across the foot of the page was an almost illegible addendum. "Remember your last board meeting, Rip, and good luck." The penciled initials were C. Wren, M. P.S. S. That would be Doc Wren. I was so puzzled that my ears began to buzz. The government had apparently spent a huge pile of money in training us and outfitting the expedition, and yet our orders were as hazy as they could possibly be. And what was the idea of giving separate orders to each crew member? And such orders! The procedure of the pro tem commander must be dictated by events. That's what you'd call putting us on our own. It wasn't like the crisp, detailed commands any Navy man is used to. It was crazy. Well, of course it was crazy, come to think of it. What else could you expect with this crew? I began to wish, sincerely, that the board had driven me nuts along with the rest of them. I was at the chart table, coding up the 100-hour log entry preparatory to slipping it into the printer, when I sensed someone behind me. The skipper, of course. He stayed there a long time, and I knew he was watching me. I sat there until I couldn't stand it any longer. "Come on in," I said without moving. Nothing happened. I listened carefully until I could hear his careful breathing. It was short, swift. He was trying to breathe in a whisper. I began to be really edgy. I had a nasty suspicion that if I whirled, I would be just in time to catch a bolt from a bye-bye gun. Clenching my jaw till my teeth hurt, I rose slowly, and without looking around, went to the power output telltales and looked at them. I didn't know what was the matter with me. I'd never been this way before, always expecting attack from somewhere. I used to be a pretty nice guy. As a matter of fact, I used to be the nicest guy I knew. I didn't feel that way anymore. Moving to the telltales took me another 6 or 8 feet from the man at the door. Safer for both of us. And this way I had to turn around to get back to the table. I did. It wasn't the skipper. It was the chemist, Harry Voigt. We were old shipmates, and I knew him well. "Hello, Harry. Why the dark companion act?" He was tense. He was wearing a little mustache of perspiration on his upper lip. His peculiar eyes, the irises were as black as the pupils, were set so far back in his head that I couldn't see them, for the alleyway light was directly over his head. His bald, bulging forehead threw 2 deep purple shadows, and out of them he watched me. "Hi, Rip. Busy?" "Not too busy. Put it in a chair." He came in and sat down. He turned as he passed me, back into the pilot's seat. I perched on the chart table. It looked casual, and it kept my weight on one foot. If I had to move in any direction, including up, I was ready to. After a time, he said, "What do you think of this, Rip?" His gesture took in the ship, Xantippe, the League, the board. "I only work here," I quoted. That was the motto of the Navy. Our insignia is the League symbol superimposed on a flaming sun, under which is an ultra-radio screen showing the words, "I only work here." The famous phrase expresses the utmost in unquestioning, devoted duty. Harry smiled, a very sickly smile. If ever I saw a man with something eating him, it was Harry Voigt. "'Smatter?" I asked quietly. "Did somebody do you something?" He looked furtively about him, edged closer. "Rip, I want to tell you something. Will you close the door?" I started to refuse, and then reflected that regulations could stand a little relaxing in a coffin like this one. I went and pressed the panel, and it slid closed. "Make it snappy," I said. "If the skipper comes up here and finds that door closed, he'll slap some wrists around here." As soon as the door closed, Harry visibly slumped. "This is the first time in 2 days I've felt comfortable," he said. He looked at me with sudden suspicion. "Rip, when we roomed together in Venus City, what color was that jacket I used to keep my naval manual in?" I frowned. I'd only seen the thing a couple of times. "Blue," I said. "That's right." He wiped his forehead. "You're okay." He made a couple of false starts and then said, "Rip, will you keep everything I say strictly to yourself? Nobody can be trusted here. Nobody!" I nodded. "Well," he went on in a strained voice, "I know that this is a screwy trip. I know that the crew has been made sort of Well, not normal, he said with conviction. The League has its own reason for sending us, and I don't question them. But something has gone wrong. You think Xantippe is going to get us? Ha! Xantippe is getting us now! He sat back triumphantly. You don't say. But I do. I know she's countless thousands of light years away, but I don't have to tell you of the power of Xantippe. For a gigantic power like that, a little project like what they're doing to us is nothing. Any force that can throw out a field 3/4 of a billion miles in diameter can play hell with us at a far greater distance. Could be, I said. Just what are they doing? They're studying us, he hissed. They're watching each of us, our every action, our every mental reflex. And one by one they are taking us away. They've got the Hartley twins, and Bort Brecht, and soon they'll have me. I don't know about the others, but their turns will come. They are taking away our personalities and substituting their own. I tell you, those 3 men, and soon now I with them, those men are not humans, but Xantippians. Now wait, I said patiently. Aren't you going on guesswork? Nobody knows if Xantippe's inhabited, and I doubt that this substitution you speak of can be done. You don't think so? For pity's sake, Rip, for your own good, try to believe me. The Xantippian field is a thought force, isn't it? And listen, I know it if you don't. This crew was picked for its hatred of Xantippe. Don't you see why? The board expects that hatred to act as a mental fender, to partly ward off the field. They think there might be enough left of our minds when we're inside the field to accomplish our objective. They're wrong, Rip. Wrong! The very existence of our communal hatred is the thing that has given us away. They have been ready for us for days now, and they are already doing their work aboard. He subsided, and I prodded him with gentle questions. How do you know the Xantippians have taken away those 3 men? Because I happened to overhear the Hartley twins talking in the mess room 2 days ago. They were talking about their orders. I know I should not have listened, but I was already suspicious. They were talking about their orders? I understood that the orders were confidential. They were. But you can't expect the Hartleys to pay much attention to that. Anyway, Joe confided that a footnote on his orders had intimated that there was only one sane man aboard. Phil laughed that off. He said he knew he was sane, and he knew that Joe was sane. Now I reason this way. Only a crazy man would question the League, a crazy man or an enemy. Now the Hartleys may be unbalanced, but they are still rational. They are still Navy men. Therefore, they must be enemies, because Navy men never question the League. I listened to that vague logic, spoken in that intense, convincing voice, and I didn't know what to think. What about Bort Brecht? And yourself? Bort! Ah, his lips curled. I can sense an alien ego when I speak to him. It's overwhelming. I hate Xantippe, he said wildly, but I hate Bort Brecht more. The only thing I could possibly hate more than Xantippe would be a Xantippian. That proves my point. He spread his hands. As for me, Rip, I'm going mad. I feel it. I see things. And when I do, I will be another of them. And then we will all be lost. For there is only one sane man aboard this ship, and that is me. And when I'm turned into a Xantippian, we will be doomed. And I want you to kill me. He was half hysterical. I let him simmer down. And do I look crazy? I asked. "If you are the only sane man—" "Not crazy," he said quickly. "A schizoid. But you're perfectly rational. You must be, or you wouldn't have remembered what color my book jacket was." I got up, reached out a hand to help him to his feet. He drew back. "Don't touch me!" he screamed, and when I recoiled, he tried to smile. "I'm sorry, Rip, but I can't be sure about anything. You may be a Xantippian by now, and touching me might— I'll be going now. He went out, his black, burning eyes half closed. I stood at the door, watching him weave down the alleyway. I could guess what was the matter. Paranoia, but bad. There was the characteristic persecution mania, the intensity of expression, the peculiar single-track logic, even delusions of grandeur. Hey, he thought he was the one mentally balanced man aboard. I walked back to the chart table, thinking hard. Harry always had been pretty tight-lipped. He probably wouldn't spread any panic aboard, but I'd better tip the captain off. I was wondering why the Hartley twins and Harry Voigt had all been told that all hands but me were batty when the skipper walked in. "Rip," he said without preamble, "did you ever have a fight with Hotch McCoy?" "Good gosh, no," I said. "I never saw him in my life until the day we sailed. I've heard of him, of course. Why?" Parks looked at me oddly. "He just left my quarters. He had the most long-winded and detailed song and dance about how you were well known as an intersolar master saboteur. Gave names and dates. The names I know well, but the dates— well, I can alibi you for half of them. I didn't tell him that. But Lord, he almost had me convinced." "Another one," I breathed, and then I told him about Harry Voigt. "I don't imagine Doc Wren thought they would begin to break so soon," said Parks when I had finished. "These boys were under laboratory conditions for 3 solid years, you know." "I didn't know," I said. "I don't know a damn thing that's going on around here, and I'd better learn something before I go off my kilter, too." "Why, Ripley," he said mockingly, "you're overwrought." Well, I was. Parks said, "I don't know much more than you do, but that goofy story of Harry Voigt's has a couple of pretty shrewd guesses in it. For instance, I think he was right in assuming that the board had done something to the minds of, some of the crew as armor against the field. Few men have approached it consciously. Those who have were usually scared half to death. It's well known that fear forms the easiest possible entrance for the thing feared. Ask any good hypnotist. Hate is something different again. Hate is a psychological block against fear and the thing to be feared. And the kind of hate that these guys have for Xantippi and the field is something extra special. They're mad, but they're not afraid. And that's no accident. When we do hit the field, it's bound to have less effect on us than it had on the crews of poor devils who tried to attack it." "That sounds reasonable. Skipper, about this one sane man business. What do you think of that?" "More armor," said Parks. "But armor against the man himself. Harry, for instance, was made a paranoiac, which is a very sensible kind of nut. But at the same time, he was convinced that he alone was sane. If he thought his mind had been actually tampered with instead of just tested, he'd get all upset about it and, like as not, undo half the cyborg's work. Some of that struck some frightening chords in my memory. Captain, do you believe that there is one sane, normal man aboard? I do. One. He smiled slowly. I know what you're thinking. You'd give anything to compare your orders with mine, wouldn't you? I would, but I won't do it. Confidential. I couldn't let myself do it even if you agreed because... I paused. Well? Because you're an officer, and I'm a gentleman. In my bunk at last, I gave over wishing that we'd get to the field and have it over with, and tried to do some constructive thinking. I tried to remember exactly what Doc Wren had said, and when I did, I was sorry I'd made the effort. You are sane, and you have been subjected to psychic forces that are sufficient to drive a normal man quite mad. Might easily be totally different things. I'd been cocky enough to assume that they meant the same thing. Well, face it. Was I crazy? I didn't feel crazy. Neither did Harry Voigt. He thought he was going crazy, but he was sure he hadn't got there yet. And what was crazy, anyway? It was normal on this ship to hate Xantippe so much that you felt sick and sweated cold when you thought of it. Paranoia. Persecution. Did I feel persecuted? Only by the thought of our duty towards Xantippe, and the persecution was Xantippe, not the duty. Did I have delusions of grandeur? Of course not. And yet, hadn't I blandly assumed that Voigt had such delusions, because he thought he was the one sane man aboard? What was the idea of that, anyway? Why had the board put one sane man aboard, if it had? Perhaps to be sure that one man reacted differently to the others at the field, so that he could command. Perhaps merely to make each man feel that he was sane, even though he wasn't. My poor, tired brain gave it up, and I slept. We had 2 casualties before we reached the field. Harry Voigt cut his throat in the washroom, and my gentle old buddy Seabiscuit crushed in the back of Hotch McCoy's head. He was an insurrectionist spy, he insisted mildly, time and again, while we were locking him up. After that, we kept away from each other. I don't think I spoke 10 words to anyone outside of official business from that day until we snapped into galactic stasis near Betelgeuse. I was sorry about Hotch, because he was a fine lad. But my sorrow was tempered by the memory of his visit to the captain. There had been a pretty fine chance of his doing that to me. In normal space once more, we maneuvered our agile little craft into an orbit about the huge sun and threw out our detectors. These wouldn't tell us much when the time came, for their range wasn't much more than the radius of the field. The mad planet swam up onto the plates, and I stared at it as I buzzed for the skipper. Xantippe was a strangely dull planet, even this close to her star. She shone dead silver, like a moonlit corpse's flesh. She was wrinkled and patched, and, perhaps it was an etheric disturbance, she seemed to pulsate slowly from pole to pole. She wasn't quite round, more nearly an ovoid, with the smaller end toward Betelgeuse. She was between 2 and 3 times the size of Luna. Gazing at her, I thought of the thousands of men of my own service who had fallen prey to her, and of the fine ships of war that had plunged into the field and disappeared. Had they crashed? Had they been tucked into some weird warp of space? Were they captives of some strange and horrible race? Xantippe had defied every type of attack so far. She swallowed up atomic mines and torpedoes with no appreciable effect. She was apparently impervious to any rayed vibration known to man. But she was matter, and should be easy meat for an infragun, if you could get an infragun close enough. The gun's twin streams of highly charged particles, positrons on one side, mesotrons on the other, would destroy anything that happened to be where they converged. But an infragun has an effective range of less than 500 miles. Heretofore, any ship which carried the weapon that close to Xantippe carried also a dead or mindless crew. Captain Parks called the crew into the control room as soon as he arrived. No one spoke much. They didn't need any more information after they had glanced at the viewplate, which formed the forward wall of the chamber. Brat, the swarthy engineer, wanted to know how soon we'd engage the field. "In about 2 hours," said the captain glibly. I got a two-handed grip on myself to keep from yapping. He was a cold-blooded liar. We'd hit it in half an hour or less, the way I figured it. I guessed that he had his own reasons. Perhaps he thought it would be easier on the crew that way. Parks leaned casually against the integrators and faced the crew. "Well, gentlemen," he said as if he were banqueting on Earth, "we'll soon find out what this is all about. I have instructions from the League to place certain information at your disposal. All hands are cautioned to obey the obvious commander once we're inside the field. That commander may or may not be myself. That has been arranged for. Each man must keep in mind the objective, the destruction of the Xantippian field. One of us will lead the others toward that objective. Should no one seem to be in command, a pro tem captain is to be elected." Brat spoke up. "Captain, how do we know that this commander that has been arranged for isn't Harry Voigt or Hotch McCoy?" "We don't know," said Parks gravely. "But we will. We will." 23 minutes after Xantippe showed up on the plates, we engaged her field. All hands were still in the control room when we plunged in. I remember the sudden weakness of my limbs, and the way all 5 of the others slipped and slid down to the deck. I remember the biscuit's quaver, "I tell you, it's all a dirty insurrectionist plot." And then I was down on the deck, too. Something was hurting me, but I knew exactly where I was. I was under Dr. Grenfell's torture machine. It was tearing into my mind, chilling my brain. I could feel my brains, every last convolution of them. They were getting colder and colder, and bigger, and pretty soon now they would burst my skull, and the laboratory, and the buildings, and chill the earth. Inside my chest I was hot, and of course I knew why. I was Betelgeuse, mightiest of suns, and with my own warmth I warmed half a galaxy. Soon I would destroy it, too, and that would be nice. All the darkness in great space came to me. Leave me alone. I don't care what you want done. I just want to lie here and... But nobody wanted me to do anything. What's all the hollering about, then? Oh, I wanted something done. There's something that has to be done, so get up. Get up. Get... He is dead. Death is but a sleep and a forgetting, and he's asleep, and he's forgotten everything, so he must be dead. It was Phil Hartley. He was down on his hunkers beside me, shrieking at the top of his voice, mouthing and pointing like an ape, completely caught up in the violence of his argument. Which was odd, because he wasn't arguing with anybody. The skipper was sitting silently in the pilot's chair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Joe Hartley was dead, or passed out on the deck. The Biscuit and Bort Brecht were sitting on the deck, holding hands like children, staring entranced into the viewplate. It showed a quadrant of Xantippe, filling the screen. The planet's surface did indeed pulsate, and it was a beautiful sight. I wanted to watch it drawing closer and closer, but there was something that had to be done first. I sat up achingly. "Get me some water," I muttered to Phil Hartley. He looked at me, shrieked, and went and hid under the chart table. The vision of Xantippe caught and held me again, but I shook it off. It was the most desirable thing I'd ever seen, and it promised me all I could ever want. But there was something I had to do first. Maybe someone could tell me. I shook the skipper's shoulder. "Go away," he said. I shook him again. He made no response. Fury snapped into my brain. I cuffed him with my open hand, front and back, front and back. He leaped to his feet, screamed, "Leave me alone!" and slumped back into the chair. At the sound, Bort Brecht lurched to his feet and came over to us. When he let go Seabiscuit's hand, the Biscuit began to cry quietly. "I'm giving the orders around here," Bort said. I was delighted. There had been something, a long time ago, about somebody giving orders. "I have to do something," I said. "Do you know what it is?" "Come with me." He led the way, swaggering to the screen. "Look," he commanded, and then sat down beside Seabiscuit and lost himself in contemplation. Seabiscuit kept on crying. "That's not it," I said doubtfully. "I think you gave me the wrong orders." "Wrong?" he bellowed. "Wrong? I am never wrong." He got up, and before I knew what was coming, he hauled off and cracked 3 knuckles with my jawbone. I hit the deck with a crash and slid up against Joe Hartley. Joe didn't move. He was alive, but he just didn't seem to give a damn. I lay there for a long time before I could get up again. I wanted to kill Bort Brecht, but there was something I had to do first. I went back to the captain and butted him out of the chair. He snarled at me and went and crouched by the bulkhead, tears still streaming down his cheeks. I slumped into the seat, my fingers wandering idly about the controls without touching them, my eyes desperately trying to avoid the glory of Xantippe. It seemed to me that I was very near to the thing I was to do. My right hand touched the infragun activator switch, came away, went back to it, came away. I boldly threw another switch. A network of crosshairs and a bright central circle appeared on the screen. This was it, I thought. Bort Brecht yelped like a kicked dog when the crosshairs appeared, but did not move. I activated the gun and grasped the range lever in one hand and the elevation control in the other. A black-centered ball of flame hovered near the surface of the planet. This was it! I laughed exultantly and pushed the range lever forward. The ball plunged into the dull silver mystery, leaving a great blank crater. I pulled and pushed at the elevation control, knowing that my lovely little ball was burning and tearing its inexorable way about in the planet's vitals. I drew it out to the surface, lashed it up and down and right and left, cut and slashed and tore. Bort Brecht was crouched like an anthropoid, knees bent, knuckles on the deck, fury knotting his features, eyes fixed on the scene of destruction. Behind me, Phil Hartley was teetering on tiptoe, little cries of pain struggling out of his lips every time the fireball appeared. Bort spun, and was beside me in one great leap. "What's happening? Who's doing that?" "He is," I said immediately, pointing at Joe Hartley. I knew that this was going to be tough on Joe, but I was doing the thing I had to do, and I knew Bort would try to stop me. Bort leaped on the prone figure, using teeth and nails and fists and feet. And Phil Hartley hesitated only a minute, torn between the vision of Xantippe and something that called to him from what seemed a long, long while ago. Then Joe cried out in agony, and Phil, a human prototype of my fireball, struck Bort amidships. Back and forth, fore and aft, the bloody battle raged, while Seabiscuit whimpered, and the skipper, still sunk in his introspective trance, wept silently. And I cut, and stabbed, and ripped at Xantippe. I took care now, and cut a long slash, almost from pole to pole, and the edges opened away from the wound, as if the planet had been wrapped in a paper sheath. Underneath it was an olive-drab color, shot with scarlet. I cut at this incision again and again, sinking my fireball in deeper at each slash. The weakened ovoid tended to press the edges together, but the irresistible ball sheared them away as it passed, and when it had cut nearly all the way through, the whole structure fell in on itself horribly. I had a sudden feeling of lightness, and then unbearable agony. I remember stretching back and back over the chair in the throes of some tremendous attack from inside my body, and then I struck the deck with my head and shoulders, and I was all by myself again, in the beautiful black. There was a succession of lights that hurt, and soothing smells, and the sound of arcs, and the sound of falling water. Some of them were weeks apart, some seconds. Sometimes I was conscious, and could see people tiptoeing about. Once I thought I heard music. But at last, I awoke quietly, very weak, to a hand on my shoulder. I looked up. It was Dr. Wren. He looked older. "How do you feel, Rip?" "Hungry." He laughed. "That's splendid. Know where you are?" I shook my head, marveling that it didn't hurt me. "Earth," he said. "Psi Hospital. You've been through the mill, son." "What happened?" "Plenty. We got the whole story from the pick recording tapes inside and outside your ship. You cut Xantippe all to pieces. You incidentally got Bort Brecht started on the Hartley family, which later literally cut him to pieces. It cost 3 lives, but Xantippe is through." "Then I destroyed the projector, or whatever it was?" "You destroyed Xantippe. You killed Xantippe. The planet was a thing that I hardly dare to think about. You ever see a hydro Medusa here on Earth?" "You mean one of those jellyfish that floats on the surface of the sea and dangles paralyzing tentacles down to catch fish?" "That's it. Like a Portuguese man of war. Well, that was Xantippe, with that strange mind field about her for her tentacles. A space dweller. She swept up anything that came her way, killed what was killable, digested what was digestible to her. Examination of the pictures, incidentally, shows that she was all set to hurl out a great cloud of spores. One more revolution about Beetlejuice, and she'd have done it." "How come I went under like that?" I was beginning to remember. You weren't as well protected as the others. You see, when we trained that crew, we carefully split the personalities. Paranoiac hatred to carry them through the field, and an instant reversion to manic depressive under the influence of the field. But yours was the only personality we couldn't split. So you were the leader. You were delegated to do the job. All we could do to you was to implant a desire to destroy Xantippe. You did the rest. But when the psychic weight of the field was lifted from you, your mind collapsed. We had a sweet job rebuilding it, too, let me tell you. Why all that business about the one sane man? Wren grinned. That was to keep the rest of the crew fairly sure of themselves, and to keep you from the temptation of taking over before you reached the field, knowing that the rest, including the captain, were not responsible for their actions. What about the others, after the field disappeared? They reverted to something like normal. Not quite, though. The quartermaster tied up the rest of the crew just before they reached Earth, and handed them over to us as insurrectionist spies. But as for you, there's a command waiting for you, if you want it. I want it, I said. He clapped me on the shoulder and left. Then they brought me a man-sized dinner. The Martian and the Moron. This is one of the first writings after that long period of silence. Oddly enough, it comes out as comedy. Sheer, joyous comedy for itself, with no effort to be metaphor or anything else but itself. The events concerning the cessation of all broadcasts during the near approach of Mars in the 20s did indeed happen. And back in those days of newspaper articles about guys who built crystal sets into peanuts, of 100-foot braided copper antennas enabling you to pick up Chicago all the way from Philadelphia late at night, of cat's whiskers and variocouplers. Anybody out there know what a variocouple is? I mean, was. Back in those days, there was surely more than one radio buff with flanged-up equipment like that Dad built in his basement. As for that girl, I think I met that girl one time at a party. Nov schmaz kapap. In 1924, when I was just a pup, my father was a thing currently known as a radio bug. These creatures were wonderful. They were one part fanatic, one part genius, a dash of childlike wonderment, and 2 buckets full of trial and error. Those were the days when you could get your picture in the paper for building a crystal set in something smaller and more foolish than the character who had his picture in the paper the day before. My father had his picture in there for building a set on a pencil eraser with a hunk of galena in the top and about 4,000 turns of number 35 enameled wire wrapped around it. When they came around to take his picture, he dragged out another one built into a peanut. Yes, a real peanut, which brought in WGBS New York. You see, I really do remember. They wanted to photograph that, too, but Dad thought it would be a little immodest for him to be in the paper twice. So they took Mother's picture with it. The following week, they ran both pictures, and Dad got 2 letters from other radio bugs saying his eraser radio wouldn't work, and Mother got 220 letters, forwarded from the paper, 26 of which contained proposals of marriage. Of course, Mother was a YL, and not an OW then. Oddly enough, Dad never did become a radio ham. He seemed satisfied to be the first in the neighborhood to own a set, then to build a set. After the spiderweb coil phase, he built and operated a 1-tube regenerative set, which featured a UX-11 detector and a thing called a variocoupler, which looked like a greasy fist within a lacquered hand, and reached his triumph when he hooked it into a 40-11-pound bee eliminator and ran it right out of the socket like a $400 electric radio. And first in the state to be on the receiving end of a court order restraining him from using his equipment. Every time he touched the tuning dials, 3, the neighboring radios with which Joneses were keeping up with each other began howling unmercifully. So for a time he left his clutter of forms and wire and solder-spattered bathtub condensers shoved to the back of his cellar workbench, and went back to stuffing field mice and bats, which had been his original hobby. I think Mother was glad, though she hated the smells he made down there. That was after the night she went to bed early with the cramps, and he DX'd WLS in Chicago at 4:30 one morning with a crystal set, and wanted to dance. He learned later that he had crossed aerials with Mr. Bohacus next door, and had swiped Mr. Bohacus' 14-tube Atwater Kent signal right out of Mr. Bohacus' gooseneck megaphone speaker. Mr. Bohacus was just as unhappy as Mother to hear about this on the following morning. They had both been up all night. Dad never was one to have his leg pulled. He got very sensitive about the whole thing, and learned his lesson so well that when the last great radio fever took him, he went to another extreme. Instead of talking his progress all over the house and lot, he walled himself up. During the late war, I ran up against security regulations, and who didn't? But they never bothered me. I had my training early. He got that glint in his eyes after grunting loudly over the evening paper one night. I remember Mother's asking him about it twice, and I remember her sigh, her famous, "Here we go again" sigh, when he didn't answer. He leapt up, folded the paper, got out his keys, opened the safe, put the paper in it, locked the safe, put his keys away, looked knowingly at us, strode out of the room, went down into the cellar, came up from the cellar, took out his keys, opened the safe, took out the paper, closed the safe, looked knowingly at us again, said, "Henry, your father's going to be famous," and went down into the cellar. Mother said, "I knew it. I knew it. I should have thrown the paper away, or torn out that page." "What's he going to make, Mother?" I asked. "Heavens knows," she sighed. "Some men are going to try to get Mars on the radio." "Mars? You mean the star?" "It isn't a star, dear. It's a planet. They've arranged to turn off all the big radio stations all over the world for 5 minutes every hour, so the men can listen to Mars. I suppose your father thinks he can listen too." "Gee," I said, "I'm going down and—" "You're going to do no such thing," said Mother firmly. "Get yourself all covered with that nasty grease he uses in his soldering, and stay up until all hours? It's almost bedtime. And Henry—" "Yes, Mother?" She put her hands on my shoulders. "Listen to me, darling. People have been, teasing your father." She meant Mr. Bohacus. "Don't ask him any questions about this if he doesn't want to talk, will you, darling? Promise?" "All right, Mother." She was a wise woman. Dad bought a big shiny brass padlock for his workshop in the cellar, and every time Mother mentioned the cellar, or the stars, or radio to him in any connection, he would just smile knowingly at her. It drove her wild. She didn't like the key either. It was a big brass key, and he wore it on a length of rawhide shoelace tied around his neck. He wore it day and night. Mother said it was lumpy. She also said it was dangerous, which he denied, even after the time down at Roten Point, when we were running Mr. Bohacus' new gasoline-driven ice cream freezer out on the beach. Dad leaned over to watch it working. He said, "This is the way to get things done, all right. I can't wait to get into that ice cream." and next thing we knew, he was face down in the brine and flopping like a banked trout. We got him out before he drowned or froze. He was bleeding freely about the nose and lips, and Mr. Bohacus was displeased because Dad's key had, in passing through the spur gears in which it had caught, broken off 9 teeth. That was 6 more than Dad lost, but it cost much more to fix Dad's, and showed, Mother said, just how narrow-minded Mr. Bohacus was. Anyway, Dad never would tell us what he was doing down in the cellar. He would arrive home from work with mysterious packages, and go below and lock them up before dinner. He would eat abstractedly, and disappear for the whole evening. Mother, bless her, bore it with fortitude. As a matter of fact, I think she encouraged it. It was better than the previous fevers, when she had to sit for hours listening to crackling noises and organ music through big, heavy magnetic earphones, or else. At least she was left to her own devices while all this was going on. As for me, I knew when I wasn't needed, and as I remember, managed to fill my life quite successfully with clock movements, school, and baseball, and ceased to wonder very much. About the middle of August, Dad began to look frantic. Twice he worked right through the night, and though he went to the office on the days that followed, I doubt that he did much. On August 21st, I remember the date because it was the day before my birthday, and I remember that it was a Thursday because Dad took the next day off for a long weekend, so it must have been Friday. The crisis came. My bedtime was 9 o'clock. At 9:20, Dad came storming up from the cellar and demanded that I get my clothes on instantly and go out and get him 200 feet of number 27 silk-covered wire. Mother laid down the law and was instantly overridden. "The coil! The one coil I haven't finished!" he shouted hysterically. 6,000 meters, and I have to run out of it. "Get your clothes on this instant, Henry. Number 27 wire." "Just control yourself this once, Mother, and you can have Henry stop standing there with your silly eyes bulging out and get dressed. You can have any hat on 5th Avenue. Hurry!" I hurried. Dad gave me some money and a list of places to go to, told me not to come back until I'd tried every one of them, and left the house with me. I went east. He went west. Mother stood on the porch and wrung her hands. I got home about 20 after 10, weary and excited, bearing a large metal spool of wire. I put it down triumphantly, while Mother caught me up and felt me all over as if she had picked me up at the foot of a cliff. She looked drawn. Dad wasn't home yet. After she quieted down a little, she took me into the kitchen and fed me some chocolate-covered doughnuts. I forget what we talked about, if we talked, and at the bottom of the steps I could see a ray of yellow light. "Mother," I said, "you know what? Dad ran out and left his workshop open." She went to the door and looked down the stairs. "Darling," she said after a bit, wouldn't you like to... I mean, if he..." I caught on quick. "I'll look. Will you stay up here and bump on the floor if he comes?" She looked relieved and nodded. I ran down the steps and cautiously entered the little shop. Lined up across the bench were no less than 6 of the one-tube receivers, which were the pinnacle of Dad's electronic achievement. The one at the end was turned back to front and had its rear shielding off. A naked coil form dangled unashamedly out. And I saw what had happened to the 2 alarm clocks which had disappeared from the bedrooms in the past 6 weeks. It happened that then, as now, clocks were my passion, and I can remember clearly the way he had set up pieces of the movements. He had built a frame about 4 feet long on a shelf at right angles to the bench on which the radios rested. At one end of the frame was a clock mechanism designed to turn a reel on which was an endless band of paper tape about 8 inches wide. The tape passed under a hooded camera, Mother's old Brownie, which was on a wall bracket and aimed downward on the tape. Next in line, under the tape, were 6 earphones, so placed that their diaphragms, the retainers had been removed, just touched the underside of the tape. And at the other end of the frame was the movement from the second alarm clock. The bell clapper hung downwards, and attached to it was a small container of black powder. I went to the first clock mechanism and started it by pulling out the toothpick Dad had jammed in the gears. The tape began to move. I pulled the plug on the other movement. The little container of black powder began to shake like mad, and through small holes laid an even film of the powder over the moving tape. It stopped when it had put down about 10 inches of it. The black line moved slowly across until it was over the phones. The magnets smeared the powder, which I recognized thereby as iron filings. Bending to peer under the tape, I saw that the whole bank of phones was levered to move downward a half an inch away from the tape. The leads from each of the 6 phones ran to a separate receiver. I stood back and looked at this Goldberg and scratched my head, then shook same, and carefully blew away the black powder on the tape, rewound the movements, refilled the containers from a jar which stood on the bench, and put the toothpick back the way I had found it. I was halfway up the stairs when the scream of burning rubber on the street outside coincided with Mother's sharp thumping on the floor. I got to her side as she reached the front window. Dad was outside paying off a taxi driver. He never touched the porch steps at all, and came into the house at a dead run. He had a package under his arm. "Fred," said Mother. "Can't stop now," he said, skidding into the hallway. "Couldn't get 27 anywhere. Have to use 25. Probably won't work. Everything happens to me, absolutely everything." He headed for the kitchen. "I got you a whole reel of 27, Dad." "Don't bother me now. Tomorrow," he said, and thumped downstairs. Mother and I looked at each other. Mother sighed. Dad came bounding back up the stairs. "You what?" "Here." I got the wire off the hall table and gave it to him. He snatched it up, hugged me, swore I'd get a bicycle for my birthday. He made good on that, and on Mother's Fifth Avenue hat, too, by the way, and dove back downstairs. We waited around for half an hour, and then Mother sent me to bed. "You poor baby," she said. But I had the idea it wasn't me she was sorry for. Now I'd like to be able to come up with a climax to all this, but there wasn't one. Not for years and years. Dad looked, the next morning, as if he had been up all night again, which he had, and as if he were about to close his fingers on the Holy Grail. All that day he would reappear irregularly, pace up and down, compare his watch with the living-room clock and the hall clock, and sprint downstairs again. That even went on during my birthday dinner. He had Mother call up the office and say he had Twonk's disease, a falling of the armpits. To whom do I owe this gem? Not my gag. And kept up his peregrinations all that night and all the following day until midnight. He fell into bed, so Mother told me, at 1 a.m. Sunday morning, and slept right through until supper time. He still maintained a dazzling silence about his activities. For the following 4 months, he walked around looking puzzled. For a year after that, he looked resigned. Then he took up stuffing newts and moles. The only thing he ever said about the whole crazy business was that he was born to be disappointed. But at least, this time, no one could rib him about it. Now I'm going to tell you about Cordelia. This happened the above-mentioned years and years later. The blow-off was only last week, as a matter of fact. I finished school and went into business with Dad and got mixed up in the war and all that. I didn't get married, though. Not yet. That's what I want to tell you about. I met her at a party at Ferris's. I was stagging it, but I don't think it would have made any difference if I had brought someone. When I saw Cordelia, I was, to understate the matter, impressed. She came in with some guy I didn't notice at the time, and for all I know, haven't seen since. She slipped out of her light wrap with a single graceful movement. The sleeve caught in her bracelet, and she stood there, full profile, in the doorway, both arms straight and her hands together behind her as she worried the coat free. And I remember the small explosion in my throat as my indrawn breath and my gasp collided. Her hair was dark and lustrous, parted widely in a winging curve away from her brow. There were no pins in it. It shadowed the near side of her face as she bent her head and turned it down and toward the room. The cord of her neck showed columnar and clean. Her lips were parted ever so little, and showed an amused chagrin. Her lashes all but lay on her cheek. They stayed there when she was free, and turned to face the room, for she threw her head back and up, flinging her hair behind her. She came across to my side of the party, and sat down while the thing who was with her went anonymously away to get her a drink, and came unnoticeably back. I said to myself, "Henry, my boy, stop staring at the lady. You'll embarrass her." She turned to me just then, and gave me a small smile. Her eyes were widely spaced, and the green of deep water. "I don't mind, really," she said, and I realized I had spoken aloud. I took refuge in a grin, which she answered, and then her left eyelid dropped briefly, and she looked away. It was a wink, but such a slight, tasteful one. If she had used both eyelids, it wouldn't have been a wink at all. She would have looked quickly down and up again. It was an understanding, we're together little wink. A tactful, gracious, wonderful, marvelous, do you begin to see how I felt? The party progressed. I once heard somebody decline an invitation to one of the Ferris's parties on the grounds that he had been to one of the Ferris's parties. I had to be a little more liberal than that, but tonight I could see the point. It was because of Cordelia. She sat still, her chin on the back of her hand, her fingers curled against her white throat, her eyes shifting lazily from one point in the room to another. She did not belong in this conglomeration of bubbleheads. Look at her, part Sphinx, part Pallas Athene. Ferris was doing his Casbah act, with the bath towel over his head. He will next imitate Clyde McCoy's trumpet, I thought. He will then inevitably put that lampshade on his head, curl back his upper lip, and be a rickshaw coolie. Following which he will do the adagio dance in which he will be too rough with some girl who will be too polite to protest at his big, shiny, wet, climaxing kiss. I looked at Cordelia, and I looked at Ferris, and I thought, no, Henry, that won't do. I drew a deep breath, leaned over to the girl, and said, "If there were a fire in here, do you know the quickest way out?" She shook her head expectantly. "I'll show you," I said, and got up. She hesitated a charming moment, rose from her chair as with helium, murmured something polite to her companion, and came to me. There were French doors opening onto the wide terrace porch, which also served the front door. We went through them. The air was fragrant and cool, and there was a moon. She said nothing about escaping from fires. The French doors shut out most of the party noises, enough so that we could hear night sounds. We looked at the sky. I did not touch her. After a bit, she said in a voice of husky silver, "Is the moon tired? She looks so pale within her misty veil. She scales the sky from east to west, and takes no rest. Before the coming of the night, the moon shows papery white. Before the drawing of the day, she fades away." It was simple, and it was perfect. I looked at her in wonderment. "Who wrote that?" "Christina Rossetti," she said meticulously, looking at the moon. The light lay on her face like dust, and motes of it were caught in the fine down at the side of her jaw. "I'm Henry Folwell, and I know a place where we could talk for about 3 hours if we hurry," I said, utterly amazed at myself. I don't generally operate like this. She looked at the moon, and me, the slight, deep smile playing subtly with her lips. "I'm Cordelia Thorne, and I couldn't think of it," she said. "Do you think you could get my rap without anyone seeing? It's a—" "I know what it's," I said, sprinting. I went in through the front door, located her coat, bunched it up small, skinned back outside, shook it out, and brought it to her. "You're still here," I said incredulously. "Did you think I'd go back inside?" "I thought the wind, or the gods, or my alarm clock would take you away." "You said that beautifully," she breathed, as I put the coat around her shoulders. I thought I had too. I notched her high up in my estimation as a very discerning girl. We went to a place called the Stroll Inn, where a booth encased us away from all the world and most of its lights. It was wonderful. I think I did most of the talking. I don't remember all that passed between us, but I remember these things, and remember them well. I was talking about Ferris and the gang he had over there every Saturday night. I checked myself, shrugged, and said, "Oh well, chacun a son goût, as they say," which means— And she stopped me. "Please, don't translate. It couldn't be phrased as well in English." I had been about to say, "Which means Jack's son has the gout." I felt sobered and admiring, and just sat and glowed at her. And then there was that business with the cigarette. She stared at it as it lay in the ashtray, followed it with her gaze to my lips and back as I talked, until I asked her about it. She said in a soft, shivery voice, "I feel just like that cigarette." I, of course, asked her why. "You pick it up," she whispered, watching it. "You enjoy some of it. You put it down and let it smolder. You like it, but you hardly notice it." I thereupon made some incredibly advanced protestations. And there was the business about her silence. A long, faintly amused, inward-turning silence. I asked her what she was thinking about. "I was ruminating," she said, in a self-depreciating, tragic voice, "on the futility of human endeavor." And she smiled. And when I asked her what she meant, She laughed aloud and said, "Don't you know?" And I said, "Oh, that," and worshipped her. She was deep. I'd have dropped dead before I'd have admitted I didn't know what specifically she was driving at. And books. Music, too. When we were at the stage where I had both her hands, and for minutes on end our foreheads were so close together you couldn't have slipped a swizzle stick between them, I murmured, "We seem to think so much alike. Tell me, Cordelia, have you read Cabell?" She said, "Well, really," in such a tone that, so help me, I apologized. "Lovely stuff," I said, recovering. She looked reminiscently over my shoulder, smiling her small smile. "So lovely." "I knew you'd read him," I said, struck with sweet thunder. "And Faulkner. Have you read any of Faulkner?" She gave me a pitying smile. I gulped and said, "Ugly, isn't it?" She looked reminiscently over my other shoulder, a tiny frown flickering in her flawless brow. "So ugly," she said. In between times, she listened importantly to my opinions on Faulkner and Cabell, and Mussorgsky, and Al Jolson. She was wonderful, and we agreed in everything. And, hours later, when I stood with her at her door, I couldn't do a thing but shuffle my feet and haul on the hem of my jacket. She gave me her hand gravely, and I think she stopped breathing. I said, well," and couldn't improve on it. She swept her gaze from my eyes to my mouth, from side to side across my forehead. It was a tortured "no," her slightly turning head articulated, and her whole body moved minutely with it. She let go my hand, turned slowly toward the door, and then, with a cry which might have been a breath of laughter, and which might have been a sob, she pirouetted back to me and kissed me, not on the mouth, but in the hollow at the side of my neck. My fuse blew with a snap and a bright light, and, as it were, incapacitated my self-starter. She moved deftly then, and to my blurred vision, apparently changed herself into a closed door. I must have stood looking at that door for 20 minutes before I turned and walked dazedly home. I saw her 5 more times. Once it was a theater party, and we all went to her house afterward, and she showed great impartiality. Once it was a movie, and who should we run into afterward but her folks? Very nice people. I liked them, and I think they liked me. Once it was the circus. We stayed very late, dancing at a pavilion, and yet the street was still crowded outside her home when we arrived there, and a handshake had to do. The 4th time was at a party to which I went alone, because she had a date that night. It devolved that the date was the same party. The way she came in did things to me. It wasn't the fact that she was with somebody else. I had no claim on her, and the way she acted with me made me feel pretty confident. It was the way she came in, slipping out of her wrap, which caught on her bracelet, freezing her in a profile while framed in the doorway. I don't want to think about it. Not now. I did think about it. I left almost immediately so that I could. I went home and slumped down in an easy chair and convinced myself about coincidences, and was almost back to normal when Dad came into the room. "Arg!" he said. I leapt out of the chair and helped him to pick himself up off the middle of the rug. "Blast it, boy!" he growled. "Why don't you turn on a light?" What are you doing home? I thought you were out with your goddess. Why can't you pick up your big bony feet, or at least leave them somewhere else besides in the doorway of a dark room?" He dusted off his knees. He wasn't hurt. It's a deep-piled rug with 2 cushions under it. "You're a howling menace, kicking your father." Dad had mellowed considerably with the years. "What's the matter with you, anyhow? She do you something? Or are you beginning to have doubts?" He wore glasses now, but he saw plenty. He'd ribbed me about Cordelia, as can only a man who can't stand ribbing himself. "It was a lousy party," I said. He turned on a light. "What's up, Henry?" "Nothing," I said. "Absolutely nothing. I haven't had a fight with her, if that's what you're digging for." "All right, then," he said, picking up the paper. "There's nothing wrong with her. She's one of the most wonderful people I know, that's all." "Sure she is." He began to read the paper. "She's deep, too. A real wise head she is. You wouldn't expect to find that in somebody as young as that, or as good-looking." I wished he would put his eyebrows down. "She's read everything worth reading," I added, as he turned a page a minute later. "Marvelous," he said flatly. I glared at him. "What do you mean by that?" I barked. "What's marvelous?" He put the paper down on his knee and smoothed it. His voice was gentle. "Why, Cordelia, of course. I'm not arguing with you, Henry." "Yes, you— Well, anyway, you're not saying what you think." "You don't want to hear what I think." "I know what I want," I flared. He crackled the paper nervously. "My," he said as if to himself, "this is worse than I thought." Before I could interrupt, he said, "Half of humanity doesn't know what it wants or how to find out. The other half knows what it wants, hasn't got it, and is going crazy trying to convince itself that it already has it." "Very sound," I said acidly. "Where do you peg me?" He ignored this. "The radio commercial which annoys me most," he said with apparent irrelevancy, "is the one which begins, 'There are some things so good they don't have to be improved.' That annoys me, because there isn't a thing on God's green earth which couldn't stand improvement. By the same token, if you find something which looks to you as if it's unimprovable, then either it's a mirage, or you're out of your mind." "What has that got to do with Cordelia?" "Don't snap at me, son," Dad said quietly. "Let's operate by the rule of reason here. Or must I tear your silly head off and stuff it down your throat?" I grinned in spite of myself. "Reason prevails, Dad. Go on." "Now, I've seen the girl, and you're right. She's striking to look at. Extraordinary. In the process of raving about that, you've also told me practically every scrap of conversation you've ever had with her." "I have?" "You're like your mother. You talk too much." He smiled. "Don't get flustered. It was good to listen to. Shows you're healthy. But I kept noticing one thing in these mouthings. All she's read, all the languages she understands, all the music she likes. And that is that you have never quoted her yet as saying a single declarative sentence. You have never quoted her as opening a conversation, changing the subject, mentioning something you both liked before you mentioned it, or having a single idea that you didn't like." He shrugged. "Maybe she is a good listener. Now wait a minute. They're rare anywhere in the world, especially in this house," he went on smoothly. Put your hands back in your pockets, Henry, or sit on 'em until I've finished. Now, I'm not making any charges about Cordelia. There aren't any. She's wonderful. That's the trouble. For Pete's sake, get her to make a flat statement. She has! Plenty of times, I said hotly. You just don't know her. Why, she's the most— He put up his hands and turned his head as if I were aiming a bucket of water at him. Shut up! He roared. I shut. Now, he said, listen to me. If you're right, you're right, and there's no use defending anything. If you're wrong, you'd better find it out soon before you get hurt. But I don't want to sit here and watch the process. I know how you tick, Henry. By gosh, I ought to. You're like I was. You and I, we get a hot idea and go all out for it. All speed and no control. We spill off at the mouth until we have the whole world watching, and when the idea turns sour, the whole world gets in its licks, standing around laughing. Keep your beautiful dreams to yourself. If they don't pan out, you can always kick yourself effectively enough, without having every wall-eyed neighbor helping you. A picture of Mr. Bohacus, with the protruding china blue eyes, our neighbor of long ago, crossed my mind, and I chuckled. That's better, Henry, said Dad. Listen. When a fellow gets to be a big, grown-up man, which is likely to happen at my age, or never, he learns to make a pile of his beloved failures, and consign them to the flames, and never think of them again. But it ought to be a private bonfire. It sounded like sense, particularly the part about not having to defend something if it was right enough to be its own defense. I said, Thanks, Dad. I'll have to think. I don't know if I agree with you. I'll tell you something, though. If Cordelia turned out to be nothing but a phonograph, I'd consider it a pleasure to spend the rest of my life buying new records for her. That'd be fine, said Dad. If it was what you wanted. I seriously doubt that it is just now. Of course it isn't. Cordelia's all woman and has a wonderful mind, and that's what I want. Bless you, my children, Dad said, and grinned. I knew I was right, and that Dad was simply expressing a misguided caution. The foxy grandpa routine, I thought, was a sign of advancing age. Dad sure was changed since the old days. On the other hand, he hadn't been the same since the mysterious frittering out of his mysterious down-cellar project. I stopped thinking about Dad, and turned my mind to my own troubles. I had plenty of time to think. I couldn't get a Saturday date with her for 2 weeks, and I wanted this session to run until it was finished with no early curfews. Not, as I said, that I had any doubts. Far from it. All the same, I made a little list. I don't think I said 10 words to her until we were 3 blocks from her house. She quite took my breath away. She was wearing a green suit with surprising lapels that featured her fabulous profile and made me ache inside. I had not known that I was so hungry for a sight of her, and now she was more than a sight. Now her warm hand had slipped into mine as we walked. Cordelia, I whispered. She turned her face to me and showed me the tender tuggings in the corners of her mouth. She made an interrogative sound, like a sleepy bird. Cordelia, I said thickly. It all came out in a monotone. I didn't know I could miss anybody so much. There's been a hollow place in my eyes, wherever I looked. It had no color, and it was shaped like you. Now you fill it, and I can see again. She dropped her eyes, and her smile was a thing to see. You said that beautifully, she breathed. I hadn't thought of that. What I had said was squeezed out of me like toothpaste out of a tube, with the same uniformity between what came out and what was still inside. "We'll go to the Stroll Inn," I said. It was where we met. We didn't meet at the party. We just saw each other there. We met in that booth. She nodded gravely and walked with me, her face asleep, its attention turned inward, deeply engaged. It was not until we turned the corner on Winter Street and faced the inn that I thought of my list. And when I did, I felt a double, sickening impact. First, one of shame that I should dare to examine and experiment with someone like this. Second, because item 5 on that list was, "You said that beautifully." The Stroll Inn, as I indicated before, has all its lights, practically, on the outside. Cordelia looked at me thoughtfully as we walked into their worming neon field. "Are you all right?" she asked. "You look pale." "How can you tell?" I asked, indicating the lights, which flickered and switched, orange and green, and blue and red. She smiled appreciatively, and 2 voices spoke within me. One said joyfully, "You look pale is a declarative statement." The other said angrily, "You're hedging, and by the way, what do you suppose that subtle smile is covering up, if anything?" Both voices spoke forcefully, combining in a jumble which left me badly confused. We went in and found a booth and ordered dinner. Cordelia said with pleasure that she would have what I ordered. Over the appetizer, I said, disliking myself intensely, "Isn't this wonderful? All we need is a moon. Can't you see it, hanging up there over us?" She laughed and looked up, and sad sensitivity came into her face. I closed my eyes, waiting. "Is the moon tired? She looks so pale," she began. I started to chew again. I think it was marinated herring, and very good, too. But at the moment it tasted like cold oatmeal with a dash of warm lard. I called the waiter and ordered a double rum and soda. As he turned away, I called him back and asked him to bring a bottle instead. I needed help from somewhere, and pouring it out of a bottle seemed a fine idea at the time. Over the soup, I asked her what she was thinking about. "I was ruminating," she said in a self-depreciating, tragic voice, "on the futility of human endeavor." Oh, brother, me too, I thought. Me too. Over the dessert, we had converse again, the meat course having passed silently. We probably presented a lovely picture, the 2 of us wordlessly drinking in each other's presence, the girl radiating an understanding tenderness, the young man speechless with admiration. Look how he watches her, how his eyes travel over her face, how he sighs and shakes his head and looks back at his plate. I looked across the inn. In a plate-glass window, a flashing neon sign said bluely, NNI LLORTS. NNI LLORTS. Neelorts, I murmured. Cordelia looked up at me expectantly, with her questioning sound. I tensed. I filled the jigger with rum and poured 2 fingers into my empty highball glass. I took the jigger in one hand and the glass in the other. I said, "You've read Kremlin von Stunk, the Hungarian poet?" and drank the jigger. "Well, really," she said pityingly. "I was just thinking of his superb line, Nielorts Nav Schmaz Kashmorgasbord, I intoned, which means, and I drank the glass. She reached across the table and touched my elbow. Please, don't translate. It couldn't be phrased as well in English. Something within me curled up and died. Small, tight, cold and dense, its corpse settled under my breastbone. I could have raged at her, I supposed. I could have coldly questioned her, pinned her down, stripped from her those layers of schooled conversational reactions, leaving her ignorance and nakedness. But what for? I didn't want it. And I could have talked to her about honesty, and ethics, and human aims. Why did she do it? What did she ever hope to get? Did she think she would ever corral a man and expect him to be blind for the rest of his life to the fact that there was nothing behind this false front? Nothing at all? Did she think that? Did she think? No. I looked at her, the way she was smiling at me, the deep, shifting currents which seemed to be in her eyes. She was a monster. She was some graceful diction backed by a bare half-dozen relays. She was a card file. She was a bubble, thin-skinned, covered with swirling, puzzling, compelling colors, filled with nothing. I was hurt, and angry, and I think a little frightened. I drank some more rum. I ordered her a drink, and then another, and stayed ahead of her 4-1. I'd have walked out and gone home if I had been able to summon the strength. I couldn't. I could only sit and stare at her and bathe myself in agonized astonishment. She didn't mind. She sat listening as raptly to my silence as she had to my conversation. Once she said, "We're just being together, aren't we?" And I recognized it as another trick from the bag. I wondered idly how many she might come up with if I just waited. She came up with plenty. She sat up and leaned forward abruptly. I had the distinct feeling that she was staring at me. Her face was positioned right for it, but her eyes were closed. I put my glass down and stared blearily back, thinking, now what? Her lips parted, twitched, opened wide, pursed. They uttered a glottal gurgling, which was most unpleasant. I pushed my chair back, startled. "Are you sick?" "Are you terrestrial?" she asked me. "Am I what?" "Making contact 30 years, she said. Her voice was halting, filled with effort. "What are you talking about?" "Terrestrial quickly power going," she said clearly. Much power making contact this way, very high frequencies thought. Easy radio, not again thought. Take radio code quickly." "Listen, toots," I said nastily. "This old nose no longer has a ring in it. Go play tricks on somebody else." I drank some more rum. An IQ of 60, and crazy besides. "You're a real find, you are," I said. "Graphic," she said. Right. She began to claw the tablecloth. I looked at her hand. It was making scribbling motions. Right. I flipped a menu over and put it in front of her and gave her my pen. Now, I read an article once on automatic writing. You know, that spiritualist stuff. Before witnesses, a woman once wrote a long letter in trance in an unfamiliar, to her, hand, at the astonishing rate of 408 words a minute. Cordelia seemed to be out to break that record. That pen nib was a blur. She was still leaning forward rigidly, and her eyes were still closed. But instead of a blurred scrawl, what took shape under her flying hand was a neat list or chart. There was an alphabet of sorts, although not arranged in the usual way. It was more a list of sounds, and there were the numbers 1 to 14. Beside each sound and each number was a cluster of regular dots which looked rather like Braille. The whole sheet took her not over 45 seconds to do. And after she finished, she didn't move anything except her eyelids, which went up. "I think," she said conversationally, "that I'd better get home, Henry. I feel a little dizzy." I felt a little more than that. The rum, in rum's inevitable way, had sneaked up on me, and suddenly the room began to spin, diagonally, from the lower left to the upper right. I closed my eyes tight, opened them, fixed my gaze on a beer tap on the bar at the end of the room, and held it still until the room slowed and stopped. "You're so right," I said, and did a press-up on the tabletop to assist my legs. I managed to help Cordelia on with her light coat. I put my pen back in my pocket. I found it the next morning with the cap still off, and a fine color scheme in the lining of my jacket, and picked up the menu. "What's that?" asked Cordelia. "A souvenir," I said glumly. I had no picture, no school ring, no nothing. Only a doodle. I was too tired, twisted and tanked, to wonder much about it, or about the fact that she seemed never to have seen it before. I folded it in two, and put it in my hip. I got her home without leaning on her. I don't know if she was ready to give a repeat performance of that good-night routine. I didn't wait to find out. I took her to the door, and patted her on the cheek, and went away from there. It wasn't her fault. When I got to our house, I dropped my hat on the floor in the hall, and went into the dark living room, and fell into the easy chair by the door. It was a comfortable chair. It was a comfortable room. I felt about as bad as I ever had. I remember wondering smokily whether anyone ever loves a person. People seem to love dreams instead, and for the lucky ones, the person is close to the dream. But it's a dream all the same, a sticky dream. You unload the person, and the dream stays with you. What was it Dad had said? When a fellow gets to be a big grown-up man, he learns to make a pile of his beloved failures and consign them to the flames. "Ha!" I ejaculated and gagged. The rum tasted terrible. I had nothing to burn but memories and the lining of my stomach. The latter was flaming merrily. The former stayed where they were. The way she smiled, so deep and secret. Then I remembered the doodle. Her hands had touched it. Her mind had... No, her mind hadn't. It could have been anyone's mind, but not hers. The girl operated under a great handicap. No brains. I felt terrible. I got up out of the chair and wove across the room, leaning on the mantel. I put my forehead on the arm which I had put on the mantel, and with my other hand worried the menu out of my pocket. With the one hand and my teeth, I tore it into small pieces and dropped the pieces in the grate. All but one. Then I heaved myself upright, braced my shoulder against the mantel, which had suddenly begun to bob and weave, got hold of my lighter, coaxed a flame out of it, and lit the piece I'd saved. It burned fine. I let it slip into the grate. It flickered, dimmed, caught on another piece of paper, flared up again. I went down on one knee and carefully fed all the little pieces to the flame. When it finally went out, I stirred the ashes around with my finger, got up, wiped my hands on my pants, said, "That was good advice Dad gave me," and went back to the chair. I went back into it, pushed my shoes off my feet, curled my legs under me, and feeling much better, dozed off. I woke slowly, some time later, with granulated eyelids and a mouthful of emery and quinine. My head was awake, but my legs were asleep, and my stomach had its little hands on my backbone and was trying to pull it out by the roots. I sat there groggily looking at the fire. Fire? What fire? I blinked and winced. I could almost hear my eyelids rasping. There was a fire in the grate. Dad was kneeling beside it, feeding it small pieces of paper. I didn't say anything. I don't think it occurred to me. I just watched. He let the fire go out after a while. Then he stirred the ashes with his finger and stood up with a sigh, wiping his hands on his pants. Good advice I gave the boy. Time I took it myself. He loomed across the shadowy room to me, turned around, and sat down in my lap. He was relaxed and heavy, but he didn't stay there long enough for me to feel it. "Gah!" he said, crossed the room again in one huge bound, put his back against the mantel and said, "Don't move, you! I've got a gun!" "It's me, Dad." "Henry! By the Lord Harry, you'll be the death of me yet. That was the most inconsiderate thing you have ever done in your entire selfish life. I've a notion to bend this poker over your Adam's apple, you snipe." He stamped over to the bookcase and turned on the light. "This is the last time I'll ever—" "Henry, what's the matter? You look awful. Are you all right?" "I'll live," I said regretfully. "What were you burning?" He grinned sheepishly. "A beloved failure. Remember my preachment a couple weeks ago? It got to working on me. I decided to take my own advice." He breathed deeply. "I feel much better, I think." "I burned some stuff too," I croaked. "I feel better too. I think," I added. "Cordelia?" he asked, sitting near me. "She hasn't got brain one," I said. "Well," he said. There was more sharing and comfort in the single syllable than in anything I have ever heard. I looked at him. He hadn't changed much over the years. A bit heavier, a bit grayer. Still intensely alive, though, and he'd learned to control those wild projects of his. I thought, quite objectively, I like this man. We were quiet for a warm while. Then, "Dad, what was it you burned? The Martian project?" "Why, you young devil! How did you know?" "I don't know. You look like I feel. Sort of, well, you finally unloaded something, and it hurts to lose it. But you're glad you did." "On the nose," he said, and grinned sheepishly. "Yep, Henry, I really hugged that project to me. Want to hear about it?" Anything but Cordelia, I thought. "I saw your rig," I said to break the ice. "The night you sent me out for the wire. You left the workshop open." "I'll be darned. I thought I'd gotten away with it." "Mother knew what you were up to, though she didn't know how." "And you saw how." "I saw that weird gimmick of yours, but it didn't mean anything to me. Mother told me never to mention it to you. She thought you'd be happier if you were left alone." He laughed with real delight. "Bless her heart," he said. "She was a most understanding woman." "I read about the Martian signals in the papers," I said. "Fellow named... what was it?" "Jenkins," said Dad. "C. Francis Jenkins. He built a film tape recorder to catch the signals. He tuned to 6,000 meters and had a flashing light to record the signals. Primitive, but it worked. Dr. David Todd of Amherst was the man who organized the whole project and got the big radio people all over the world to cooperate. They had a 5-minute silence every hour during Mars' closest proximity, August 1st to 3rd. "I remember," I said. "It was my birthday, 1924. What got you so teed off?" "I got mad," said my father, folding his hands over his stomach. "Just because it had become fashionable to use radio in a certain way on Earth, those simple souls had to assume that the Martian signals, if any, would come through the same way. I felt that they'd be different." "Why should they be?" "Why should we expect Martians to be the same, or even think the same? I just took a wild stab at it, that's all. I tuned in on 6 wavelengths at the same time. I set up my rig so that anything coming through on any one wavelength would actuate a particular phone." "I remember," I said, trying hard. "The iron filings on the paper tape, over the earphones." "That's right. The phone was positioned far enough below the tape so that the magnetic field would barely contain the filings. When the diaphragm vibrated, the filings tended to cluster. I had 6 phones on 6 different wavelengths, arranged like this," and he counted them out on the palm of his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Narrator's note. Numbers arranged in 2 columns, 1, 3, and 5 on the left side, 2, 4, and 6 on the right side. End of note. "What could you get?" "I don't figure it, Dad. There'd be no way of separating your dots and dashes." "Blast!" he exploded. "That's the kind of thinking that made me mad, and makes me mad to this day. No. What I was after was something completely different in transmission. Look, how much would you get out of piano music if all the strings but one were broken? Only when the pianist hit that note in the course of his transmission would you hear anything. See what I mean? Supposing the Martians were sending in notes and chords of an established octave of frequencies. Sure, Jenkins got signals. No one's ever been able to interpret them. Well, supposing I was right. Then Jenkins was recording only one of several or many notes of the scale. And of course it was meaningless. Well, what did you get? 46 photographs, 5 of which were so badly underexposed that they were useless to me. I finally got the knack of moving the tape carefully enough and lighting it properly, and they came out pretty well. I got signals on 4 of the 6 frequencies. I got the same grouping only 3 or 4 times. I mean, sometimes there would be something on phones 1, 2, and 4, and sometimes it would only be on 4, and sometimes it would be on 2 and 6. 3 and 5 never did come through. It was just fantastic luck that I picked the right frequencies, I suppose, for the other 4. What frequencies did you use? He grinned. I don't know. I really don't. It was all by guess and by golly. I never was an engineer, Henry. I'm in the insurance business. I had no instruments, particularly not in 1924. I wound a 6,000-meter coil, according to specs they printed in the paper. As for the others, I worked on the knowledge that less turns of heavier wire mean shorter wavelengths. I haven't got the coils now, and couldn't duplicate 'em in a million years. All I can say for sure is that they were all different, and stepped down from 6,000. Anyway, I studied those things until I was blue in the face. It must have been the better part of a year before I called in anyone else. I wrote to Mr. Jenkins, and Dr. Todd, too. But who am I? A taxidermical broker with a wacky idea. They sent the pictures back with polite letters, and I can't say I blame them. Anyway, good riddance to the things. But it was a wonderful idea, and I wanted so much to be the man who did the job. Ever want something so badly you couldn't see straight, Henry? Me? I asked with bitterness. It's all over now, though. I'm through with crazy projects. For life. Never again. But gosh, I did love that project. Know what I mean? No, I said with even more bitterness. He sat straight. Hey, I'm sorry, fellow. Those were rhetorical questions. Maybe you'd better spill it. So I told it to him. All of it. Once I started, I couldn't stop. I told him about the moon poem, and the well really gimmick, and the please don't translate routine, and the more I talked, the worse I felt. He sat and listened, and didn't say, I told you so. And the idea was worming its way into the back of my mind as I talked, that here sat one of the most understanding people ever created, when he screamed. He screamed as one screams at the intrusion of an ice cube into the back of one's bathing suit. What's the matter? I asked, breaking off. Go on, he gabbled. Henry, you idiot, don't tell me you don't know what you're saying, for Pete's sake, boy. Tell it to... Whoa! I don't even remember where I was. What she said to you. Are you a terrestrial? Oh, don't get so excited, Dad. It doesn't mean anything. Why bother? She was trying to interest me, I suppose. I didn't let it get to me then, and I won't now. She... Blast her! I'm not talking about her. It was what she said. Go on, Henry. You say she wrote something? He wormed it all out of me. He forced me to go over it and over it. The windows paled, and the single light by the bookcase looked yellow and ill in the dawn, but still he pounded at me. And I finally quit. I just quit, out of compounded exhaustion and stubbornness. I lay back in the big chair and glared at him. He strode up and down the room, trying to beat his left hand to a pulp with a right fist. Of course, he said excitedly. That's how they do it. The blankest mind in the world. Blank and sensitive, like undeveloped film. Of course! Making contact 30 years, they said. Much power making contact this way. Very high frequencies thought. A radionic means of transmitting thought, and it uses too much power to be practical. Easy radio, not again thought. He stopped in front of me, glaring. Not again thought, he growled. You dope! How could my flesh and blood be so abjectly stupid? There in your hands you held the interplanetary Rosetta Stone, and what did you do with it? I glared back at him. I was, quote, consigning one of my beloved failures to the flames, end quote, I said nastily. Suddenly he was slumped and tired. So you were, son. So you were. And it was all there. Little Braille, you said. A series of phonetic symbols, and almost certainly a list of the frequency octave they use. And all my pictures. I burned them, too. He sat down. Henry. Don't take it so hard, Dad, I said. Your advice was good. You forget your Martians, and I'll forget my Moron. when a fellow gets to be a grown-up man. He didn't hear me. Henry, you say her folks like you? I sprang to my feet. No, I bellowed. Dad, I will not, repeat, not under any circumstances woo that beautiful package of brainless reflexes. I have had mine. You really mean it, don't you? That I do, I said positively. Well, he said dejectedly, I guess that's that. And then that old fever came back into his face. Dad? He slowly straightened up, that hot, land-ho expression in his eyes. My father is hale, handsome, and when he wants to be, extremely persistent. Now, Dad, I said, let's be reasonable. She's very young, Dad. Now let's talk this thing over a little more, Dad. You can't go following a girl all over the house with a notebook and pencil. They said they wouldn't use the thought contact again. Dad? Now, Dad! Your mother would understand if she were alive, he murmured. No! You can't! I bawled. Dad, for heaven's sake, use your head. Why, you... Cordelia... Dad, she'd make me call her Mummy. Now what am I going to do?